Section 12 of The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Warren Kati, Gurnee, Illinois. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers, by Catherine CROWE. Chapter 9, Apparitions, Part 2. Some years ago, during the war, when Sir Robert H.E. was in the Netherlands, he happened to be quartered with two other officers, one of whom was dispatched into Holland on an expedition. One night, during his absence, Sir R.H.E. awoke, and, to his great surprise, saw this absent friend sitting on the bed which he used to occupy, with a wound in his breast. Sir Robert immediately awoke his companion, who saw the spectre also. The latter then addressed them, saying that he had been that day killed in a skirmish, and that he had died in great anxiety about his family. Wherefore he had come to communicate that there was a deed of much consequence to them deposited in the hands of a certain lawyer in London, whose name and address he mentioned, adding that this man's honesty was not to be altogether relied on. He therefore requested that, on their return to England, they would go to his house and demand the deed, but that, if he denied possession of it, they were to seek it in a certain drawer in his office, which he described to them. The circumstance impressed them very much at that time, but a long time had elapsed ere they reached England, during which period they had gone through so many adventures and seen so many friends fall around them, that this impression was considerably weakened, insomuch that each went to his own home and his own pursuits without thinking of fulfilling the commission they had undertaken. Some time afterward, however, it happened that they both met in London, and they then resolved to seek the street that had been named to them, and ascertain if such a man lived there. They found him, requested an interview, and demanded the deed, the possession of which he denied. But their eyes were upon the drawer that had been described to them, where they asserted it to be, and being there discovered, it was delivered into their hands. Here also the soul had parted from the body, while the memory of the past, and an anxiety for the worldly prosperity of those left behind, survived, and we thus see that the condition of mind in which this person had died remained unchanged. He was not indifferent to the worldly prosperity of his relatives, and he found his own state rendered unhappy by the fear that they might suffer from the dishonesty of his agent. It may here be naturally objected that hundreds of much-loved widows and orphans have been ruined by dishonest trustees and agents, where no ghost came back to instruct them in the means of obviating the misfortune. This is, no doubt, a very legitimate objection, and one which it is very difficult to answer. I must, however, repeat what I said before. Nature is full of exceptional cases. While we know very little of the laws which regulate these exceptions, but we may see a very good reason for the fact that such communications are the exception, and not the rule. For if they were the latter, the whole economy of this earthly life would be overturned, and its affairs must necessarily be conducted in a totally different manner to that which prevails at present. What the effects of such an arrangement of nature would be, had it pleased God to make it, He alone knows. But certain it is, that man's freedom, as a moral agent, would be in a great degree abrogated, were the barriers that impede our intercourse with the spiritual world removed. It may be answered that this is an argument which may be directed against the fact of such appearances being permitted at all, but that is a fallacious objection. Earthquakes and hurricanes are occasionally permitted, which overthrow the work of man's hands for centuries. But if these convulsions of nature were of everyday occurrence, nobody would think it worth their while to build a house or cultivate the earth, and the world would be a wreck and a wilderness. The apparitions that do appear are not without their use to those who believe in them, while there is too great an uncertainty attending the subject, generally, to allow of its ever being taken into consideration in mundane affairs. The old so-called superstition of the people, that a person's dying with something on his mind is one of the frequent causes of these revisitings, seems, like most other superstitions, to be founded on experience. I meet with many cases in which some apparently trivial anxiety, or some frustrated communication, prevents the uneasy spirit flinging off the bonds that bind it to the earth. I could quote many examples characterized by this feature, but will confine myself to 2 or 3. Young Stealing gives a very curious one, which occurred in the year 1746, and for the authenticity of which he vouches. A gentleman of the name of Dorian, of most excellent character and amiable disposition, who was tutor in the Carolina colleges at Brunswick, died there in that year, and immediately previous to his death he sent to request an interview with another tutor, of the name of Hofer, with whom he had lived on terms of friendship. Hofer obeyed the summons, but came too late. The dying man was already in the last agonies. After a short time, rumors began to circulate that Herr Dorian had been seen by different persons about the college, but as it was with the pupils that these rumors originated, they were supposed to be mere fancies, and no attention whatever was paid to them. At length, however, in the month of October, 3 months after the decease of Herr Dorian, a circumstance occurred that excited considerable amazement among the professors. It formed part of the duty of Hofer to go through the college every night, between the hours of 11 and 12, for the purpose of ascertaining that all the scholars were in bed, and that nothing irregular was going on among them. On the night in question, on entering one of the anterooms in the execution of this duty, he saw, to his great amazement, Herr Dorian seated in the dressing gown and white cap he was accustomed to wear, and holding the latter with his right hand, in such a manner as to conceal the upper part of the face, from the eyes to the chin. However, it was distinctly visible. This unexpected sight naturally startled Hofer, but, summoning resolution, he advanced into the young men's chamber, and, having ascertained that all was in order, closed the door. He then turned his eyes again toward the spectre, and there it sat, as before, whereupon he went up to it, and stretched out his arm toward it. But he was now seized with such a feeling of indescribable horror that he could scarcely withdraw his hand, which became swollen to a degree that for some months he had no use of it. On the following day he related this circumstance to the professor of mathematics, Oder, who of course treated the thing as a spectral illusion. He, however, consented to accompany Hofer on his rounds the ensuing night, satisfied that he should be able either to convince him it was a mere phantasm, or else a spectre of flesh and blood that was playing him a trick. They accordingly went at the usual hour, but no sooner had the professor set his foot in that same room than he exclaimed, "By heavens, it's Dorian himself!" Hofer, in the meantime, proceeded into the chamber as before, in the pursuance of his duties, and, on his return, they both contemplated the figure for some time. Neither of them had, however, the courage to address it or approach it, and finally quitted the room, very much impressed and perfectly convinced that they had seen Dorian. This incident soon got spread abroad, and many people came in hopes of satisfying their own eyes of the fact, but their pains were fruitless, and even Professor Oder, who had made up his mind to speak to the apparition, sought it repeatedly in the same place, in vain. At length he gave it up, and ceased to think of it, saying, "I have sought the ghost long enough. If he has anything to say, he must now seek me." About a fortnight after this, he was suddenly awakened, between 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning, by something moving in his chamber, and, on opening his eyes, he beheld a shadowy form, having the same appearance as the spectre, standing in front of a press which was not more than 2 steps from his bed. He raised himself, and contemplated the figure, the features of which he saw distinctly for some minutes, till it disappeared. On the following night he was awakened in the same manner, and saw the figure as before, with the addition that there was a sound proceeded from the door of the press, as if somebody was leaning against it. The spectre also stayed longer this time, and Professor Oeder, no doubt frightened and angry, addressing it as an evil spirit, bade it begone, whereon it made gestures with its head and hands that alarmed him so much that he adjured it in the name of God to leave him, which it did. 8 days now elapsed without any further disturbance, but, after that period, the visits of the spirit were resumed, and he was awakened by it repeatedly about 3 in the morning, when it would advance from the press to the bed, and hang its head over him in a manner so annoying that he started up and struck at it, whereupon it would retire, but presently advance again. Perceiving now that the countenance was rather placid and friendly than otherwise, the professor at length addressed it, and having reason to believe that Dorian had left some debts unpaid, he asked him if that were the case, upon which the spectre retreated some steps, and seemed to place itself in an attitude of attention. Oeder reiterated the inquiry, whereupon the figure drew its hand across its mouth, in which the professor now observed a short pipe. "Is it to the barber you are in debt?" he inquired. The spectre slowly shook its head. "Is it to the tobacconist, then?" he asked, the question being suggested by the pipe. Hereupon the form retreated and disappeared. On the following day, Oeder narrated what had occurred to Counselor Erath, one of the curators of the college, and also to the sister of the deceased, and arrangements were made for discharging the debt. Professor Seidler, of the same college, now proposed to pass the night with Oeder for the purpose of observing if the ghost came again, which it did about 5 o'clock, and awoke Oeder as usual, who awoke his companion, but just then the form disappeared, and Seidler said he only saw something white. They then both disposed themselves to sleep, but presently Seidler was aroused by Oeder's starting up and striking out, while he cried with a voice expressive of rage and horror, "Begone, you have tormented me long enough. If you want anything of me, say what it is, or give me an intelligible sign, and come here no more." Seidler heard all this, though he saw nothing, but as soon as Oeder was somewhat appeased, he told him that the figure had returned, and not only approached the bed, but stretched itself upon it. After this, Oeder burned a light, and had someone in the room every night. He gained this advantage by the light, that he saw nothing, but about 4 o'clock he was generally awakened by noises in his room, and other symptoms that satisfied him the ghost was there. At length, however, this annoyance ceased also, and trusting that his unwelcome guest had taken his leave, he dismissed his bedfellow, and dispensed with his light. 2 nights passed quietly over. On the third, however, the spectre returned, but very perceptibly darker. It now presented another sign, or symbol, which seemed to represent a picture, with a hole in the middle, through which it thrust its head. Oeder was now so little alarmed that he bade it express its wishes more clearly, or approach nearer. To these requisitions the apparition shook its head, and then vanished. This strange phenomenon recurred several times, and even in the presence of another curator of the college, but it was with considerable difficulty they discovered what the symbol was meant to convey. They at length, however, found that Dorian, just before his illness, had obtained, on trial, several pictures for a magic lantern, which had never been returned to their owner. This was now done, and from that time the apparition was neither seen nor heard again. Professor Oeder made no secret of these circumstances. He related them publicly in court and college. He wrote the account to several eminent persons, and declared himself ready to attest the facts upon his oath. Stilling, who relates this story, has been called superstitious. He may be so, but his piety and his honesty are above suspicion. He says the facts are well known, and that he can vouch for their authenticity, and as he must have been a contemporary of the parties concerned, he had, doubtless, good opportunities of ascertaining what foundation there was for the story, It is certainly a very extraordinary one, and the demeanor of the spirit as little like what we should have naturally apprehended as possible. But, as I have said before, we have no right to pronounce any opinion on this subject, except from experience, and there are two arguments to be advanced in favor of this narration. The one being that I cannot imagine anybody setting about to invent a ghost story would have introduced circumstances so apparently improbable and inappropriate, and the other consisting in the fact that I have met with numerous relations coming from very opposite quarters, which seem to corroborate the one in question. With respect to the cause of the spectre's appearance, young Stilling, I think, reasonably enough, suggests that the poor man had intended to commission Hofer to settle these little affairs for him, but that, delaying this duty too long, his mind had been oppressed by the recollection of them in his last moments. He had carried his care with him, and it bound him to the earth. Wherefore, considering how many persons die with duties unperformed, this anxiety to repair the neglect is not more frequently manifested. We do not know. Some reasons we have already suggested as possible. There may be others of which we can form no idea, any more than we can solve the question, why, in some cases, communication and even speech seems easy, while in this instance the spirit was only able to convey its wishes by gestures and symbols. Its addressing itself to Odor instead of Hofer probably arose from its finding communication with him less difficult, the swelling of Hofer's arm indicating that his physical nature was not adapted for this spiritual intercourse. With respect to Odor's expedient of burning a light in his room, in order to prevent his seeing this shadowy form, we can comprehend that the figure would be discerned more easily on the dark ground of comparative obscurity, and that clear light would render it invisible. Dr. Kerner mentions, on one occasion, that, while sitting in an adjoining room with the door open, he had seen a shadowy figure, to whom his patient was speaking, standing beside her bed, and catching up a candle, he had rushed toward it, but as soon as he thus illuminated the chamber, he could no longer distinguish it. The ineffective and awkward attempts of this apparition to make itself understood are not easily to be reconciled to our ideas of a spirit, while at the same time that which it could do and that which it could not, the powers it possessed and those it wanted, tend to throw some light on its condition. As regards space, we may suppose that, in this instance, what St. Martin said of ghosts in general may be applicable. Je ne crois pas aux revenants, mais je crois aux restants. That is, he did not believe that spirits who had once quitted the earth returned to it, but he believed that some did not quit it, and thus, as the somnambuli mentioned in a former chapter said to me, some are waiting and some are gone on before. Dorian's uneasiness and worldly care chained him to the earth, and he was a restant, but, being a spirit, he was inevitably inducted into some of the inherent properties of spirit. Matter to him was no impediment, neither doors nor walls could keep him out. He had the intuitive perception of whom he could most easily communicate with, or he was brought into rapport with Odor by the latter's seeking him, and he could either so act on Odor's constructive imagination as to enable it to project his own figure with a short pipe in the pictures, or he could, by the magical power of his will, build up these images out of the constituents of the atmosphere. The last seems the most probable because, had the rapport with Odor, or Odor's receptivity, been sufficient to enable the spirit to act potently upon him, it would have been also able to infuse into his mind the wishes it desired to convey, even without speech, for speech, as a means of communication between spirits, must be quite unnecessary. Even in spite of these dense bodies of ours, we have great difficulty in concealing our thoughts from each other, and the somnambule reads the thoughts of not only his magnetizer, but of others with whom he is placed in rapport. In cases where speech appears to be used by a spirit, it is frequently not audible speech, but only this transference of thought, which appears to be speech, from the manner in which the thought is borne in and enters the mind of the receiver, but it is not through his ears, but through his universal supplementary sense that he receives it, and it is no more like we mean by hearing, than is the seeing of a clairvoyant or a spirit, like our seeing by means of our bodily organs. In those cases where the speech is audible to other persons, we must suppose that the magical will of the spirit can, by means of the atmosphere, simulate these sounds as it can simulate others, of which I shall have to treat by and by. It is remarkable that, in some instances, this magical power seems to extend so far as to represent to the eye of the seer a form apparently so real, solid, and lifelike, that it is not recognizable from the living man, while, in other cases, the production of a shadowy figure seems to be the limit of its agency, whether limited by its own faculty or the receptivity of its subject. But we must be quite sure that the form is, in either instance, equally ethereal or immaterial. And it will not be out of place here to refer to the standing joke of the skeptics about ghosts appearing in coats and waistcoats. Bentham thought he had settled the question forever by that objection, and I have heard it since frequently advanced by very acute persons, but, properly considered, it has not the least validity. Whether or not the soul, on leaving its earthly tabernacle, finds itself at once clothed with that spiritual body which St. Paul refers to, is what we cannot know, though it seems highly probable. But if it be so, we must be sure that this body resembles in its nature that fluent, subtle kind of matter, called by us imponderables, which are capable of penetrating all substances, and unless there be no visible body at all, but only the will of a disembodied spirit acting upon one yet in the flesh, in which case it were as easy to impress the imagination with a clothed figure as an unclothed one, we must conclude that this ethereal flexible form, whether permanent or temporary, may be held together and retain its shape by the volition of the spirit, as our bodies are held together by the principle of life that is in them. And we see in various instances, where the spectator has been bold enough to try the experiment, that though the shadowy body was pervious to any substance passed through it, its integrity was only momentarily interrupted, and it immediately recovered its previous shape. Now, as a spirit, provided there be no especial law to the contrary, partial or universal, absolute or otherwise, governing the spiritual world, must be where its thoughts and wishes are, just as we should be at the place we intently think of, or desire, if our solid bodies did not impede us. So must a spirit appear as it is, or as it conceives of itself. Morally, it can only conceive of itself as it is, good or bad, light or dark, but it may conceive of itself clothed as well as unclothed, and if it can conceive of its former body, it can equally conceive of its former habiliments, and so represent them by its power of will to the eye, or present them to the constructive imagination of the seer, and it will be able to do this with a degree of distinctness proportioned to the receptivity of the latter, or to the intensity of the rapport which exists between them. Now, considered in this way, the appearance of a spirit, in its habit as it lived, is no more extraordinary than the appearance of a spirit at all, and it adds no complexity to the phenomenon. If it appears at all in a recognizable form, it must come naked or clothed. The former, to say the least of it, would be much more frightful and shocking. And if it be clothed, I do not see what right we have to expect it shall be in a fancy costume, conformable to our ideas, which are no ideas at all, of the other world, nor why, if it be endowed with the memory of the past, it should not be natural to suppose it would assume the external aspect it wore during its earthly pilgrimage. Certain it is, whether consistent with our notions or not, all tradition seems to show that this is the appearance they assume, and the very fact that on the first view of the case, and until the question is philosophically considered, the addition of a suit of clothes to the phenomenon not only renders its acceptance much more difficult, but throws an air of absurdity and improbability on the whole subject, furnishes a very strong argument in favor of the persuasion that this notion has been founded on experience, and is not the result of either fancy or gratuitous invention. The idea of spirits appearing like angels, with wings, seems to be drawn from these relations in the Bible, where messengers were sent from God to man, but those departed spirits are not angels, though probably destined in the course of ages to become so. In the meantime, their moral state continues as when they quitted the body, and their memories and affections are with the earth, and so earthly they appear, more or less. We meet with some instances in which bright spirits have been seen, protecting spirits, for example, who have shaken off their earth entirely, clinging to it yet but by some holy affection or mission of mercy, and these appear, not with wings, which whenever seen are merely symbolical, for which we cannot imagine they are necessary to the motion of a spirit, but clothed in robes of light. Such appearances, however, seem much more rare than the others. It will seem to many persons very inconsistent with their ideas of the dignity of a spirit that they should appear and act in the manner I have described, and shall describe further. And I have heard it objected that we cannot suppose God would permit the dead to return merely to frighten the living, and that it is showing him little reverence to imagine he would suffer them to come on such trifling errands, or demean themselves in so undignified a fashion. But God permits men of all degrees of wickedness, and of every kind of absurdity, to exist, and to harass and disturb the earth, while they expose themselves to its obloquy or its ridicule. Now, as I have observed in a former chapter, there is nothing more perplexing to us in regarding man as a responsible being than the degree to which we have reason to believe his moral nature is influenced by his physical organization. But, leaving this difficult question to be decided, if it can ever be decided in this world, by wiser heads than mine, there is one thing of which we may rest perfectly assured, namely, that let the fault of an impure or vicious or even merely sensuous life lie where it will, whether it be the wicked spirit within, or the ill-organized body without, or a tertium quid of both combined, still the soul that has been a party to this earthly career must be soiled and deteriorated by its familiarity with evil, and there seems much reason to believe that the dissolution of the connection between the soul and body produces far less change in the former than has been commonly supposed. People generally think, if they think on the subject at all, that as soon as they are dead, if they have lived tolerably virtuous lives, or indeed been free from any great crimes, they will immediately find themselves provided with wings, and straightway fly up to some delightful place, which they call heaven, forgetting how unfit they are for heavenly fellowship. And although I cannot help thinking that the Almighty has mercifully permitted occasional relaxations of the boundaries that separate the dead from the living, for the purpose of showing us our error, we are determined not to avail ourselves of the advantage. I do not mean that these spirits, these revenants or restants, are special messengers sent to warn us. I only mean that their occasionally revisiting the glimpses of the moon form the exceptional cases in a great general law of nature which divides the spiritual from the material world, and that, in framing this law, these exceptions may have been designed for our benefit. There are several stories extant in the English, and a vast number in the German records, which, supposing them to be well founded, and I repeat, that for many of them we have just as good evidence as for anything else we believe as hearsay or tradition, would go to confirm the fact that the spirits of the dead are sometimes disturbed by what appear to us very trifling cares. I give the following case from Dr. Kerner, who says it was related to him by a very respectable man, on whose word he can entirely rely. I was, said Mr. St. S., the son of a man who had no fortune but his business, in which he was ultimately successful. At first, however, his means being narrow, he was perhaps too anxious and inclined to parsimony, so that when my mother, careful housewife as she was, asked him for money, the demand generally led to a quarrel. This occasioned her great uneasiness, and having mentioned this characteristic of her husband to her father, the old man advised her to get a second key made to the money chest, unknown to her husband, considering this expedient allowable and even preferable to the destruction of their conjugal felicity, and feeling satisfied that she would make no ill use of the power possessed. My mother followed his advice, very much to the advantage of all parties, and nobody suspected the existence of this second key, except myself, whom she had admitted into her confidence. 22 years my parents lived happily together, when I, being at the time about 18 hours' journey from home, received a letter from my father, informing me that she was ill, that he hoped for her speedy amendment, but that if she grew worse, he would send a horse to fetch me home to see her. I was extremely busy at that time, and therefore waited for further intelligence, and as several days elapsed without any reaching me, I trusted my mother was convalescent. One night, feeling myself unwell, I had lain down on the bed with my clothes on to take a little rest. It was between 11 and 12 o'clock, and I had not been asleep, when someone knocked at the door, and my mother entered, dressed as she usually was. She saluted me and said, "We shall see each other no more in this world, but I have an injunction to give you. I have given that key to R," naming a servant we then had, "and she will remit it to you. Keep it carefully, or throw it into the water, but never let your father see it. It would trouble him. Farewell, and walk virtuously through life." And with these words she turned and quitted the room by the door, as she had entered it. I immediately arose, called up my people, expressed my apprehension that my mother was dead, and, without further delay, started for home. As I approached the house, R., the maid, came out and informed me that my mother had expired between the hours of 11 and 12 on the preceding night. As there was another person present at the moment, she said nothing further to me, but she took an early opportunity of remitting me the key, saying that my mother had given it to her just before she expired, desiring her to place it in my hands, with an injunction that I should keep it carefully, or fling it into the water, so that my father might never know anything about it. I took the key, kept it for some years, and at length threw it into the Line. I am aware that it may be objected by those who believe in wraiths, but in no other kind of apparition, that this phenomenon occurred before the death of the lady, and that it was produced by her energetic anxiety with regard to the key. It may be so, or it may not, but, at all events, we see in this case how a comparatively trifling uneasiness may disturb a dying person, and how, therefore, if memory remains to them, they may carry it with them, and seek, by such means as they have, to obtain relief from it. A remarkable instance of anxiety for the welfare of those left behind is exhibited in the following story, which I received from a member of the family concerned. Mrs. R., a lady very well connected, lost her husband when in the prime of life, and found herself with 14 children, unprovided for. The overwhelming nature of the calamity depressed her energies to such a degree as to render her incapable of those exertions which could alone redeem them from ruin. The flood of misfortune seemed too strong for her, and she yielded to it without resistance. She had thus given way to despondency some time, when one day, as she was sitting alone, the door opened, and her mother, who had been a considerable time dead, entered the room and addressed her, reproving her for this weak indulgence of useless sorrow, and bidding her exert herself for the sake of her children. From that period she threw off the depression, set actively to work to promote the fortunes of her family, and succeeded so well that they ultimately emerged from all their difficulties. I asked the gentleman who related this circumstance to me whether he believed it. He answered that he could only assure me that she herself affirmed the fact, and that she avowedly attributed the sudden change in her character and conduct to this cause. For his own part, he did not know what to say, finding it difficult to believe in the possibility of such a visit from the dead. A somewhat similar instance is related by Dr. Kerner, which he says he received from the party himself, a man of sense and probity. This gentleman, Mr. F., at an early age lost his mother. 22 years afterward he formed an attachment to a young person, whose hand he resolved to ask in marriage. Having one evening seated himself at his desk, for the purpose of writing his proposal, he was amazed, on accidentally lifting his eyes from the paper, to see his mother, looking exactly as if alive, seated opposite to him, while she, raising her finger with a warning gesture, said, "Do not that thing." Not the least alarmed, Mr. F. started up to approach her, whereupon she disappeared. Being very much attached to the lady, however, he did not feel disposed to follow her counsel, but having read the letter to his father, who highly approved of the match and laughed at the ghost, he returned to his chamber to seal it, when, while he was adding the superscription, she again appeared as before and reiterated her injunction. But love conquered, the letter was dispatched, the marriage ensued, and, after 10 years of strife and unhappiness, was dissolved by a judicial process. A remarkable circumstance occurred about 40 years ago in the family of Dr. Paulus, at Stuttgart. The wife of the head of the family having died, they, with some of their connections, were sitting at table a few days afterward, in the room adjoining that in which the corpse lay. Suddenly the door of the latter apartment opened, and the figure of the mother clad in white robes entered, and, saluting them as she passed, walked slowly and noiselessly through the room, and then disappeared again through the door by which she had entered. The whole company saw the apparition, but the father, who was at that time quite in health, died 8 days afterward. Madame R. had promised an old woodcutter, who had a particular horror of dying in the poorhouse, because he knew his body would be given to the surgeons, that she would take care to see him properly interred. The old man lived some years afterward, and she had quite lost sight of him, and indeed forgotten the circumstance, when she was one night awakened by the sound of some one cutting wood in her bedchamber, and so perfect was the imitation, that she heard every log flung aside as separated. She started up, exclaiming, "The old man must be dead." And so it proved, his last anxiety having been that Madame R. should remember her promise. That our interest in whatever has much concerned us in this life accompanies us beyond the grave seems to be proved by many stories I meet with, and the following is of undoubted authenticity. Some years ago, a music master died at Erfurt at the age of 70. He was a miser, and had never looked with very friendly eyes on Professor Rink, the composer, who he knew was likely to succeed to his classes. The old man had lived and died in an apartment adjoining the classroom, and the first day that Rink entered on his office, while the scholars were singing Aus der Tiefe ruf ich dich, which is a paraphrase of the De Profundis, he thought he saw, through a hole or bull's-eye in the door, something moving about the inner chamber. As the room was void of every kind of furniture, and nobody could possibly be in it, Rink looked more fixedly, when he distinctly saw a shadow, whose movements were accompanied by a strange rustling sound. Perplexed at the circumstance, he told his pupils that on the following day he should require them to repeat the same choral. They did so, and while they were singing, Rink saw a person walking backward and forward in the next room, who frequently approached the hole in the door. Very much struck with so extraordinary a circumstance, Rink had the choral repeated on the ensuing day, and this time his suspicions were fully confirmed. The old man, his predecessor, approaching the door and gazing steadfastly into the classroom. His face, said Rink, in relating the story to Dr. Mainzer, who has obligingly furnished it to me, as entered in his journal at that time, was of an ashy gray. The apparition, he added, never more appeared to me, although I frequently had the choral repeated. I am no believer in ghost stories, he added, nor in the least superstitious. Nevertheless, I cannot help admitting that I have seen this. It is impossible for me ever to doubt or to deny that which I know I saw. End of section 12. Recording by Warren Kati, Gurnee, Illinois.
Chapter 10 of The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers, by Catherine CROWE. Chapter 10. The Future That Awaits Us. Part 1. In all ages of the world, and in all parts of it, mankind have earnestly desired to learn the fate that awaited them when they had shuffled off this mortal coil, and those pretending to be their instructors have built up different systems which have stood in the stead of knowledge and more or less satisfied the bulk of the people. The interest on this subject is, at the present period, in the most highly civilized portions of the globe, less than it has been at any preceding one. The great proportion of us live for this world alone and think very little of the next. We are in too great a hurry of pleasure or business to bestow any time on a subject of which we have such vague notions so vague that, in short, we can scarcely by any effort of the imagination bring the idea home to ourselves, and when we are about to die, we are seldom in a situation to do more than resign ourselves to what is inevitable, and blindly meet our fate, while, on the other hand, what is generally called the religious world is so engrossed by its struggles for power and money, or by its sectarian disputes and enmities, and so narrowed and circumscribed by dogmatic orthodoxies, that it has neither inclination nor liberty to turn back or look around and endeavor to gather up from past records and present observation such hints as are now and again dropped in our path to give us an intimation of what the truth may be. The rationalistic age, too, out of which we are only just emerging, and which succeeded one of gross superstition, having settled beyond appeal that there never was such a thing as a ghost, that the dead never do come back to tell us the secrets of their prison house, and that nobody believes such idle tales but children and old women, seem to have shut the door against the only channel through which any information could be sought. Revelation tells us very little on this subject. Reason can tell us nothing. And if nature is equally silent, or if we are to be deterred from questioning her from the fear of ridicule, there is certainly no resource left us but to rest contented in our ignorance, and each wait till the awful secret is disclosed to ourselves. A great many things have been pronounced untrue and absurd, and even impossible, by the highest authorities of the age in which they lived, which have afterward, and indeed within a very short period, been found to be both possible and true. I confess myself, for one, to have no respect whatever for these dogmatic denials and affirmations, and I am quite of opinion that vulgar incredulity is a much more contemptible thing than vulgar credulity. We know very little of what is, and still less of what may be, and till a thing has been proved by induction logically impossible, we have no right whatever to pronounce that it is so. As I have said before, a priori conclusions are perfectly worthless, and the sort of investigation that is bestowed upon subjects of the class of which I am treating, something worse, inasmuch as they deceive the timid and the ignorant, and that very numerous class which pins its faith on authority and never ventures to think for itself, by an assumption of wisdom and knowledge, which, if examined and analyzed, would very frequently prove to be nothing more respectable than obstinate prejudice and rash assertion. For my own part, I repeat, I insist upon nothing. The opinions I have formed, from the evidence collected, may be quite erroneous. If so, as I seek only the truth, I shall be glad to be undeceived, and shall be quite ready to accept a better explanation of these facts, whenever it is offered to me. But it is in vain to tell me that this explanation is to be found in what is called imagination, or in a morbid state of the nerves, or an unusual excitement of the organs of color and form, or an imposture, or in all these together. The existence of all such sources of error and delusion I am far from denying, but I find instances that is quite impossible to reduce under any one of those categories, as we at present understand them. The multiplicity of these instances, too, for not to mention the large number that are never made known or carefully concealed, if I were to avail myself liberally of cases already recorded in various works, many of which I know, and many others I hear of as existing, but which I cannot conveniently get access to, I might fill volumes. German literature abounds in them. The number of the examples, I repeat, even on the supposition that they are not facts, would of itself form the subject of a very curious physiological or psychological inquiry. If so many people in respectable situations of life, and in apparently a normal state of health, are capable of either such gross impostures, or the subjects of such extraordinary spectral illusions, it would certainly be extremely satisfactory to learn something of the conditions that induce these phenomena in such abundance. And all I expect from my book at present is to induce a suspicion that we are not quite so wise as we think ourselves, and that it might be worth while to inquire a little seriously into reports, which may perchance turn out to have a deeper interest for us than all those various questions, public and private, put together with which we are daily agitating ourselves. I have alluded in an earlier part of this work to the belief entertained by the ancients that the souls of men, on being disengaged from their bodies, passed into a middle state called Hades, in which their portions seemed to be neither that of complete happiness nor of insupportable misery. They retained their personality, their human form, their memory of the past, and their interest in those that had been dear to them on earth. Communications were occasionally made by the dead to the living. They mourned over their duties neglected and their errors committed. Many of their mortal feelings, passions, and propensities seemed to survive, and they sometimes sought to repair, through the instrumentality of the living, the injuries they had formerly inflicted. In short, death was merely a transition from one condition of life to another. But in this latter state, although we do not see them condemned to undergo any torments, we perceive that they are not happy. They are indeed compartments in this dark region. There is Tartarus for the wicked, and the Elysian fields for the good. But they are comparatively thinly peopled. It is in the mid-region that these pale shades abound, consistently with the fact that here on earth moral as well as intellectual mediocrity is the rule, and the extremes of good or evil the exceptions. With regard to the opinion entertained of a future state by the Hebrews, the Old Testament gives us very little information, but what glimpses we do obtain of it appear to exhibit notions analogous to those of the heathen nations, inasmuch as that the personality and the form seem to be retained, and the possibility of these departed spirits revisiting the earth and holding commune with the living is admitted. The request of the rich man, also, that Lazarus might be sent to warn his brethren, yet alive, of his own miserable condition, testifies to the existence of these opinions, and it is worthy of remark that the favor is denied, not because its performance is impossible, but because the mission would be unavailing, a prediction which, it appears to me, time has singularly justified. Altogether, the notion that in the state entered upon after we leave this world, the personality and form are retained, that these shades sometimes revisit the earth, and that the memory of the past still survives, seems to be universal, for it is found to exist among all people, savage and civilized, and if not founded on observation and experience, it becomes difficult to account for such unanimity on a subject which I think, speculatively considered, would not have been productive of such results. And one proof of this is that those who reject such testimony and tradition as we have in regard to it, and rely only on their own understandings, appear to be pretty uniformly led to form opposite conclusions. They cannot discern the mode of such a phenomenon. It is open to all sorts of scientific objections, and the cui bono sticks in their teeth. This position being admitted, as I think it must be, we have but one resource left, whereby to account for the universality of this persuasion, which is that in all periods and places, both mankind and womankind, as well as in health as in sickness, have been liable to a series of spectral illusions of a most extraordinary and complicated nature, and bearing such a remarkable similarity to each other in regard to the objects supposed to be seen or heard, that they have been universally led to the same erroneous interpretation of the phenomenon. It is manifestly not impossible that this may be the case, and if it be so, it becomes the business of physiologists to inquire into the matter and give us some account of it. In the meantime, we may be permitted to take the other view of the question and examine what probabilities seem to be in its favor. When the body is about to die, that which cannot die, and which to spare words I will call the soul, departs from it whither? We do not know. But in the first place, we have no reason to believe that the space destined for its habitation is far removed from the earth, since, knowing nothing about it, we are equally entitled to suppose the contrary. And in the next, that which we call distance is a condition that merely regards material objects, and of which a spirit is quite independent, just as our thoughts are, which can travel from here to China and back again in a second of time. Well, then, supposing this being to exist somewhere, it is not unreasonable to suppose that the souls of the inhabitants of each planet continue to hover within the sphere of that planet, to which, for anything we can tell, they may be attached by a magnetic attraction. Supposing it is to find itself in space, free of the body, endowed with the memory of the past, and consequently with a consciousness of its own deserts, able to perceive that which we do not ordinarily perceive, namely, those who have passed into a similar state with itself, will it not naturally seek its place among those spirits which most resemble itself, and with whom, therefore, it must have the most affinity? On earth, the good seek the good, and the wicked, and the axiom that like associates with like, we cannot doubt will be as true hereafter as now. In my Father's house there are many mansions, and our intuitive sense of what is fit and just must needs assure us that this is so. There are too many degrees of moral worth and of moral unworth among mankind to permit of our supposing that justice could be satisfied by an abrupt division into two opposite classes. On the contrary, there must be infinite shades of desert, and as we must consider that which a spirit enters into on leaving the body is not so much a place as a condition, so there must be as many degrees of happiness or suffering as there are individuals, each carrying with him his own heaven or hell. For it is a vulgar notion to imagine that heaven and hell are places. They are states, and it is in ourselves we must look for both. When we leave the body, we carry them with us. As the tree falls, so it shall lie. The soul which here has wallowed in wickedness or been sunk into sensuality will not be suddenly purified by the death of the body. Its moral condition remains what its earthly sojourn has trained it to, but its means of indulging its propensities are lost. If it has no godly aspirations here, it will not be drawn to God there. And if it has so bound itself to the body that it has known no happiness but that to which the body ministered, it will be incapable of happiness when deprived of that enjoyment. Here we see at once what a variety of conditions must necessarily ensue, how many comparatively negative states there must be between those of positive happiness or positive misery. We may thus conceive how a soul, on entering upon this new condition, must find its own place or state. If its thoughts and aspirations here have been heavenward, and its pursuits noble, its conditions will be heavenly. The contemplation of God's works, seen not as by our mortal eyes, but in their beauty and their truth and ever-glowing sentiments of love and gratitude, and, for aught we know, good offices to souls in need, would constitute a suitable heaven or happiness for such a being. An incapacity for such pleasures and the absence of all others would constitute a negative state, in which the chief suffering would consist in mournful regrets and a vague longing for something better, which the untrained soul that never lifted itself from the earth knows not how to seek, while malignant passions and unquenchable desires would constitute the appropriate hell of the wicked. For we must remember that although a spirit is independent of those physical laws which are the conditions of matter, the moral law, which is indestructible, belongs peculiarly to it, that is, to the spirit, and is inseparable from it. We must next remember that this earthly body we inhabit is more or less a mask, by means of which we conceal from each other those thoughts which, if constantly exposed, would unfit us for living in community. But when we die, this mask falls away, and the truth shows nakedly. There is no more disguise. We appear as we are, spirits of light or spirits of darkness. And there can be no difficulty, I should think, in conceiving this, since we know that even our present opaque and comparatively inflexible features, in spite of all efforts to the contrary, will be the index of the mind, and that the expression of the face is gradually molded to the fashion of the thoughts. How much more must this be the case with the fluent and diaphanous body which we expect is to succeed the fleshly one? Thus, I think we have arrived at forming some conception of the state that awaits us hereafter. The indestructible moral law fixes our place or condition. Affinity governs our associations. And the mask under which we conceal ourselves having fallen away, we appear to each other as we are. And I must here observe that in this last circumstance must be compromised one very important element of happiness or misery. For the love of the pure spirits for each other will be forever excited, by simply beholding that beauty and brightness which will be the inalienable expression of their goodness, while the reverse will be the case with the spirits of darkness, for no one loves wickedness, in either themselves or others, however we may practice it. We must also understand that the words dark and light, which in this world of appearance we use metaphorically to express good and evil must be understood literally when speaking of that other world where everything will be seen as it is. Goodness is truth, and truth is light, and wickedness is falsehood, and falsehood is darkness, and so it will be seen to be. Those who have not the light of truth to guide them will wander darkly through this valley of the shadow of death. Those in whom the light of goodness shines will dwell in the light, which is inherent in themselves. The former will be in the kingdom of darkness, the latter in the kingdom of light. All the records existing of the blessed spirits that have appeared, ancient or modern, exhibit them as robed in light, while their anger or sorrow is symbolized by their darkness. Now there appears to me nothing incomprehensible in this view of the future. On the contrary, it is the only one which I ever found myself capable of conceiving, or reconciling with the justice and mercy of our Creator. He does not punish us, we punish ourselves. We have built up a heaven or a hell to our own liking, and we carry it with us. The fire that forever burns without consuming is the fiery evil in which we have chosen our part, and the heaven in which we shall dwell will be the heavenly peace which will dwell in us. We are our own judges and our own chastisers. And here I must say a few words on the subject of that apparently, to us, preternatural memory which is developed under certain circumstances, and to which I alluded in a former chapter. Everyone will have heard that persons who have been drowned and recovered have had, in what would have been their last moments, if no means had been used to revive them, a strange vision of the past, in which their whole life seemed to float before them in review. And I have heard of the same phenomenon taking place in moments of impending death in other forms. Now, as it is not during the struggle for life, but immediately before insensibility ensues, that this vision occurs, it must be the act of a moment, and this renders incomprehensible to us what is said by the seers of Prevorst and other somnambules of the highest order, namely, that the instant the soul is freed from the body, it sees its whole earthly career in a single sign. It knows that it is good or evil, and pronounces its own sentence. The extraordinary memory occasionally exhibited in sickness, where the link between the soul and the body is probably loosened, shows us an adumbration of this faculty. But this self-pronounced sentence, we are led to hope, is not final, nor does it seem consistent with the love and mercy of God that it should be so. There must be few indeed who leave this earth fit for heaven, for although the immediate frame of mind in which dissolution takes place is probably very important, it is surely a pernicious error, encouraged by jail chaplains and philanthropists, that a late repentance and a few parting prayers can purify a soul sullied by years of wickedness. Would we at once receive such a one into our intimate communion and love? Should we not require time for the stains of vice to be washed away and habits of virtue to be formed? Assuredly we should. And how can we imagine that the purity of heaven is to be sullied by that approximation which the purity of earth would forbid? It would be cruel to say, and irrational to think, that this late repentance is of no avail. It is doubtless so far of avail that the straining upward and the heavenly aspirations of the parting soul are carried with it, so that when it is free, instead of choosing the darkness, it will flee to as much light as is in itself, and be ready, through the mercy of God and the ministering of brighter spirits, to receive more. But in this case, as also in the innumerable instances of those who die in what may be called a negative state, the advance must be progressive, though wherever the desire exists, I must believe that this advance is possible. If not, wherefore did Christ, after being put to death in the flesh, go and preach to the spirits in prison? It would have been a mockery to preach salvation to those who had no hope, nor would they, having no hope, have listened to the preacher. I think these views are at once cheering, encouraging, and beautiful, and I cannot but believe that were they more generally entertained and more intimately conceived, they would be very beneficial in their effects. As I have said before, the extremely vague notions people have of a future life prevent the possibility of its exercising any great influence upon the present. The picture on one side is too revolting and inconsistent with our ideas of divine goodness to be deliberately accepted, while, with regard to the other, our feelings somewhat resemble those of a little girl I once knew, who, being told by her mother what was to be the reward of goodness if she were so happy as to reach heaven, put her finger in her eye and began to cry, exclaiming, "Oh, mamma, how tired I shall be singing!" The question which will now naturally arise, and which I am bound to answer, is, how have these views been formed, and what is the authority for them? And the answer I have to make will startle many minds when I say that they have been gathered from two sources. First, and chiefly, from the state in which those spirits appear to be, and sometimes avow themselves to be, who, after quitting the earth, return to it and make themselves visible to the living. And secondly, from the revelations of numerous somnambules of the highest order, which entirely conform in all cases not only with the revelations of the dead, but with each other. I do not mean to imply, when I say this, that I consider the question finally settled as to whether somnambules are really clear seers or only visionaries, nor that I have by any means established the fact that the dead do sometimes actually return, but I am obliged to beg the question for the moment, since, whether these sources be pure or impure, it is from them the information has been collected. It is true that these views are extremely conformable with those entertained by Plato in his school of philosophers, and also with those of the mystics of a later age. But the latter certainly, and the former probably, built up their systems on the same foundation, and I am very far from using the term mystics in the opprobrious, or at least contemptuous tone in which it has of late years been uttered in this country. For, although abounding in errors, as regarded the concrete, and although their want of an inductive methodology led them constantly astray in the region of the real, they were sublime teachers in that of the ideal, and they seem to have been endowed with a wonderful insight into this veiled department of our nature. It may be here objected that we only admire their insight because, being in entire ignorance of the subject of it, we accept raving for revelation, and that no weight can be attached to the conformity of later disclosures with theirs, since they have no doubt been founded upon them. As to the ignorance, it is admitted, and simply looking at their views as they stand, they have nothing to support them but their sublimity and consistency. But as regards the value of the evidence afforded by conformity, it rests on very different grounds, for the reporters from whom we collect our intelligence are, with very few exceptions, those of whom we may safely predicate that they were wholly unacquainted with the systems promulgated by the Platonic philosophers or the mystics either, nor in most instances had ever heard of their names. For as regards that peculiar somnambulic state which is here referred to, the subjects of it appear to be generally very young people of either sex, and chiefly girls. And as regards ghost-seeing, although this phenomenon seems to have no connection with the age of the seer, Yet it is not usually from the learned or the cultivated that we collect our cases, inasmuch as the apprehension of ridicule on the one hand, and the fast hold the doctrine of spectral illusions is taken of them on the other, prevent their believing in their own senses, or producing any evidence they might have to furnish. And here will be offered another subtle objection, namely, that the testimony of such witnesses as I have above described is perfectly worthless. But this I deny. The somnambulic states I allude to are such as have been developed not artificially, but naturally, and often under very extraordinary nervous diseases accompanied with catalepsy and various symptoms far beyond feigning. Such cases are rare, and in this country seem to have been very little observed, for doubtless they must occur, and when they do occur, they are very carefully concealed by the families of the patient, and not followed up or investigated as a psychological phenomenon by the physician, for it is to be observed that without questioning no revelations are made. They are not, as far as I know, ever spontaneous. I have heard of 2 such cases in this country, both occurring in the higher classes, and both patients being young ladies. But although surprising phenomena were exhibited, interrogation was not permitted, and the particulars were never allowed to transpire. No doubt there are examples of error and examples of imposture. So there are in everything where room is to be found for them, and I am quite aware of the propensity of hysterical patients to deceive. But it is for the judicious observers to examine the genuineness of each particular instance, and it is perfectly certain and well established by the German physiologists and psychologists, who have carefully studied the subject, that there are many above all suspicion. Provided then that the case be genuine, it remains to be determined how much value is to be attached to the revelations, for they may be quite honestly delivered and yet be utterly worthless, the mere ravings of a disordered brain. And it is here that conformity becomes important, for I cannot admit the objection that the simple circumstance of the patient's being diseased invalidates their evidence so entirely as to annul even the value of their unanimity, because, although it is not logically impossible that a certain state of nervous derangement should occasion all somnambules of the class in question to make similar answers when interrogated regarding a subject of which in their normal condition they know nothing, and on which they have never reflected, and that these answers should not be only consistent, but disclosing far more elevated views than are evolved by minds of a very superior order which have reflected on it very deeply. I say, although this is not logically impossible, it will assuredly be found, by most persons, an hypothesis of much more difficult acceptance than the one I propose, namely, that whatever be the cause of the effect, these patients are in a state of clear seeing, wherein they have more than mortal knowledge, that is, more knowledge than mortals possess in their normal condition. And it must not be forgotten that we have some facts confessed by all experienced physicians and psychologists, even in this country, proving that there are states of disease in which preternatural faculties have been developed, such as no theory has yet satisfactorily accounted for. But Dr. Passavent, who has written a very philosophical work on the subject of vital magnetism and clear seeing, asserts that it is an error to imagine that the ecstatic condition is merely the product of disease. He says that it has sometimes exhibited itself in persons of very vigorous constitutions, instancing Joan of Arc, a woman whom historians have little understood, and whose memory of Voltaire's detestable poem has ridiculed and degraded, but who was, nevertheless, a great psychological phenomenon. The circumstance, too, that phenomena of this kind are more frequently developed in women than in men, and that they are merely the consequence of her greater nervous irritability, has been made another objection to them. An objection, however, which Dr. Passavent considers founded on ignorance of the essential difference between the sexes, which is not merely a physical but a psychological one. Man is more productive than receptive. In a state of perfectibility, both attributes would be equally developed in him. But in this terrestrial life, only imperfect phases of the entire sum of the soul's faculties are so. Mankind are but children, male or female, young or old. Of man in his totality, we have but faint adumbrations here and there. Thus, the ecstatic woman will be more frequently a seer, instinctive and intuitive. Man, a doer and a worker, and as all genius is a degree of ecstasy or clear seeing, we perceive the reason wherefore in man it is more productive than in woman, and that our greatest poets and artists, in all kinds, are of the former sex, and even the most remarkable women produce but little in science or art, while on the other hand, the feminine instinct and tact and intuitive seeing of truth are frequently more sure than the ripe and deliberate judgment of man. And it is hence that solitude and such conditions as develop the passive or receptive at the expense of the active tend to produce this state, and to assimilate the man more to the nature of the woman, while in her they intensify these distinguishing characteristics. And this is also the reason that simple and childlike people and races are the most frequent subjects of these phenomena. It is only necessary to read Mozart's account of his own moments of inspiration to comprehend not only the similarity, but the positive identity of the ecstatic state with the state of genius in activity. "When all goes well with me," he says, "when I am in a carriage or walking, or when I cannot sleep at night, the thoughts come streaming in upon me most fluently. Whence or how is more than I can tell. What comes, I hum to myself as it proceeds, then follow the counterpoint and the clang of the different instruments, and if I am not disturbed, my soul is fixed, and the thing grows greater and broader and clearer, and I have it all in my head, even when the piece is a long one, and I see it like a beautiful picture, not hearing the different parts in succession as they might be played, but the whole at once. That is the delight. The composing and the making is like a beautiful and vivid dream, but this hearing of it is the best of all." What is this but clear seeing, backward and forward, the past and the future? The one faculty is not a whit more surprising and incomprehensible than the other to those who possess neither. Only we see the material product of one, and therefore believe in it. But as Passavent justly observes, these coruscations belong not to genius exclusively. They are latent in all men. In the highly gifted, this divine spark becomes a flame to light the world withal. But even in the coarsest and least developed organizations, it may and does momentarily break forth. The germ of the highest spiritual life is in the rudest, according to its degree, as well as in the highest form of man we have yet seen. He is but a more imperfect type of the race, in whom this spiritual germ has not unfolded itself. Then, with respect to our second source of information, I am quite aware that it is equally difficult to establish its validity, but there are a few arguments in our favor here too. In the first place, as Dr. Johnson says, though all reason is against us, a tradition is for us, and this conformity of tradition is surely of some weight, since I think it would be difficult to find any parallel instance of a universal tradition that was entirely without a foundation in truth. For with respect to witchcraft, the belief in which is equally universal, we now know that the phenomena were generally facts, although the interpretations put upon them were fables. It may certainly be objected that this universal belief in ghosts only arises from the universal prevalence of spectral illusions. But if so, as I have before observed, these spectral illusions become a subject of very curious inquiry. For in the first place, they frequently occur under circumstances the least likely to induce them, and to people whom we should least expect to find the victims of them. And in the second, there is a most remarkable conformity here too, not only between the individual cases occurring among all classes of persons, who had never exhibited the slightest tendency to nervous derangement or somnambulism, but also between these and the revelations of the somnambules. In short, it seems to me that life is reduced to a mere phantasmagoria, if spectral illusions are so prevalent, so complicated in their nature, and so delusive as they must be if all the instances of ghost-seeing that come before us are to be referred to that theory. How numerous these are, I confess myself not to have had the least idea, till my attention was directed to the inquiry, and that these instances have been equally frequent in all periods and places, we cannot doubt, from the variety of persons that have given in their adhesion, or at least that have admitted, as Addison did, that he could not refuse the universal testimony in favor of the reappearance of the dead, strengthened by that of many credible persons with whom he was acquainted. Indeed, the testimony in favor of the facts has been at all periods too strong to be wholly rejected, so that even the materialists like Lucretius and the elder Pliny find themselves obliged to acknowledge them, while on the other hand, the extravagant admissions that are demanded of us by those who endeavor to explain them away prove that their disbelief rests on no more solid foundation than their own prejudices. I acknowledge all the difficulty of establishing the facts, such difficulties as indeed encompass few other branches of inquiry, but I maintain that the position of the opponents is still worse, although by their high tone and contemptuous laugh they assume to have taken up one that, being fortified by reason, is quite impregnable, forgetting that the wisdom of man is preeminently foolishness before God, when it wanders into this region of unknown things, forgetting also that they are just serving this branch of inquiry as their predecessors, whom they laughed at, did physiology, concocting their systems out of their own brains instead of the responses of nature, and with still more rashness and presumption, this department of her kingdom being more inaccessible, more incapable of demonstration, and more entirely beyond our control, for these spirits will not come when we do call them. And I confess it often surprises me to hear the very shallow nonsense that very clever men talk upon the subject, and the inefficient arguments they use to disprove what they know nothing about. I am quite conscious that the facts I shall adduce are open to controversy. I can bring forward no evidence that will satisfy a scientific mind, but neither are my opponents a whit better fortified. All I do hope to establish is not a proof but a presumption, and the conviction I desire to awaken in people's minds is not that these things are so, but that they may be so, and that it is well worth our while to inquire whether they are or not. It will be seen that these views of a future state are extremely similar to those of Isaac Taylor, as suggested in his physical theory of another life, at least as far as he has entered upon the subject, and it is natural that they should be so, because he seems also to have been a convert to the opinion that the dead do sometimes break through the boundaries that hem in the ethereal crowds, and if so, as if by trespass, may in single instances infringe upon the ground of common corporeal life. Let us now fancy this dispossessed soul entering on its new career, amazed, and no more able than when it was in the body to accommodate itself at once to conditions of existence for which it was unprepared. If its aspirations had previously been heavenward, these conditions would not be altogether new, and it would speedily find itself at home in a sphere in which it had dwelt before. For, as I have formerly said, a spirit must be where its thoughts and affections are, and the soul, whose thoughts and affections had been directed to heaven, would only awaken after death into a more perfect and unclouded heaven. But imagine the contrary of all this. Conceive what this awakening must be to an earthbound spirit, to one altogether unprepared for its new home, carrying no light within it, floating in the dim, obscure, clinging to the earth where all its affectations were garnered up, for where its treasure is, there shall it be also. It will find its condition evil, more or less, according to the degree of its moral light or darkness, and in proportion to the amount of the darkness will be its incapacity to seek for light. Now there seems nothing offensive to our notions of the divine goodness in this conception of what awaits us when the body dies. It appears to me, on the contrary, to offer a more comprehensible and coherent view than any other that has been presented to me. Yet the state I have depicted is very much the Hades of the Greeks and Romans. It is the middle state on which all souls enter, a state in which there are many mansions. That is, there are innumerable states, probably not permanent, but ever progressive or retrograde, for we cannot conceive of any moral state being permanent, since we know perfectly well that ours is never so, and is always advancing or retroceding. When we are not improving, we are deteriorating, and so it must necessarily be with us hereafter. Now, if we admit the probability of this middle state, we have removed one of the great objections which are made to the belief in the reappearance of the dead, namely, that the blessed are too happy to return to the earth, and that the wicked have it not in their power to do so. This difficulty arises, however, very much from the material ideas entertained of heaven and hell, the notion that they are places instead of states. I am told that the Greek word Hades is derived from Aides, invisible, and that the Hebrew word Sheol, which has the same signification, also implies a state, not a place, since it may be interpreted into desiring, longing, asking, praying. These words in the Septuagint are translated grave, death, and hell, but previously to the Reformation they seem to have borne their original meaning, that is, the state into which the soul entered at the death of the body. It was probably to get rid of the purgatory of the Roman Church, which had doubtless become the source of many absurd notions and corrupt practices, that the doctrines of a middle state or Hades was set aside. Besides which, the honest desire for reformation in all reforming churches being alloyed by the odium theologicum, the purifying besom is apt to take too discursive a sweep, exercising less modesty and discrimination than might be desirable, and thus, not uncommonly, wiping away truth and falsehood together. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Chapter 10 of the Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers by CROWE. Chapter 10. The Future That Awaits Us. Part 2. Dismissing the idea, therefore, that heaven and hell are places in which the soul is imprisoned, whether in bliss or woe, and supposing that, by a magnetic relation, it may remain connected with the sphere to which it previously belonged, we may easily conceive that if it have the memory of the past, the more entirely sensuous its life in the body may have been, the closer it will cling to the scene of its former joys. Or, even if its sojourn on earth were not a period of joy, but the contrary, still, if it have no heavenward aspirations, it will find itself, if not in actual woe, yet aimless, objectless, and out of a congenial element. It has no longer the organs whereby it perceived, communicated with, and enjoyed the material world and its pleasures. The joys of heaven are not its joys. We might as well expect a hardened prisoner in Newgate, associating with others as hardened as himself, to melt into ecstatic delight at the idea of that which he cannot apprehend. How helpless and inefficient such a condition seems, and how natural it is to us to imagine that under such circumstances there might be awakened a considerable desire to manifest itself to those yet living in the flesh, if such a manifestation be possible. And what right we have, in direct contradiction to all tradition, to assert that it is not. We may raise up a variety of objections from physical science, but we cannot be sure that these are applicable to the case, and of the laws of spirit we know very little, since we are only acquainted with it as circumscribed, confined, and impeded in its operations by the body. And whenever such abnormal states occur as enable it to act with any degree of independence, man, under the dominion of his all-sufficient reason, denies and disowns the facts. That the manifestation of a spirit to the living, whether seen or heard, is an exception and not the rule, is evident. For supposing the desire to exist at all, it must exist in millions and millions of instances which never take effect. The circumstances must therefore, no doubt, be very peculiar, as regards both parties in which such a manifestation is possible. What these are we have very little means of knowing, but as far as we do know, we are led to conclude that a certain magnetic rapport or polarity constitutes this condition, while at the same time, as regards the seer, there must be what the prophet called the opening of the eye, which may perhaps signify the seeing of the spirit without the aid of the bodily organ, a condition which may temporarily occur to any one under we know not what influence, but which seems to a certain degree hereditary in some families. The following passage is quoted from Sir William Hamilton's edition of Dr. Reid's works, published in 1846. No man can show it to be impossible to the Supreme Being to have given us the power of perceiving external objects without any such organs, that is, our organs of sense. We have reason to believe that when we put off these bodies and all the organs belonging to them, our perceptive powers shall rather be improved than destroyed or impaired. We have reason to believe that the Supreme Being perceives everything in a much more perfect manner than we do, without bodily organs. We have reason to believe that there are other created beings endowed with powers of perception more perfect and more extensive than ours, without any such organs as we find necessary. And Sir William Hamilton adds the following note: however astonishing, it is now proved beyond all rational doubt that in certain abnormal states of the nervous organism perceptions are possible through other than the ordinary channels of the sense. Of the existence of this faculty in nature, anyone who chooses may satisfy himself by a very moderate degree of trouble, provided he undertake the investigation honestly. And this being granted, another objection, if not altogether removed, is considerably weakened. I allude to the fact that in numerous reported cases of ghost seeing, the forms were visible to only one person, even though others were present, which of course rendered them indistinguishable from cases of spectral illusion, and indeed, unless some additional evidence be afforded, they must remain so still. Only we have gained thus much, that this objection is no longer unanswerable, for whether the phenomenon is to be referred to a mutual rapport, or to the opening of the spiritual eye, we comprehend how one may see what others do not. But really, if the seeing depended upon ordinary vision, I cannot perceive that the difficulty is insurmountable, for we perfectly well know that some people are endowed with an acuteness of sense, or power of perception, which is utterly incomprehensible to others, for without entering into the disputed region of clear seeing, everybody must have met with instances of those strange antipathies to certain objects, accompanied by an extraordinary capacity for perceiving their presence, which remain utterly unexplained. Not to speak of cats and hares, where some electrical effects might be conceived. I lately heard of a gentleman who fainted if he were introduced into a room where there was a raspberry tart, and that there have been persons endowed with a faculty for discovering the proximity of water and metals, even without the aid of the divining rod, which latter marvel seems to be now clearly established as an electrical phenomenon, will scarcely admit of further doubt. A very eminent person with whom I am acquainted, possessing extremely acute olfactory powers, is the subject of one single exception. He is insensible to the odor of a bean field, however potent. But it would surely be very absurd in him to deny that the bean field emits an odor, and the evidence of the majority against him is too strong to admit of his doing so. Now we have only the evidence of a minority with regard to the existence of certain faculties not generally developed, but surely it argues great presumption to dispute their possibility. We might, I think, with more appearance of reason, insist upon it that my friend must be mistaken, and that he does smell the bean field, for we have the majority against him there most decidedly. The difference is that nobody cares whether the odor of the bean field is perceptible or not, but if the same gentleman asserted that he had seen a ghost, beyond all doubt his word would be disputed. Though we do not know what the conditions are that develop the faculty of what St. Paul calls the discerning of spirits, there is reason to believe that the approach of death is one. I have heard of too many instances of this kind where the departing person has been in the entire possession of his or her faculties to doubt that in our last moments we are frequently visited by those whom have gone before us, and it being admitted by all physiologists that preternatural faculties are sometimes exhibited at this period, we can have no right to say that the discerning of spirits is not one of them. There is an interesting story recorded by Beaumont in his World of Spirits, and quoted by Dr. Hibbert with the remark that no reasonable doubt can be placed on the authenticity of the narrative, as it was drawn up by the Bishop of Gloucester from the recital of the young lady's father, and I mention it here not for any singularity attending it, but first because its authenticity is admitted, and next on account of the manner in which, so much being granted, the fact is attempted to be explained away. Sir Charles Lee, by his first lady, had only one daughter, of which she died in childbirth, and when she was dead, her sister, the Lady Everard, desired to have the education of the child, and she was very well educated till she was marriageable, and a match was concluded for her with Sir W. Parkins. but was then prevented in an extraordinary manner. Upon a Thursday night, she, thinking she saw a light in her chamber after she was in bed, knocked for her maid, who presently came to her, and she asked why she left a candle burning in her room. The maid answered that she had left none, and that there was none but what she had brought with her at that time. Then, she said, it must be the fire, but that, her maid told her, was quite out, adding she believed it was only a dream, whereupon Miss Lee answered that it might be so, and composed herself again to sleep. But about 2 of the clock she was awakened again, and saw the apparition of a little woman between her curtains and her pillow, who told her she was her mother, that she was happy, and that by 12 of the clock the next day she would be with her. Whereupon she knocked again for her maid, called for her clothes, and when she was dressed, went into her closet, and came not out again till 9, and then brought out with her a letter, sealed, to her father, carried it to her aunt, the Lady Everard, told her what had happened, and desired that as soon as she was dead it might be sent to him. The lady thought she was suddenly fallen mad, and therefore sent presently away to Chelmsford for a physician and surgeon, who both came immediately. But the physician could discern no indication of what the lady imagined, or of any indisposition of her body. Notwithstanding, the lady would needs have her let blood, which was done accordingly, and when the young woman had patiently let them do what they would with her, she desired that the chaplain might be called to read prayers, and when the prayers were ended, she took her guitar and psalm book, and sat down upon a chair without arms, and played and sung so melodiously and admirably that her music master, who was then there, admired at it. And near the stroke of 12 she rose and sat herself down in a great chair with arms, and presently fetching a strong breathing or two, she immediately expired, and was so suddenly cold as was much wondered at by the physician and surgeon. She died at Waltham, in Essex, 3 miles from Chelmsford, and the letter was sent to Sir Charles at his home in Warwickshire. But he was so afflicted at the death of his daughter that he came not till she was buried. But when he came, he caused her to be taken up, and to be buried with her mother at Edmonton, as she desired in her letter. This circumstance occurred in the year 1662, and is, as Dr. Hibbert observes, one of the most interesting ghost stories on record. Yet he insists on placing it under the category of spectral illusions, upon the plea that, let the physician, whose skill he arraigns, say what he would, her death within so short a period proves that she must have been indisposed at the time she saw the vision, and that probably the languishing female herself might have unintentionally contributed to the more strict verification of the ghost's prediction, concluding with these words: all that can be said of it is that the coincidence was a fortunate one, for without it the story would probably never have met with a recorder, etc., etc. Now I ask, if this is a fair way of treating any fact transmitted to us on authority which the objector himself admits to be perfectly satisfactory, more especially as the assistants on the occasion appear to have been quite as unwilling to believe in the supernatural interpretation of it as Dr. Hibbert could have been himself, had he been present, for what more could he have done than conclude the young lady to be mad, and bled her, a line of practice which is precisely what would be followed at the present time, and which proves that they were very well aware of the sensuous illusions produced by a disordered state of the nervous system. And with respect to his conclusion that the languishing female contributed to the verification of the prediction, we are entitled to ask, where is the proof that she was languishing? A very clever watchmaker once told me that a watch may go perfectly well for years, and at length stop suddenly in consequence of an organic defect in its construction, which only becomes perceptible, even to the eye of a watchmaker, when this effect takes place, and we do not know that many persons have suddenly fallen dead immediately after declaring themselves in the best possible health, and we have therefore no right to dispute what the narrator implies, namely, that there were no sensible indications of the impending catastrophe. There was either some organic defect or derangement in this lady's physical economy, which rendered her death inevitable at the hour of noon on that particular Thursday, or there was not. If there was, and her certain death was impending at that hour, how came she acquainted with the fact? Surely it is a monstrous assumption to say that it was a fortunate coincidence, when no reason whatever is given us for concluding that she felt otherwise than perfectly well. If, on the contrary, we are to take refuge in the supposition that there was no death impending, and that she only died of the fright, how came she, feeling perfectly well, and in this case we have a right to conclude being perfectly well, to be the subject of such an extraordinary spectral illusion? And if such spectral illusions can occur to people in a good normal state of health, does it not become very desirable to give us some clearer theory of them than we have at present? But there is a third presumption to which the skeptical may have recourse, in order to get rid of this well-established, and therefore very troublesome fact, namely, that Miss Li was ill, although unconscious of it herself, and indicating no symptoms that could guide her physician to an enlightened diagnosis, and that the proof of this is to be found in the occurrence of the spectral illusion, and that this spectral illusion so impressed her that it occasioned the precise fulfillment of the imaginary prediction, an hypothesis which appears to me to be pressing very hard on the spectral illusion, for it is first called upon to establish the fact of an existing indisposition of no slight character, of which neither patient nor physician was aware, and it is next required to kill the lady with unerring certainty at the hour appointed, she being, according to the only authority we have for the story, in a perfectly calm and composed state of mind. For there is nothing to be discerned in the description of her demeanor but an entire and willing submission to the announced decree, accompanied by that pleasing exaltation which appears to me perfectly natural under the circumstances, and I do not think that anything we know of human vitality can justify us in believing that life can be so easily extinguished. But to such straits people are reduced who write with a predetermination to place their facts on a Procrustean bed till they have fitted them into their own cherished theory. In the above recorded case of Miss Li, the motive for the visit is a sufficient one, but one of the commonest objections to such narrations is the insignificance of the motive when any communications is made, or there being apparently no motive at all when none is made. Where any previous attachments has subsisted, we need seek no further for an impelling cause. But in other cases, this impelling cause must probably be sought in the earthly rapport still subsisting, and the urgent desire of the spirit to manifest itself and establish a communication where its thoughts and affections still reside, and we must consider that, provided there be no law of God prohibiting its revisiting the earth, which law would of course supersede all other laws, then, as I have before observed, where its thoughts and affections are, it must be also. What is it but our heavy material bodies that prevents us from being where our thoughts are? But the being near us and the manifesting itself to us are two very different things. The latter evidently depending on conditions we do not yet understand. As I am not writing a book on vital magnetism, and there are so many already accessible to everybody who chooses to be informed on it, I shall not here enter into the subject of magnetic rapport, it being, I believe, now generally admitted, except by the most obstinate skeptics, that such a relation can be established between two human beings. In what this relation consists is a more difficult question, but the most rational view appears to be that of a magnetic polarity, which is attempted to be explained by two theories, the dynamical and the ethereal, the one viewing the phenomena as simply the result of the transmission of forces, the other hypothesizing an ether which pervades all space and penetrates all substance, maintaining the connection between body and soul, and between matter and spirit. To most minds, this latter hypothesis will be the most comprehensible, on which account, since the result would be the same in either case, we may adopt for the moment, and there will then be less difficulty in conceiving that the influence of ether, of every being or thing, animate or inanimate, must extend beyond the periphery of its own terminations, and that this must be eminently the case where there is animal life, the nerves forming the readiest conductors for this supposed imponderable. The proofs of the existence of this ether are said to be manifold, and more especially to be found in the circumstances that every created thing sheds an atmosphere around it, after its kind. This atmosphere becoming, under certain conditions, perceptible or even visible, as in the instances of electric fish, etc., the fascinations of serpents, the influence of human beings upon plants, and vice versa, and finally the phenomena of animal magnetism, and the undoubted fact, to which I myself can bear witness, that the most ignorant girls, when in a state of somnambulism, have been known to declare that they saw their magnetizer surrounded by a halo of light, and it is doubtless this halo of light that, from their being strongly magnetic men, has frequently been observed to surround the heads of saints and eminently holy persons, the temperament that produced the internal fervor causing the visible manifestation of it. By means of this ether, or force, a never-ceasing motion and an intercommunication are sustained between all created things, and between created things and their Creator, who sustains them and creates them ever anew, by the constant exertion of his divine will, of which this is the messenger and the agent, as it is between our will and our own bodies, and without this sustaining will so exerted, the whole would fall away, dissolve, and die, for it is the life of the universe. That all inanimate objects emit an influence, greater or less, extending beyond their own peripheries, is established by their effects on various susceptible individuals, as well as on somnambules, and thus there exists a universal polarity and rapport, which are, however, stronger between certain organisms, and every being stands in a varying relation of positive and negative to every other. With regard to these theories, however, where there is so much obscurity even in the language, I do not wish to insist, more especially as I am fully aware that this subject may be discussed in a manner much more congruous with a dynamical spirit of the philosophy of this century. But in the meanwhile, as either of the causes alluded to is capable of producing the effects, we adopt the hypothesis of an all-pervading ether as the one most easily conceived. Admitting this, then, to be the case, we begin to have some notion of the modus operandi by which a spirit may manifest itself to us, whether to our internal universal sense or even to our sensuous organs. And we may also find one stumbling block removed out of our way, namely, that it shall be visible or even audible to one person and not to another, or at one time and not another. For by means of this ether or force we are in communication with all spirit, as well as with all matter, and since it is the vehicle of will, a strong exertion of will may reinforce its influence to a degree far beyond our ordinary conceptions. But man is not acquainted with his own power, and has consequently no faith in his own will, nor is it probably the design of Providence, in ordinary cases, that he should. He cannot therefore exert it. If he could, he might remove mountains. Even as it is, we know something of the power of will in its effect on other organisms, as exhibited by certain strong-willed individuals, also in popular movements, and more manifestly in the influence and far working of the magnetizer on his patient. The power of will, like the seeing of the spirit, is latent in our nature, to be developed in God's own time, but meanwhile slight examples are found shooting up here and there to keep alive in man the consciousness that he is a spirit, and give evidence of his divine origin. What especial laws may appertain to this supersensuous domain of nature? Of course we cannot know, and it is therefore impossible for us to pronounce how far a spirit is free or not free at all times to manifest itself. And we can therefore at present advance no reason for these manifestations not being the rule instead of the exception. The law which restrains more frequent intercourse may, for anything we know to the contrary, have its relaxations and its limitations founded in nature, and a rapport with, or the power of acting on, particular individuals may arise from causes of which we are equally ignorant. Undoubtedly, the receptivity of the corporeal being is one of the necessary conditions, while on the part of the incorporeal, the will is at once the cause and the agent that produces the effect, while attachment, whether to individuals or to the lost joys of the world, is the motive. The happy spirits in whom this latter impulse is weak, and who would float away into the glorious light of the pure moral law, would have little temptation to return, and at least would only be brought back by their holy affections or desire to serve mankind. The less happy, clinging to their dear corporeal life, would hover nearer to the earth, and I do question much whether the often ridiculed idea of the mystics, that there is a moral weight as well as a moral darkness, be not founded in truth. We know very well that even these substantial bodies of ours are to our own sensations, and very possibly, if the thing could be tested, would prove to be in fact lighter or heavier, according to the lightness or heaviness of the spirit, terms used figuratively, but perhaps capable of a literal interpretation. And thus the common idea of up and down, as applied to heaven and hell, is founded in truth, though not mathematically correct. We familiarly use the words up and down to express farther or nearer, as regards the planet on which we live. Experience seems to justify this view of the case, for supposing the phenomena I am treating to be facts and not spectral illusions, all tradition shows that the spirits most frequently manifested to man have been evidently not in a state of bliss, while, when bright ones appeared, it has been to serve him, and hence the old persuasion that they were chiefly the wicked that haunted the earth, and hence also the foundation for the belief that not only the murderer but the murdered returned to vex the living, and the just view that in taking away life the injury is not confined to the body, but extends to the surprised and angry soul, which is, quote, cut off even in the blossom of its sin, unhouselled, disappointed, unanelled, no reckoning made, but sent to its account with all its imperfections on its head. Unquote. It seems also to be gathered from experience that those whose lives have been rendered wretched rest not in their graves. At least several accounts I have met with, as well as tradition, countenance this view, and this may originate in the fact that cruelty and ill usage frequently produce very pernicious effects on the mind of the sufferer, in many instances inspiring not resignation or a pious desire for death, but resentment and an eager longing for a fair share of earthly enjoyment. Supposing also the feelings and prejudices of the earthly life to accompany this dispossessed soul, for though the liberation from the body inducts it into certain privileges inherent in spirit, its moral qualities remain as they were. As the tree falls, so it shall lie. Supposing, therefore, that these feelings and prejudices and recollections of its past life are carried with it, we see at once why the discontented spirits of the heathen world could not rest till their bodies had obtained sepulture, why the buried money should torment the soul of the miser, and why the religious opinions, whatever they may have been, believed in the flesh, seem to survive with the spirit. There are two remarkable exceptions, however, and these are precisely such as might be expected. Those who during their corporeal life have not believed in a future state return to warn their friends against the same error. "There is another world," said the brother of the young lady who appeared to her in the Cathedral of York on the day he was drowned, and there are several similar instances recorded. The belief that this life is the be-all and the end-all here is a mistake that death must instantly rectify. The other exception I allude to is that toleration of which, unfortunately, we see much less than is desirable in this world, seems happily to prevail in the next. For among the numerous narrations I meet with, in which the dead have returned to ask the prayers or the services of the living, they do not seem, as will be seen by and by, to apply by any means exclusively to members of their own church. The trait which seems to guide their selection of individuals is evidently not of a polemical nature. The pure worship of God and the inexorable moral law are what seem to prevail in the other world, and not the dogmatic theology which makes so much of the misery of this. There is a fundamental truth in all religions. The real end of all is morality. However the means may be mistaken, and however corrupt, selfish, ambitious, and sectarian the mass of their teachers may and generally do become, while the effect of prayer, in whatever form or to whatever ideal of the deity it may be offered, provided that offering be honestly and earnestly made, is precisely the same to the supplicant and in its results. I have reserved the following story, which is not a fiction, but the relation of an undoubted and well-attested fact, till the present chapter, as being particularly applicable to this branch of my subject. Some 90 years ago there flourished in Glasgow a club of young men, which, from the extreme profligacy of its members and the licentiousness of their orgies, was commonly called the Hell Club. Besides their nightly or weekly meetings, they held one grand annual Saturnalia, in which each tried to excel the other in drunkenness and blasphemy, and on these occasions there was no star among them whose lurid light was more conspicuous than that of a young Mr. Archibald B., who, endowed with brilliant talents and a handsome person, had held out great promise in his boyhood, and raised hopes which had been completely frustrated by his subsequent reckless dissipations. One morning, after returning from this annual festival, Mr. Archibald B., having retired to bed, dreamed the following dream. He fancied that he himself was mounted on a favorite black horse that he always rode, and that he was proceeding toward his own house, then a country seat, embowered by trees and situated upon a hill now entirely built over and forming part of the city, when a stranger, whom the darkness of night prevented his distinctly discerning, suddenly seized his horse's rein, saying, "You must go with me." "And who are you?" exclaimed the young man. with a volley of oaths while he struggled to free himself. "That you will see by and by," returned the other, in a tone that excited unaccountable terror in the youth, who, plunging his spurs into his horse, attempted to fly. But in vain. However fast the animal flew, the stranger was still beside him, till at length, in his desperate efforts to escape, the rider was thrown. But instead of being dashed to the earth, as he expected, he found himself falling still, as if sinking into the bowels of the earth. At length, a period being put to this mysterious descent, he found breath to inquire of his companion, who was still beside him, whither they were going. "Where am I? Where are you taking me?" he exclaimed. "To hell," replied the stranger, and immediately interminable echoes repeated the fearful sound. "To hell, to hell, to hell." At length a light appeared, which soon increased to a blaze. But instead of the cries and groans and lamentings which the terrified traveler expected, nothing met his ear but sounds of music, mirth, and jollity, and he found himself at the entrance of a superb building, far exceeding any he had seen constructed by human hands. Within, too, what a scene! No amusement, employment, or pursuit of man on earth but was here being carried on with a vehemence that excited his unutterable amazement. There the young and lovely still swam through the mazes of the giddy dance. There the panting steed still bore his brutal rider through the excitements of the goaded race. There, over the midnight bowl, the intemperate still drawled out the wanton song or maudlin blasphemy. The gambler plied for ever his endless game, and the slaves of Mammon toiled through eternity their bitter task, while all the magnificence of the earth paled before that which now met his view. He soon perceived that he was among old acquaintances whom he had known to be dead, and each, he observed, was pursuing the object, whatever it was, that had formerly engrossed him, when, finding himself relieved of the presence of his unwelcome conductor, he ventured to address his former friend, Mrs. D., whom he saw sitting, as had been her wont on earth, absorbed at loo, requesting her to rest from the game and introduce him to the pleasures of the place, which appeared to him to be very unlike what he had expected, and indeed an extremely agreeable one. But with a cry of agony she answered that there was no rest in hell, that they must ever toil on at those very pleasures, and innumerable voices echoed through the interminable vaults, "There is no rest in hell," while throwing open their vests, each disclosed in his bosom an ever-burning flame. These, they said, were the pleasures of hell. Their choice on earth was now their inevitable doom. In the midst of the horror this scene inspired, his conductor returned, and at his earnest entreaty restored him again to earth. But as he quitted him, he said, "Remember, in a year and a day we meet again." At the crisis of his dream, the sleeper awoke, feverish and ill, and whether from the effect of his dream or of his preceding orgies, he was so unwell as to be obliged to keep his bed for several days, during which period he had time for many serious reflections, which terminated in a resolution to abandon the club and his licentious companions altogether. He was no sooner well, however, than they flocked around him, bent on recovering so valuable a member of their society, and having wrung from him a confession of the cause of his defection, which, as may be supposed, appeared to them eminently ridiculous. They soon contrived to make him ashamed of his good resolutions. He joined them again, resumed his former course of life, and when the annual Saturnalia came around, he found himself with his glass in his hand at the table, when the president, rising to make the accustomed speech, began with saying, "Gentlemen, this being leap year, it is a year and a day since our last anniversary," etc., etc. The words struck upon the young man's ear like a knell, but ashamed to expose his weakness to the jeers of his companions, he set out the feast, plying himself with wine even more liberally than usual, in order to drown his intrusive thoughts, till, in the gloom of a winter's morning, he mounted his horse to ride home. Some hours afterward the horse was found, with his saddle and bridle on, quietly grazing by the roadside, about halfway between the city and Mr. B.'s house, while a few yards off lay the corpse of his master. Now, as I have said in introducing this story, it is no fiction. The circumstance happened as here related. An account of it was published at the time, but the copies were bought up by the family. 2 or 3, however, were preserved, and the narrative has been reprinted. The dream is evidently of a symbolical character, and accords in a very remarkable degree with the conclusions to be drawn from the sources I have above indicated. The interpretation seems to be that the evil passions and criminal pursuits which have been indulged in here become our curse hereafter. I do not mean to imply that the ordinary amusements of life are criminal. Far from it. There is no harm in dancing, nor in playing at loo either. But if people make these things the whole business of their lives, and think of nothing else, cultivating no higher tastes, nor forming no higher aspirations, what sort of preparation are they making for another world? I can hardly imagine that anybody would wish to be doing these things to all eternity. The more especially that is most frequently ennui that drives their votaries into excesses, even here. But if they have allowed their minds to be entirely absorbed in such frivolities and trivialities, surely they cannot expect that God will, by a miracle, suddenly obliterate these tastes and inclinations, and inspire them with others better suited to their new condition. It was their business to do that for themselves while here, and such a process of preparation is not in the slightest degree inconsistent with the enjoyment of all manner of harmless pleasures. On the contrary, it gives the greatest zest to them, for a life in which there is nothing serious, in which all is play and diversion, is beyond doubt, next to a life of active persevering wickedness, the saddest thing under the sun. But let everybody remember that we see in nature no violent transitions. Everything advances by almost insensible steps, at least everything that is to endure, and therefore to expect that because they have quitted their fleshly bodies, which they always knew were but a temporary appurtenance, doomed to perish and decay, they themselves are to undergo a sudden and miraculous conversion and purification, which is to elevate them into fit companions for the angels of heaven and the blessed that have passed away, is surely one of the most inconsistent, unreasonable, and pernicious errors that mankind ever indulged in. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers by CROWE. Chapter 11. The Power of Will. The power, be it what it may, whether of dressing up an ethereal visible form, or of acting on the constructive imagination of the seer, which would enable a spirit to appear in his habit as he lived, would also enable him to present any other object to the eye of the seer, or himself, in any shape or fulfilling any function he willed. And we thus find in various instances, especially those recorded in the Seerist of Prevorst, that this is the case. We not only see changes of dress, but we see books, pens, writing materials, etc., in their hands, and we find a great variety of sounds imitated, which sounds are frequently heard not only by those who have the faculty of discerning of spirits, as St. Paul says, but also by every other person on the spot. For the hearing these sounds does not seem to depend on any particular faculty on the part of the auditor, except it be in the case of speech. The hearing the speech of a spirit, on the contrary, appears in most instances to be dependent on the same conditions as the seeing it, which may possibly arise from there being in fact no audible voice at all, but the same sort of spiritual communication which exists between a magnetizer and his patient, wherein the sense is conveyed without words. This imitating of sounds I shall give several instances of in a future chapter. It is one way in which a death is frequently indicated. I could quote a number of examples of this description, but shall confine myself to 2 or 3. Mrs. D., being one night in her kitchen preparing to go to bed after the house was shut up and the rest of the family retired, was startled by hearing a foot coming along the passage, which she recognized distinctly to be that of her father, who she was quite certain was not in the house. It advanced to the kitchen door, and she waited with alarm to see if the door was to open, but it did not, and she heard nothing more. On the following day she found that her father had died at that time, and it was from her niece I heard the circumstance. A Mr. J. S., belonging to a highly respectable family with whom I am acquainted, having been for some time in declining health, was sent abroad for change of air. During his absence, one of his sisters, having been lately confined, an old servant of the family was sitting half asleep in an armchair in a room adjoining that in which the lady slept, when she was startled by hearing the foot of Mr. J. S. ascending the stairs. It was easily recognizable, for owing to his constant confinement to the house, in consequence of his infirm health, his shoes were always so dry that their creaking was heard from one end of the house to the other. So far surprised out of her recollection as to forget he was not in the country, the good woman started up, and rushing out with her candle in her hand, to light him, she followed the steps up to Mr. J. S.'s own bedchamber, never discovering that he was not preceding her till she reached the door. She then returned quite amazed, and having mentioned the occurrence to her mistress, they noted the date, and it was afterward ascertained that the young man had died at Lisbon on that night. Mrs. F. tells me that being one morning at 11 o'clock engaged in her bedroom, she suddenly heard a strange, indescribable, sweet but unearthly sound, which apparently proceeded from a large open box which stood near her. She was seized with an awe and a horror which there seemed nothing to justify, and fled upstairs to mention the circumstance, which she could not banish from her mind. At that precise day and hour, 11 o'clock, her brother was drowned. The news reached her 2 days after. Instances of this kind are so well known that it is unnecessary to multiply them further. With respect to the mode of producing these sounds, however, I should be glad to say something more definite if I could. But from the circumstance of their being heard not only by one person, who might be supposed to be en rapport, or whose constructive imagination might be acted upon, but by anyone who happens to be within hearing, we are led to conclude that the sounds are really reverberating through the atmosphere. In the strange cases recorded in the Seeress of Prevorst, although the apparitions were visible only to certain persons, the sounds they made were audible to all, and the Seeress says they are produced by means of the nerve spirit, which I conclude is the spiritual body of St. Paul in the atmosphere, as we produce sound by means of our material body in the atmosphere. In this plastic power of the spirit to present to the eye of the seer whatever object it wills, we find the explanation of such stories as the famous one of Fincius and Mercatus, related by Baronius in his Annals. These 2 illustrious friends, Michael Mercatus and Marcellinus Fincus, after a long discourse on the nature of the soul, had agreed that if possible, whichever died first should return to visit the other. Some time afterward, while Mercatus was engaged in study at an early hour in the morning, he suddenly heard the noise of a horse galloping in the street, which presently stopped at his door, and the voice of his friend Fincius exclaimed, "O Michael! O Michael! Vira sunt illa! Those things are true." Whereupon Mercatus hastily opened his window, and espied his friend Fincius on a white steed. He called after him, but he galloped away out of his sight. On sending to Florence to inquire for Fincius, he learned that he had died about that hour he called to him. From this period to that of his death, Mercatus abandoned all profane studies, and addicted himself wholly to divinity. Baronius lived in the 16th century, and even Dr. Ferrier and the spectral illusionists admit that the authenticity of this story cannot be disputed, although they still claim it for their own. Not very many years ago, Mr. C., a staid citizen of Edinburgh, whose son told me the story, was one day riding gently up Corstorphine Hill, in the neighbourhood of the city, when he observed an intimate friend of his own on horseback also immediately behind him. So he slackened his pace to give him an opportunity of joining company. Finding he did not come up so quickly as he should, he looked round again, and was astonished at no longer seeing him, since there was no side road into which he could have disappeared. He returned home, perplexed at the oddness of the circumstance, when the first thing he learned was that during his absence this friend had been killed by his horse falling in Candlemaker's Row. I have heard of another circumstance which occurred some years ago in Yorkshire, where, I think, a farmer's wife was seen to ride into a farmyard on horseback, but could not afterward be found, or the thing accounted for, till it was ascertained that she had died at that period. There are very extraordinary stories extant in all countries of persons being annoyed by appearances in the shape of different animals, which one would certainly be much disposed to give over altogether to the illusionists, though at the same time it is very difficult to reduce some of the circumstances under that theory, especially one mentioned page 307 of my translation of the Seerist of Prevorst. If they are not illusions, they are phenomena to be attributed either to this plastic power, or to that magico-magnetic influence in which the belief in lycanthropy and other strange transformations have originated. The multitudes of unaccountable stories of this description, recorded in the witch trials, have long furnished a subject of perplexity to everybody who was sufficiently just to human nature to conclude that there must have been some strange mystery at the bottom of an infatuation that prevailed so universally, and in which so many sensible, honest, and well-meaning persons were involved. Till of late years, when some of the arcana of animal or vital magnetism have been disclosed to us, it was impossible for us to conceive by what means such strange conceptions could prevail. But since we now know, and many of us have witnessed, that all the senses of a patient are frequently in such subjection to his magnetizer, that they may be made to convey any impressions to the brain that magnetizer wills, we can without much difficulty conceive how this belief in the power of transformation took its rise. And we also know how a magician could render himself visible or invisible at pleasure. I have seen the sight or hearing of a patient taken away, and restored by Mr. Spencer Hall in a manner that could leave no doubt on the mind of the beholder, the evident paralysis of the eye of the patient testifying to the fact. M. Eusèbe Salverte, the most determined of rationalistic skeptics, admits that we have numerous testimonies to the existence of an art, which he confesses himself at some loss to explain, although the opposite quarters from which the accounts of it reach us render it difficult to imagine that the historians have copied each other. The various transformations of the gods into eagles, bulls, etc., have been set down as mere mythological fables, but they appear to have been founded on an art, known in all quarters of the world, which enabled the magician to take on a form that was not his own, so as to deceive his nearest and dearest friends. In the history of Genghis Khan there is mention of a city which he conquered, in which dwelt, says Suidas, certain men who possessed the secret of surrounding themselves with deceptive appearances, insomuch that they were able to represent themselves to the eyes of people quite different to what they really were. Saxo Grammaticus, in speaking of the traditions connected with the religion of Odin, says that the Magi were very expert in the art of deceiving the eyes, being able to assume, and even to enable others to assume, the forms of various objects, and to conceal their real aspects under the most attractive appearances. John of Salisbury, who seems to have drawn his information from sources now lost, says that Mercury, the most expert of magicians, had the art of fascinating the eyes of men to such a degree as to render people invisible, or make them appear in forms quite different to what they really bore. We also learn from an eyewitness that Simon the magician possessed the secret of making another person resemble him so perfectly that every eye was deceived. Pomponius Mela affirms that the druidesses of the island of Sina could transform themselves into any animal they chose, and Proteus has become a proverb by his numerous metamorphoses. Then, to turn to another age and another hemisphere, we find Joseph Acosta, who resided a long time in Peru, assuring us that there existed at that period magicians who had the power of assuming any form they chose. He relates that the predecessor of Montezuma, having sent to arrest a certain chief, the latter successively transformed himself into an eagle, a tiger, and an immense serpent, and so eluded the envoys, till, having consented to obey the king's mandate, he was carried to court and instantly executed. The same perplexing exploits are confidently attributed to the magicians of the West Indies, and there were two men eminent among the natives, the one called Gomez and the other Gonzales, who possessed this art in an eminent degree, but both fell victims to the practice of it, being shot during the period of their apparent transformations. It is also recorded that Nanak, the founder of the Sikhs, who are not properly a nation, but a religious sect, was violently opposed by the Hindu zealots, and at one period of his career, when he visited Vatala, the Yogaswaras, who were recluses, that by means of corporeal mortifications were supposed to have acquired command over the powers of nature, were so enraged against him that they strove to terrify him by their enchantments, assuming the shapes of tigers and serpents. But they could not succeed, for Nanak appears to have been a real philosopher, who taught a pure theism, and inculcated universal peace and toleration. His tenets, like the tenets of the founders of all religions, have been since corrupted by his followers. We can scarcely avoid concluding that the power by which these feats were performed is of the same nature as that by which a magnetizer persuades his patients that the water he drinks is beer, or the beer wine, and the analogy between it and that by which I have supposed a spirit to present himself with such accompaniments as he desires, to the eye of a spectator, is evident. In those instances where female figures are seen with children in their arm, the appearance of the child we must suppose to be produced in this manner. Spirits of darkness, however, cannot, as I have before observed, appear as spirits of light. The moral nature cannot be disguised. On one occasion, when Frederica Hoff asked a spirit if he could appear in what form he pleased, he answered no, that if he had lived as a brute, he should appear as a brute. As our dispositions are, so we appear to you. This plastic power is exhibited in those instances I have related, where the figure appeared dripping with water, indicating the kind of death that had been suffered, and also in such cases as that of Sir Robert H.E., where the apparition showed a wound in his breast. There are a vast number of similar ones on record in all countries, but I will here mention one which I received from the lips of a member of the family concerned, wherein one of the trivial actions of life was curiously represented. Miss L. lived in the country with her 3 brothers, to whom she was much attached, as they were to her. These young men, who amused themselves all the morning with their outdoor pursuits, were in the habit of coming to her apartment most days before dinner, and conversing with her till they were summoned to the dining room. One day, when 2 of them had joined her as usual, and they were chatting cheerfully over the fire, the door opened, and the 3rd came in, crossed the room, entered an adjoining one, took off his boots, and then, instead of sitting down beside them as usual, passed again through the room, went out, leaving the door open, and they saw him ascend the stairs toward his own chamber, whither they concluded he was gone to change his dress. These proceedings had been observed by the whole party. They saw him enter, saw him take off his boots, saw him ascend the stairs, continuing the conversation without the slightest suspicion of anything extraordinary. Presently afterward the dinner was announced, and as this young man did not make his appearance, the servant was desired to let him know they were waiting for him. The servant answered that he had not come in yet, but being told he would find him in his bedroom, he went upstairs to call him. He was, however, not there, nor in the house, nor were his boots to be found where he had been seen to take them off. While they were yet wondering what could have become of him, a neighbor arrived to break the news to the family that their beloved brother had been killed while hunting. and that the only wish he expressed was that he could live to see his sister once more. I observed in a former chapter, while speaking of wraiths, how very desirable it would be to ascertain whether the phenomenon takes place before or after the dissolution of the bond between soul and body. I have since received the most entire satisfaction on that head, so far as the establishing the fact that it does sometimes occur after the dissolution. 3 cases have been presented to me from the most undoubted authority, in which the wraith was seen at intervals varying from 1 to 3 days after the decease of the person whose image it was, very much complicating the difficulty of that theory which considers these phenomena the result of an interaction wherein the vital principle of one person is able to influence another within its sphere, and thus make the organs of that other the subjects of its will, a magical power, by the way, which far exceeds that which we possess over our own organs. There is here, however, where death has taken place, no living organism to produce the effect, and the phenomenon becomes, therefore, purely subjective, a mere spectral illusion attended by a coincidence, or else the influence is that of the disembodied spirit, and those who will take the trouble of investigating this subject will find that the number of these coincidences would violate any theory of probabilities, to a degree that precludes the acceptance of that explanation. I do not see, therefore, on what we are to fall back, except it be the willing agency of the released spirit, unless we suppose that the operation of the will of the dying person travelled so slowly that it did not take effect till a day or 2 after it was exerted, an hypothesis too extravagant to be admitted. Dr. Passavant, whose very philosophical work on this occult department of nature is well worth attention, considers the fact of these appearances far too well established to be disputed, and he enters into some curious disquisitions with regard to what the Germans call far-working, or the power of acting on bodies at a distance without any sensible conductor, instancing the case of a gymnotus, which was kept alive for 4 months in Stockholm, and which, when urged by hunger, could kill fish at a distance without contact, adding that it rarely miscalculated the amount of the shock necessary to its purpose. These and all such effects are attributed by this school of physiologists to the supposed imponderable, the nervous ether I have elsewhere mentioned, which Dr. Passavant conceives in cases of somnambulism, certain sicknesses, and the approach of death, to be less closely united to its material conductors, the nerves, and therefore capable of being more or less detached and acting at a distance, especially on those with whom relationship, friendship, or love establishes a rapport, or polarity. And he observes that intervening substances or distance can no more impede this agency than they do the agency of mineral magnetism. And he considers that we must here seek for the explanation of those curious so-called coincidences of pictures falling and clocks and watches stopping at the moment of a death, which we frequently find recorded. With respect to the wraiths, he observes that the more the ether is freed as by trance or the immediate approach of death, the more easily the soul sets itself in rapport with distant persons, and thus it either acts magically, so that the seer perceives the real actual body of the person that is acting upon him, or else that he sees the ethereal body, which presents the perfect form of the fleshly one, and which, while the organic life proceeds, can be momentarily detached and appear elsewhere. And this ethereal body he holds to be the fundamental form, of which the external body is only the copy, or husk. I confess I much prefer this theory of Dr. Passavant's, which seems to me to go very much to the root of the matter. We have here the spiritual body of St. Paul, and the nerve spirit of the somnambulists, and their magical effects are scarcely more extraordinary, if properly considered, than their agency on our own material bodies. It is this ethereal body which obeys the intelligent spirit within, and which is the intermediate agent between the spirit and the fleshly body. We here find the explanation of wraiths. While persons are in trance, or deep sleep, or comatose, this ethereal body can be detached and appear elsewhere, and I think there can be no great difficulty for those who can follow us so far to go a little further, and admit that this ethereal body must be indestructible and survive the death of the material one, and that it may therefore not only become visible to us under given circumstances, but that it may also produce effects bearing some similarity to those it was formerly capable of, since, in acting on our bodies during life, it is already acting on a material substance in a manner so incomprehensible to us that we might well apply the word magical when speaking of it, were it not that custom has familiarized us to the marvel. It is to be observed that this idea of a spiritual body is one that pervaded all Christendom in the earlier and purer ages of Christianity before priestcraft, and by priestcraft I mean the priestcraft of all denominations, had overshadowed and obscured by its various sectarian heresies the pure teaching of Jesus Christ. Dr. Ennemoser mentions a curious instance of this actio in distans, or far working. It appears that Van Helmont, having asserted that it was possible for a man to extinguish the life of an animal by the eye alone, oculus intendus, Rousseau, the naturalist, repeated the experiment when in the East, and in this manner killed several toads; but on a subsequent occasion, while trying the same experiment at Lyons, the animal, on finding it could not escape, fixed its eyes immovably on him, so that he fell into a fainting fit and was thought to be dead. He was restored by means of theriacum and viper powder, a truly homeopathic remedy. However, we here probably see the origin of the universal popular persuasion that there is some mysterious property in the eye of a toad, and also of the so-called superstition of the evil eye. A very remarkable circumstance occurred some years ago at Kirkcaldy, when a person for whose truth and respectability I can vouch was living in the family of a Colonel M. at that place. The house they inhabited was at one extremity of the town, and stood in a sort of paddock. One evening, when Colonel M. had dined out, and there was nobody at home but Mrs. M., her son, a boy about 12 years old, and Anne the maid, my informant, Mrs. M. called the latter and directed her attention to a soldier who was walking backward and forward in the drying ground behind the house, where some linen was hanging on the lines. She said she wondered what he could be doing there, and bade Anne fetch in the linen lest he should purloin any of it. The girl, fearing he might be some ill-disposed person, felt afraid. Mrs. M., however, promising to watch from the window that nothing happened to her, she went, but still apprehensive of the man's intentions, she turned her back towards him and hastily pulled down the linen as she carried it into the house. He continued his walk the while as before, taking no notice of her whatsoever. Ere long the Colonel returned, and Mrs. M. lost no time in taking him to the window to look at the man, saying she could not conceive what he could mean by walking backward and forward there all that time. Whereupon Anne added jestingly, "I think it's a ghost, for my part." Colonel M. said he would soon see that, and calling a large dog that was lying in the room, and accompanied by the little boy, who begged to be permitted to go also, he stepped out and approached the stranger, when, to his surprise, the dog, which was an animal of high courage, instantly flew back and sprung through the glass door which the Colonel had closed behind him, shivering the panes all around. The Colonel meanwhile advanced and challenged the man repeatedly without obtaining any answer or notice whatever, till at length, getting irritated, he raised a weapon with which he had armed himself, telling him he must speak or take the consequences, when, just as he was preparing to strike, lo! there was nobody there. The soldier had disappeared, and the child sunk senseless to the ground. Colonel M. lifted the boy in his arms, and as he brought him into the house, he said to the girl, "You are right, Anne, it was a ghost." He was exceedingly impressed with this circumstance, and much regretted his own behaviour, and also having taken the child with him, which he thought had probably prevented some communication that was intended. In order to repair, if possible, these errors, he went out every night and walked on that spot for some time, in hopes the apparition would return. At length he said that he had seen and conversed with it, but the purport of the conversation he would never communicate to any human being, not even to his wife. The effect of this occurrence on his own character was perceptible to everybody that knew him. He became grave and thoughtful, and appeared like one who had passed through some strange experience. The above-named Anne H., from whom I have the account, is now a middle-aged woman. When the circumstance occurred, she was about 20 years of age. She belongs to a highly respectable family, and is, and always has been, a person of unimpeachable character and veracity. In this instance, as in several others I meet with, the animal had a consciousness of the nature of the appearance, while the persons around him had no suspicion of anything unusual. In the following singular case we must conclude that attachment counteracted this instinctive apprehension. A farmer in Argyllshire lost his wife, and a few weeks after her decease, as he and his son were crossing a moor, they saw her sitting on a stone with their house dog lying at her feet, exactly as he used to do when she was alive. As they approached the spot, the woman vanished, and, supposing the dog must be equally visionary, they expected to see him vanish also, when, to their surprise, he rose and joined them, and they found it was actually the very animal of flesh and blood. As the place was at least 3 miles from any house, they could not conceive what could have taken him there. It was probably the influence of her will. The power of will is a phenomenon that has been observed in all ages of the world, though of late years much less than at an earlier period; and, as it was then more frequently exerted for evil than good, it was looked upon as a branch of the art of black magic, while the philosophy of it being unknown, the devil was supposed to be the real agent, and the witch or wizard only his instrument. The profound belief in the existence of this art is testified by the 12 tables of Rome, as well as by the books of Moses and those of Plato, etc. It is extremely absurd to suppose that all these statutes were enacted to suppress a crime which never existed, and with regard to these witches and wizards we must remember, as Dr. Ennemoser justly remarks, that the force of will has no relation to the strength or weakness of the body. Witness the extraordinary feats occasionally performed by feeble persons under excitement, etc., and although these witches and wizards were frequently weak, decrepit people, they either believed in their own arts, or else that they had a friend or coadjutor in the devil, who was able and willing to aid them. They therefore did not doubt their own power, and they had the one great requisite, faith, to will and to believe. By the Marquis de Puysegur of the cures he performed, and this unconsciously becomes the recipe of all such men as Greatrix, the Shepherd of Dresden, and many other wonder workers. And hence we see why it is usually the humble, the simple, and the childlike, the solitary, the recluse, nay, the ignorant, who exhibit traces of these occult faculties. For he who cannot believe cannot will, and the skepticism of the intellect disables the magician, and hence we say also wherefore in certain parts of the world and in certain periods of its history these powers and practices have prevailed. They were believed in because they existed, and they existed because they were believed in. There was a continued interaction of cause and effect, of faith and works. People who look superficially at these things delight in saying that the more the witches were persecuted, the more they abounded, and that when the persecution ceased we heard no more of them. Naturally, the more they were persecuted, the more they believed in witchcraft and in themselves. When persecution ceased, and men in authority declared that there was no such thing as witchcraft or witches, they lost their faith, and with it that little sovereignty over nature that faith had conquered. Here we also see an explanation of the power attributed to blessings and curses. The Word of God is creative, and man is the child of God, made in His image, who never outgrows his childhood, and is often most a child when he thinks himself the wisest. For the wisdom of this world, we cannot too often repeat, is foolishness before God, and being a child, his faculties are feeble in proportion. But though limited in amount, they are divine in kind, and are latent in all of us, still shooting up here and there to amaze and perplex the wise, and make merry the foolish, who have nearly all alike forgotten their origin, and disowned their birthright. End of chapter 11. Recording by Philip Gould.
Chapter 12 of the Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers, by CROWE. Chapter 12. Troubled Spirits. A very curious circumstance, illustrative of the power of will, was lately narrated to me by a Greek gentleman, to whose uncle it occurred. His uncle, Mr. M., was some years ago travelling in Magnesia with a friend, when they arrived one evening at a caravanserai where they found themselves unprovided with anything to eat. It was therefore agreed that one should go forth and endeavour to procure food, and the friend offering to undertake the office, Mr. M. stretched himself on the floor to repose. Some time had elapsed, and his friend had not yet returned, when his attention was attracted by a whispering in the room. He looked up, but saw nobody, though still the whispering continued, seeming to go round by the wall. At length it approached him, but though he felt a burning sensation on his cheek, and heard the whispering distinctly, he could not catch the words. Presently he heard the footsteps of his friend, and thought he was returning. But though they appeared to come quite close to him, and it was perfectly light, he still saw nobody. Then he felt a strange sensation, an irresistible impulse to rise. He felt himself drawn up across the room, out of the door, down the stairs. He must go, he could not help it, to the gate of the caravanserai. A little farther, and there he found the dead body of his friend, who had been suddenly assailed and cut down by robbers, unhappily too plenty in the neighbourhood at that period. We here see the desire of the spirit to communicate his fate to the survivor, the imperfection of the report, or the receptivity, which prevented a more direct intercourse, and the exertion of a magnetic influence which Mr. M. could not resist, precisely similar to that of a living magnetizer over his patient. There is a story extant in various English collections, the circumstances of which are said to have occurred about the middle of the last century, and which I shall here mention on account of its similarity to the one that follows it. Dr. Bretton, who was late in life appointed rector of Ludgate, lived previously in Hertfordshire, where he married the daughter of Dr. Santer, a woman of great piety and virtue. This lady died, and one day, as a former servant of hers, to whom she had been attached, and who had since married, was nursing her child in her own cottage, the door opened, and the lady entered, so exactly resembling the late Mrs. Bretton in dress and appearance, that she exclaimed, "If my mistress were not dead, I should think you were she." Whereupon the apparition told her that she was, and requested her to go with her, as she had business of importance to communicate. Alice objected, being very much frightened, and entreated her to address herself rather to Dr. Bretton; but Mrs. B. answered that she had endeavoured to do so, and had been several times in his room for that purpose, but he was still asleep, and she had no power to do more toward awakening him than once uncover his feet. Alice then pleaded that she had nobody to leave with her child, but Mrs. B. promising that the child should sleep till her return, she at length obeyed the summons, and having accompanied the apparition into a large field, the latter bade her observe how much she measured off with her feet, and having taken a considerable compass, she bade her go and tell her brother that all that portion had been wrongfully taken from the poor by their father, and that he must restore it to them, adding that she was the more concerned about it, since her name had been used in the transaction. Alice then asking how she should satisfy the gentleman of the truth of her mission, Mrs. B. mentioned to her some circumstance known only to herself and this brother. She then entered into much discourse with the woman, and gave her a great deal of good advice, remaining till, hearing the sound of horse bells, she said, "Alice, I must be seen by none but yourself," and then disappeared. Whereupon Alice proceeded to Dr. Bretton, who admitted that he had actually heard some one walking about his room, in a way he could not account for. On mentioning the thing to the brother, he laughed heartily, till Alice communicated the secret which constituted her credentials, upon which he changed his tone, and declared himself ready to make the required restitution. Dr. Bretton seems to have made no secret of this story, but to have related it to various persons, and I think it is somewhat in its favor that it exhibits a remarkable instance of the various degrees of receptivity of different individuals, where there was no suspicion of the cause, nor any attempt made to explain why Mrs. Bretton could not communicate her wishes to her husband as easily as to Alice. The promising that the child should sleep was promising no more than many a magnetizer could fulfill. There are several curious stories extant of lame and suffering persons suddenly recovering, who attributed their restoration to the visit of an apparition which had stroked their limbs, etc. And these are the more curious from the fact that they occurred before Mesmer's time, when people in general knew nothing of vital magnetism. Dr. Beans quotes the case of a person named Jacob Olofsson, a resident in some small island subject to Denmark, who after lying very ill for a fortnight was found quite well, which he accounted for by saying that a person in shining clothes had come to him in the night, and stroked him with his hand, whereupon he was presently healed. But the stroking is not always necessary, since we know that the eye and the will can produce the same effect. The other case to which I alluded, as similar to that of Mrs. Bretton, occurred in Germany, and is related by Dr. Kerner. The late Mr. L. St., he says, quitted this world with an excellent reputation, being at the time superintendent of an institution for the relief of the poor in B. His son inherited his property, and in acknowledgment of the faithful services of his father's old housekeeper, he took her into his family and established her in a country house, a few miles from B, which formed part of his inheritance. She had been settled there but a short time, when she was awakened in the night, she knew not how, and saw a tall, haggard-looking man in her room, who was rendered visible to her by a light that seemed to issue from himself. She drew the bedclothes over her head, but as this apparition appeared to her repeatedly, she became so much alarmed that she mentioned it to her master, begging permission to resign her situation. He, however, laughed at her, told her it must be all imagination, and promised to sleep in the adjoining apartment, in order that she might call him whenever this terror seized her. He did so, but when the spectre returned, she was so much oppressed with horror that she found it impossible to raise her voice. Her master then advised her to inquire the motive of its visits. This she did, whereupon it beckoned her to follow, which, after some struggles, she summoned resolution to do. It then led the way down some steps to a passage, where it pointed out to her a concealed closet, which it signified to her by signs she should open. She represented that she had no key, whereupon it described to her in sufficiently articulate words where she would find one. She procured the key, and on opening the closet found a small parcel, which the spirit desired her to remit to the governor of the institution for the poor at B, with the injunction that the contents should be applied to the benefit of the inmates, this restitution being the only means whereby he could obtain rest and peace in the other world. Having mentioned these circumstances to her master, who bade her do what she had been desired, she took the parcel to the governor and delivered it, without communicating by what means it had come into her hands. Her name was entered in their books, and she was dismissed, but after she was gone, they discovered to their surprise that the packet contained an order for 30,000 florins, of which the late Mr. St. had defrauded the institution and converted to his own use. Mr. St. Jr. was now called upon to pay the money, which he refusing to do, the affair was at length referred to the authorities, and the housekeeper being arrested, he and she were confronted in the court, where she detailed the circumstances by which the parcel had come into her possession. Mr. St. denied the possibility of the thing, declaring the whole must be, for some purpose or other, an invention of her own. Suddenly, while making this defence, he felt a blow upon his shoulder, which caused him to start and look around, and at the same moment the housekeeper exclaimed, "See, there he stands! Now, there is the ghost!" None perceived the figure excepting the woman herself and Mr. St., but everybody present heard the following words: "My son, repair the injustice I have committed, that I may be at peace." The money was paid, and Mr. St. was so much affected by this painful event that he was seized with a severe illness, from which he with difficulty recovered. Dr. Kerner says that these circumstances occurred in the year 1816, and created a considerable sensation at the time, though at the earnest request of the family of Mr. St. there was an attempt made to hush them up, adding that in the month of October, 1819, he was himself assured by a very respectable citizen of B that it was universally known in the town that the ghost of the late superintendent had appeared to the housekeeper, and pointed out to her where she would find the packet; that she had consulted the minister of her parish, who bade her deliver it as directed; that she had been subsequently arrested, and the affair brought before the authorities, where, while making his defence, Mr. St. had received a blow from an invisible hand, and that Mr. St. was so much affected by these circumstances, which got abroad, in spite of the efforts to suppress them, that he did not long survive the event. Groves the antiquary makes himself very merry with the observation that ghosts do not go about their business like other people, and that in cases of murder, instead of going to the nearest justice of peace, or to the nearest relation of the deceased, a ghost addresses itself to somebody who had nothing to do with the matter, or hovers about the grave where its body is deposited. The same circuitous mode is pursued, he says, with respect to redressing injured orphans or widows, where it seems as if the shortest and most certain way would be to go and hunt the person guilty of the injustice, till he were terrified into restitution. We find the same sort of strictures made on the story of the ghost of Sir George Villiers, which instead of going directly to his son, the Duke of Buckingham, to warn him of his danger, addressed himself to an inferior person, while the warning was, after all, inefficacious, as the Duke would not take counsel. But surely such strictures are as absurd as the conduct of the ghost. At least, I think, there can be nothing more absurd than pretending to prescribe laws to nature, and judging of what we know so little about. The proceedings of the ghost in the following case will doubtless be equally displeasing to the critics. The account is extracted verbatim from a work published by the Bannatyne Club, and is entitled Authentic Account of the Appearance of a Ghost in Queen Anne's County, Maryland, United States of North America, proved in the following remarkable trial from attested notes taken in court at the time by one of the counsel. It appears that Thomas Harris had made some alteration in the disposal of his property immediately previous to his death, and that the family disputed the will and raised up difficulties likely to be injurious to his children. William Briggs said that he was 43 years of age, that Thomas Harris died in September in the year 1790. In the March following, he was riding near the place where Thomas Harris was buried, on a horse formerly belonging to Thomas Harris. After crossing a small branch, his horse began to walk on very fast. It was between the hours of 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning. He was alone. It was a clear day. He entered a lane adjoining to the field where Thomas Harris was buried. His horse suddenly wheeled in a panel of the fence, looked over the fence into the field where Thomas Harris was buried, and neighed very loud. Witness then saw Thomas Harris coming toward him in the same apparel he had last seen him in his lifetime. He had on a sky-blue coat. Just before he came to the fence, he varied to the right and vanished. His horse immediately took the road. Thomas Harris came within 2 panels of the fence to him. He did not see his features, nor speak to him. He was acquainted with Thomas Harris when a boy, and there had always been a great intimacy between them. Methinks the horse knew Thomas Harris because of his neighing, pricking up his ears, and looking over the fence. About the 1st of June following, he was ploughing in his own field, about 3 miles from where Thomas Harris was buried. About dusk, Thomas Harris came alongside of him and walked with him about 200 yards. He was dressed as when first seen. He made a halt about 2 steps from him. J. Bailey, who was ploughing along with him, came driving up, and he lost sight of the ghost. He was much alarmed. Not a word was spoken. The young man Bailey did not see him. He did not tell Bailey of it. There was no motion of any particular part. He vanished. It preyed upon his mind so as to affect his health. He was with Thomas Harris when he died, but had no particular conversation with him. Some time after, he was lying in bed about 11 and 12 o'clock at night, when he heard Thomas Harris groan. It was like the groan he gave a few minutes before he expired. Mrs. Briggs, his wife, heard the groan. She got up and searched the house. He did not, because he knew the groan to be from Thomas Harris. Some time after, when in bed, and a great firelight in the room, he saw a shadow on the wall, and at the same time he felt a great weight upon him. Some time after, when in bed and asleep, he felt a stroke between his eyes, which blackened them both. His wife was in bed with him, and two young men were in the room. The blow awaked him, and all in the room were asleep. Is certain no one in the room struck him. The blow swelled his nose. About the middle of August he was alone, coming from Hickey Collins after dark, about 1 hour in the night, when Thomas Harris appeared, dressed as he had seen him when going down to the Meeting House branch, 3.5 miles from the graveyard of Thomas Harris. It was starlight. He extended his arms over his shoulders, does not know how long he remained in this situation. He was much alarmed. Thomas Harris disappeared. Nothing was said. He felt no weight on his shoulders. He went back to Collins and got a young man to go with him. After he got home he mentioned it to the young man. He had, before this, told James Harris he had seen his brother's ghost. In October, about twilight in the morning, he saw Thomas Harris about 100 yards from the house of the witness. His head was leaned to one side. Same apparel as before, his face was toward him. He walked fast and disappeared. There was nothing between them to obstruct the view. He was about 50 yards from him and alone. He had no conception why Thomas Harris appeared to him. On the same day, about 8 o'clock in the morning, he was handing up blades to John Bailey, who was stacking them. He saw Thomas Harris come along the garden fence, dressed as before. He vanished, and always to the east, was within 15 feet of him. Bailey did not see him. An hour and a half afterward, in the same place, he again appeared. Coming as before, came up to the fence, leaned on it within 10 feet of the witness, who called to Bailey to look there, pointing toward Thomas Harris. Bailey asked, "What was there?" "Don't you see Harris?" Does not recollect what Bailey said. Witness advanced toward Harris. One or the other spoke as witness got over the fence on the same panel that Thomas Harris was leaning on. They walked off together about 500 yards. A conversation took place as they walked. He has not the conversation on his memory. He could not understand Thomas Harris. His voice was so low. He asked Thomas Harris a question, and he forbid him. Witness then asked, "Why not go to your brother instead of me?" Thomas Harris said, "Ask me no questions." Witness told him his will was doubted. Thomas Harris told him to ask his brother if he did not remember the conversation which passed between them on the east side of the wheat stacks, the day he was taken with his death sickness. That he then declared that he wished all his property kept together by James Harris until his children arrived at age. Then the whole should be sold and divided among his children, and should it be immediately sold, as expressed in his will, that the property would be most wanting to his children while minors. Therefore he had changed his will, and said that witness should see him again. He then told witness to turn, and disappeared. He did not speak to him with the same voice as in his lifetime. He was not daunted while with Thomas Harris, but much afterward. Witness then went to James Harris and told him that he had seen his brother 3 times that day, related the conversation he had with him, asked James Harris if he remembered, the conversation between him and his brother at the wheat stack. He said he did, then told him what had passed. Said he would fulfill his brother's will. He was satisfied that witness had seen his brother, for that no other person knew the conversation. On the same evening, returning home about an hour before sunset, Thomas Harris appeared to him, and came alongside of him. Witness told him that his brother said he would fulfill his will. No more conversation on this subject. He disappeared. He had further conversation with Thomas Harris, but not on this subject. He was always dressed in the same manner. He had never related to any person the last conversation, and never would. Bailey, who was sworn in the cause, declared that as he and Briggs were stacking blades, as related by Briggs, he called to witness and said, "Look there! Do you not see Thomas Harris?" Witness said, "No." Briggs got over the fence, and walked some distance, appeared by his action to be in deep conversation with some person. Witness saw no one. The counsel was extremely anxious to hear from Mr. Briggs the whole of the conversation of the ghost, and on his cross-examination took every means, without effect, to obtain it. They represented to him as a religious man he was bound to disclose the whole truth. He appeared agitated when applied to, declaring nothing short of life should make him reveal the whole conversation, and claiming the protection of the court that he had declared all he knew relative to the case. The court overruled the question of the counsel, Honorable James Tilghman, Judge. His Excellency Robert Wright,
late Governor of Maryland,
and the Honorable Joseph H. Nicholson, afterward judge of one of the courts in Maryland, were the counsel for the plaintiff. John Scott and Richard T. Earl, Squires, were counsel for the defendant. Here, as in the case of Colonel M. mentioned in a former chapter, and some others I have met with, we find disclosures made that were held sacred. Dr. Kerner relates the following singular story, which he declares himself to have received from the most satisfactory authority. Agnes B., being at the time 18 years of age, was living as servant in a small inn at Undenheim, her native place. The host and hostess were quiet old people, who generally went to bed about 8 o'clock, while she and the boy, the only other servant, were expected to sit up till 10, when they had to shut up the house and retire to bed also. One evening, as the host was sitting on a bench before the door, there came a beggar, requesting a night's lodging. The host, however, refused, and bade him seek what he wanted in the village, whereon the man went away. At the usual hour the old people went to bed, and the two servants, having closed the shutters, and indulged in a little gossip with the watchman, were about to follow their example, when the beggar came round the corner of the neighbouring street, and earnestly entreated them to give him a lodging for the night, since he could find nobody that would take him in. At first the young people refused, saying they dare not, without their master's leave, but at length the entreaties of the man prevailed, and they consented to let him sleep in the barn, on condition that when they called him in the morning, he would immediately depart. At 3 o'clock they rose, and when the boy entered the barn, to his dismay, he found that the old man had expired in the night. They were now much perplexed with the apprehension of their master's displeasure. So, after some consultation, they agreed that the lad should convey the body out of the barn, and lay it in a dry ditch that was near at hand, where it would be found by the laborers, and excite no question. As they would naturally conclude, he had let himself down there to die. This was done, the man was discovered and buried, and they thought themselves well rid of the whole affair. But on the following night the girl was awakened by the beggar, whom she saw standing at her bedside. He looked at her, and then quitted the room by the door. Glad was I, she says, when the day broke, but I was scarcely out of my room when the boy came to me, trembling and pale, and before I could say a word to him of what I had seen, he told me that the beggar had been to his room in the night, had looked at him, and then gone away. He said he was dressed as when we had seen him alive, only he looked blacker, which I also had observed. Still afraid of incurring blame, they told nobody, although the apparition returned to them every night, and although they found removing to the other bed chambers did not relieve them from his visits. But the effects of this persecution became so visible on both, that much curiosity was awakened in the village with respect to the cause of the alteration observed in them, and at length the boy's mother went to the minister, and requesting him to interrogate her son, and endeavor to discover what was preying on his mind, to him the boy disclosed their secret, and this minister, who was a Protestant, having listened with attention to the story, advised him, when next he went to Mayence to market, to call on Father Joseph of the Franciscan convent, and relate the circumstance to him. This advice was followed, and Father Joseph, assuring the lad that the ghost could do him no harm, recommended him to ask him in the name of God what he desired. The boy did so, whereupon the apparition answered, "Ye are children of mercy, but I am a child of evil. In the barn, under the straw, you will find my money. Take it, it is yours." In the morning the boy found the money, accordingly, in an old stocking hid under the straw. But having a natural horror of it, they took it to their minister, who advised them to divide it into 3 parts, giving one to the Franciscan convent at Mayence, another to the Reformed church in the village, and the other third to that to which they themselves belonged, which was of the Lutheran persuasion. This they did, and were no more troubled with the beggar. With respect to the minister who gave them this good advice, I can only say all honor be to him. I wish there were many more such. The circumstance occurred in the year 1750, and is related by the daughter of Agnes B., who declared that she had frequently heard it from her mother. The circumstance of this apparition looking darker than the man had done when alive is significant of his condition, and confirms what I have said above, namely, that the moral state of the disembodied soul can no longer be concealed as it was in the flesh, but that as he is, he must necessarily appear. There is an old saying that we should never lie down to rest at enmity with any human being, and the story of the ghost of the Princess Anna of Saxony, who appeared to Duke Christian of Saxe-Eisenberg, is strongly confirmatory of the wisdom of this axiom. Duke Christian was sitting one morning in his study, when he was surprised by a knock at his door, an unusual circumstance, since the guards, as well as the people in waiting, were always in the ante-room. He, however, cried, "Come in," when there entered, to his amazement, a lady in an ancient costume, who, in answer to his inquiries, told him that she was no evil spirit, and would do him no harm, but that she was one of his ancestors, and had been the wife of Duke John Casimir of Saxe-Coburg. She then related that she and her husband had not been on good terms at the period of their death, and that although she had sought a reconciliation, he had been inexorable, pursuing her with unmitigated hatred, and injuring her by unjust suspicions, and that consequently, although she was happy, he was still wandering in cold and darkness between time and eternity. She had, however, long known that one of their descendants was destined to effect this reconciliation for them, and they were rejoiced to find the time for it had at length arrived. She then gave the Duke 8 days to consider if he were willing to perform this good office, and disappeared, whereupon he consulted a clergyman in whom he had great confidence, who, after finding the ghost's communication verified by a reference to the annals of the family, advised him to comply with her request. As the Duke had yet some difficulty in believing it was really a ghost he had seen, he took care to have his door well watched. She, however, entered at the appointed time, unseen by the attendants, and having received the Duke's promise, she told him she would return with her husband on the following night, for that, though she could come by day, he could not. That then, having heard the circumstances, the Duke must arbitrate between them, and then unite their hands, and bless them. The door was still watched, but nevertheless the apparitions both came. The Duke Casimir, in full royal costume, but of a livid paleness, and when the wife had told her story, he told his. Duke Christian decided for the lady, in which judgment Duke Casimir fully acquiesced. Christian then took the ice-cold hand of Casimir and laid it in that of his wife, which felt of a natural heat. They then prayed and sang together, and the apparitions disappeared, having foretold that Duke Christian would ere long be with them. The family records showed that these people had lived about 100 years before Duke Christian's time, who himself died in 1707, 2 years after these visits of his ancestors. He desired to be buried in quicklime. It is supposed from an idea that it might prevent his ghost walking the earth. The costume in which they appeared was precisely that they had worn when alive, as was ascertained by a reference to their portraits. The expression that her husband was wandering in cold and darkness between time and eternity is here very worthy of observation, as are the circumstances that his hand was cold, while hers was warm, and also the greater privilege she seemed to enjoy. The hands of the unhappy spirits appear, I think, invariably to communicate a sensation of cold. I have heard of 3 instances of persons now alive who declare that they hold continual intercourse with their deceased partners. One of these is a naval officer whom the author of a book lately published, called The Unseen World, appears to be acquainted with. The second is a professor in a college in America, a man of eminence and learning, and full of activity and energy. Yet he assured a friend of mine that he receives constant visits from his departed wife, which afford him great satisfaction. The third example is a lady in this country. She is united to a second husband, has been extremely happy in both marriages, and declares that she receives frequent visits from her first. Oberlin, the good pastor of Ban de la Roche, asserted the same thing of himself. His wife came to him frequently after her death, was seen by the rest of his household as well as himself, and warned him beforehand of many events that occurred. Mrs. Matthews relates in the memoirs of her husband that he was one night in bed and unable to sleep. From the excitement that continues some time after acting, when hearing a rustling by the side of the bed, he looked out and saw his first wife, who was then dead, standing by the bedside, dressed as when alive. She smiled and bent forward as if to take his hand, but in his alarm he threw himself out on the floor to avoid the contact, and was found by the landlord in a fit. The same night and the same hour the present Mrs. Matthews, who was far away from him, received a similar visit from her predecessor, whom she had known when alive. She was quite awake, and in her terror seized the bell rope to summon assistance, which gave way, and she fell with it in her hand to the ground. Professor Barth, who visited Oberlin in 1824, says that while he spoke of his intercourse with the spiritual world as familiarly as of the daily visits of his parishioners, he was, at the same time, perfectly free from fanaticism, and eagerly alive to all the concerns of this earthly existence. He asserted, what I find many somnambules and deceased persons also assert, that everything on earth is but a copy, of which the antitype is to be found in the other. He said to his visitor that he might as well attempt to persuade him that there was not a table before them, as that he did not hold communication with the other world. I give you credit for being honest when you assure me that you never saw anything of the kind, said he. Give me the same credit when I assure you that I do. With respect to the faculty of ghost seeing, he said, it depends on several circumstances, external and internal. People who live in the bustle and glare of the world seldom see them, while those who live in still, solitary, thinly inhabited places, like the mountainous districts of various countries, do. So if I go into the forest by night, I see the phosphoric light of a piece of rotten wood, but if I go by day, I cannot see it. Yet it is still there. Again there must be a report. A tender mother is awakened by the faintest cry of her infant, while the maid slumbers on, and never hears it. And if I thrust a needle among a parcel of wood shavings, and hold a magnet over them, the needle is stirred while the shavings are quite unmoved. There must be a particular aptitude. What it consists in I do not know. 4 of my people, many of whom are ghost-seers. Some are weak and sickly, others vigorous and strong. Here are several pieces of flint. I can see no difference in them, yet some have so much iron in them that they easily become magnetic. Others have little or none. So it is with the faculty of ghost seeing. People may laugh as they will, but the thing is a fact, nevertheless. The visits of his wife continued for 9 years after her death, and then ceased. At length she sent him a message through another deceased person, to say that she was now elevated to a higher state, and could therefore no longer revisit the earth. Never was there a purer spirit, nor a more beloved human being than Oberlin. When first he was appointed to the cure of Ban de la Roche, and found his people talking so familiarly of the reappearance of the dead, he reproved them and preached against the superstition, nor was he convinced till after the death of his wife. She had, however, previously received a visit from her deceased sister, the wife of Professor Oberlin of Strasbourg, who had warned her of her approaching death, for which she immediately set about preparing, making extra clothing for her children, and even laying in provision for the funeral feast. She then took leave of her husband and family, and went quietly to bed. On the following morning she died, and Oberlin never heard of the warning she had received, till she disclosed it to him in her spectral visitations. In narrating the following story, I am not permitted to give the names of the place or parties, nor the number of the regiment, with all of which, however, I am acquainted. The account was taken down by one of the officers with whose family I am also acquainted, and the circumstance occurred within the last 10 years. About the month of August, says Captain E., my attention was requested by the schoolmaster sergeant, a man of considerable worth, and highly esteemed by the whole corps, to an event which had occurred in the garrison hospital. Having heard his recital, which from the serious earnestness with which he made it challenged attention, I resolved to investigate the matter, and having communicated the circumstances to a friend, we both repaired to the hospital for the purpose of enquire. There were 2 patients to be examined, both men of good character, and neither of them suffering from any disorder affecting the brain. The one was under treatment for consumptive symptoms, and the other for an ulcerated leg. They were both in the prime of life. Having received a confirmation of the schoolmaster's statement from the hospital sergeant, also a very respectable and trustworthy man, I sent for the patient principally concerned, and desired him to state what he had seen and heard, warning him at the same time that it was my intention to take down his deposition, and that it behooved him to be very careful, as possibly serious steps might be taken for the purpose of discovering whether an imposition had been practised in the wards of the hospital, a crime for which he was well aware a very severe penalty would be inflicted. He then proceeded to relate the circumstances which I took down in the presence of Mr. B. and the hospital sergeant, as follows. It was last Tuesday night, somewhere between 11 and 12, and all of us were in bed, and all lights out except the rushlight that was allowed for the man with the fever, when I was woke by feeling a weight upon my feet, and at the same moment, as I was drawing up my legs, Private W., who lies in the cot opposite mine, called out, "I say, Q, there is somebody sitting upon your legs." And as I looked to the bottom of my bed, I saw some one get up from it, and then come round and stand over me, in the passage between my cot and the next. I felt somewhat alarmed. For the last few nights the ward had been disturbed by sounds as of a heavy foot walking up and down, and as nobody could be seen, it was beginning to be supposed among us that it was haunted, and fancying this that came up to my bed's head might be the ghost, I called out, "Who are you, and what do you want?" The figure then, leaning with one hand on the wall over my head and stooping down, said in my ear, "I am Mrs. M." And I could then distinguish that she was dressed in a flannel gown, edged with black riband, exactly similar to a set of grave clothes in which I had assisted to clothe her corpse, when her death took place a year previously. The voice, however, was not like Mrs. M.'s, nor like anybody else's, yet it was very distinct, and seemed somehow to sing through my head. I could see nothing of a face beyond a darkish color about the head, and it appeared to me that I could see through her body against the window glasses. Although I felt very uncomfortable, I asked her what she wanted. She replied, "I am Mrs. M., and I wish you to write to him, that was my husband, and tell him." "I am not, sir," said Corporal Q., "at liberty to mention to anybody what she told me, except to her husband. He is at the depot in Ireland, and I have written and told him. She made me promise not to tell anyone else. After I had promised secrecy, she told me something of a matter that convinced me I was talking to a spirit, for it related to what only I and Mrs. M. knew, and no one living could know anything whatever of the matter. And if I was now speaking my last words on earth, I say solemnly that it was Mrs. M.'s spirit that spoke to me then, and no one else. After promising that if I complied with her request she would not trouble me or the ward again, she went from my bed toward the fireplace, and with her hands she kept feeling about the wall over the mantelpiece. After a while she came toward me again, and while my eyes were upon her she somehow disappeared from my sight altogether, and I was left alone. It was then that I felt faint-like, and a cold sweat broke out over me, but I did not faint, and after a time I got better, and gradually I went off to sleep. The man in the ward said next day that Mrs. M. had come to speak to me about purgatory, because she had been a Roman Catholic, and we had often had arguments on religion, but what she told me had no reference to such subjects, but to a matter only she and I knew of. After closely cross-questioning Corporal Q. and endeavoring without success to reason him out of his belief in the ghostly character of his visitor, I read over to him what I had written, and then dismissing him, sent for the other patient. After cautioning him as I had done the first, I proceeded to take down his statement, which was made with every appearance of good faith and sincerity. "I was lying awake," said he, "last Tuesday night, when I saw someone sitting on Corporal Q.'s bed. There was so little light in the ward that I could not make out who it was, and the figure looked so strange that I got alarmed, and felt quite sick. I called out to Corporal Q. that there was somebody sitting upon his bed, and then the figure got up, and as I did not know but it might be coming to me, I got so much alarmed that, being but weakly, this was the consumptive man, I fell back, and I believe I fainted away. When I got round again, I saw the figure standing and apparently talking to the corporal, placing one hand against the wall and stooping down. I could not, however, hear any voice, and being still much alarmed, I put my head under the clothes for a considerable time. When I looked up again, I could only see Corporal Q. sitting up in bed alone, and he said he had seen a ghost, and I told him I had also seen it. After a time he got up and gave me a drink of water, for I was very faint. Some of the other patients being disturbed by our talking, they bade us be quiet, and after some time I got to sleep. The ward has not been disturbed since. The man was then cross-questioned, but his testimony remaining quite unshaken, he was dismissed, and the hospital surgeon was interrogated with regard to the possibility of a trick having been practised. He asserted, however, that this was impossible, and certainly from my own knowledge of the hospital regulations and the habits of the patients, I should say that a practical joke of this nature was too serious a thing to have been attempted by anybody, especially as there were patients in the ward very ill at the time, and one very near his end. The punishment would have been extremely severe, and discovery almost certain, since everybody would have been adverse to the delinquent. The investigation that ensued was a very brief one, it being found that there was nothing more to be elicited, and the affair terminated with the supposition that the two men had been dreaming. Nevertheless, 6 months afterward, on being interrogated, their evidence and their conviction were as clear as at first, and they declared themselves ready at any time to repeat their statement upon oath. Supposing this case to be as the men believed it, there are several things worthy of observation. In the first place, the ghost is guilty of that inconsistency so offensive to Frances Grose and many others. Instead of telling her secret to her husband, she commissions the corporal to tell it him, and it is not till a year after her departure from this life that she does even that, and she is heard in war 2 or 3 nights before she is visible. We are therefore constrained to suppose that, like Mrs. Bretton, she could not communicate with her husband, and that till that Tuesday night the necessary conditions for attaining her object as regarded the corporal were wanting. It is also remarkable that although the latter heard her speak distinctly and spoke to her, the other man heard no voice, which renders it probable that she had at length been able to produce that impression upon him, which a magnetizer does on his somnambule, enable each to understand the other by a transference of thought, which was undistinguishable to the corporal from speech, as it is frequently to the somnambule. The imitating the actions of life by leaning against the wall and feeling about the mantelpiece are very unlike what a person would have done who was endeavoring to impose on the man, and equally unlike what they would have reported, had the thing been an invention of their own. Among the established jests on the subject of ghosts, their sudden vanishing is a very fruitful one, but I think if we examine this question, we shall find that there is nothing comical in the matter except the ignorance or want of reflection of the jesters. In the first place, as I have before observed, a spirit must be where its thoughts and affections are, for they are itself. Our spirits are where our thoughts and affections are, although our solid bodies remain stationary, and no one will suppose that walls or doors or material obstacles of any kind could exclude a spirit any more than they can exclude our thoughts. But then there is the visible body of the spirit. What is that? And how does it retain its shape? For we know that there is a law, discovered by Dalton, that two masses of gaseous matter cannot remain in contact, but they will immediately proceed to diffuse themselves into one another. And accordingly it may be advanced that a gaseous corporeity in the atmosphere is an impossibility, because it could not retain its form, but would inevitably be dissolved away and blend with the surrounding air. But precisely the same objection might be made by a chemist to the possibility of our fleshly bodies retaining their integrity and compactness, for the human body taken as a whole is known to be an impossible chemical compound, except for the vitality which upholds it, and no sooner is life withdrawn from it than it crumbles into putrescence, and it is undeniable that the aeriform body would be an impossible mechanical phenomenon but for the vitality which we are entitled to suppose may uphold it. But just as the state or condition of organization protects the fleshly body from the natural reactions which would destroy it, so may an analogous condition of organization protect a spiritual ethereal body from the destructive influence of the mutual interdiffusion of gases. Thus, supposing this aeriform body to be a permanent appurtenance of the spirit, we see how it may subsist and retain its integrity, and it would be as reasonable to hope to exclude the electric fluid by walls or doors as to exclude by them this subtle, fluent form. If, on the contrary, the shape be only one constructed out of the atmosphere by an act of will, the same act of will, which is a vital force, preserve it entire until the will being withdrawn, it dissolves away. In either case, the moment the will or thought of the spirit is elsewhere, it is gone, it has vanished. For those who prefer the other hypothesis, namely, that there is no outstanding shape at all, but that the will of the spirit, acting on the constructive imagination of the seer, enables him to conceive the form, as the spirit itself conceives of it, there can be no difficulty in understanding that the becoming invisible will depend merely on a similar act of will. End of chapter 12. Troubled Spirits.
Chapter 13, Section 1 of The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.E. Ross, Boerne, Texas. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers by CROWE. Chapter 13, Section 1. Haunted Houses. Everybody has heard of haunted houses, and there is no country, and scarcely any place, in which something of the sort is not known or talked of, and I suppose there is no one who, in the course of their travels, has not seen very respectable, good-looking houses shut up and uninhabited because they had this evil reputation assigned to them. I have seen several such for my own part, and it is remarkable that this mala fama does not always, by any means, attach itself to buildings one would imagine most obnoxious to such a suspicion. For example, I have never heard of a ghost being seen or heard in Haddon Hall, the most ghostly of houses, nor in many other antique, mysterious-looking buildings where one might expect them, while sometimes a house of a very prosaic aspect remains uninhabited and is ultimately allowed to fall to ruin for no other reason, we are told, than that nobody can live in it. I remember in my childhood such a house in Kent. I think it was on the road between Maidstone and Tunbridge, which had this reputation. There was nothing dismal about it. It was neither large nor old, and it stood on the borders of a well-frequented road. Yet I was assured it had stood empty for years, and as long as I lived in that part of the country, it never had an inhabitant, and I believe it was finally pulled down, and all for no other reason than that it was haunted, and nobody could live in it. I have frequently heard of people, while traveling on the continent, getting into houses at a rent so low as to surprise them, and I have, moreover, frequently heard of very strange things occurring while they were there. I remember, for instance, a family of the name of S.S., who obtained a very handsome house at a most agreeably cheap rate, somewhere on the coast of Italy. I think it was at Mola de Gaeta. They lived very comfortably in it till one day, while Mrs. S.S. was sitting in the drawing-room, which opened into a balcony overhanging the sea, she saw a lady dressed in white pass along before the windows, which were all closed. Concluding it was one of her daughters who had been accidentally shut out, she arose and opened the window to allow her to enter, But on looking out, to her amazement, there was nobody there, although there was no possible escape from the balcony unless by jumping into the sea. On mentioning this circumstance to somebody in the neighborhood, they were told that was the reason they had the house so cheap. Nobody liked to live in it. I have heard of several houses, even in populous cities, to which some strange circumstance of this sort is attached, some in London even, and some in this city and neighborhood. And, what is more, unaccountable things actually do happen to those who inhabit them. Doors are strangely opened and shut, a rustling of silk, and sometimes a whispering, and frequently footsteps are heard. There is a house in Ayrshire to which this sort of thing has been attached for years, insomuch that it was finally abandoned to an old man and woman who said they were so used to it that they did not mind it. A distinguished authoress told me that some time ago she passed a night at the house of an acquaintance in one of the Midland counties of England. She and her sister occupied the same room, and in the night they heard someone ascending the stairs. The foot came distinctly to the door, then turned away, ascended the next flight, and they heard it overhead. In the morning, on being asked if they had slept well, they mentioned this circumstance. "That is what everybody hears who sleeps in that room," said the lady of the house. "Many a time I have, when sleeping there, drawn up the night bolt, persuaded that the nurse was bringing the baby to me, but there was nobody to be seen. We have taken every pains to ascertain what it is, but in vain, and are now so used to it that we have ceased to care about the matter." I know of 2 or 3 other houses in this city, and one in the neighborhood, in which circumstances of this nature are transpiring, or have transpired very lately, but people hush them up, from the fear of being laughed at, and also from an apprehension of injuring the character of a house, on which account I do not dwell on the particulars. But there was, some time since, a fama of this kind attached to a house in St. J. Street, some of the details of which became very public. It had stood empty a long time, in consequence of the annoyances to which the inhabitants had been subjected. There was one room particularly which nobody could occupy without disturbance. On one occasion, a youth who had been abroad a considerable time, either in the army or navy, was put there to sleep on his arrival, since, knowing nothing of these reports, it was hoped his rest might not be interrupted. In the morning, however, he complained of the dreadful time he had had, with people looking in at him between the curtains of his bed all night, avowing his resolution to terminate his visit that same day, as he would not sleep there any more. After this period, the house stood empty again for a considerable time, but was at length taken, and workmen sent in to repair it. One day, when the men were away at dinner, the master tradesman took the key and went to inspect progress. And having examined the lower rooms, he was ascending the stairs when he heard a man's foot behind him. He looked round, but there was nobody there, and he moved on again. Still, there was somebody following, and he stopped and looked over the rails, but there was no one to be seen. So, although feeling rather queer, he advanced into the drawing-room, where a fire had been lighted, and, wishing to combat the uncomfortable sensation that was creeping over him, he took hold of a chair, and drawing it resolutely along the floor, he slammed it down upon the hearth with some force, and seated himself in it. When, to his amazement, the action, in all its particulars of sound, was immediately repeated by his unseen companion, who seemed to seat himself beside him on a chair as invisible as himself. Horror-struck, the worthy builder started up and rushed out of the house. There is a house in S. Street, in London, which, having stood empty a good while, was at length taken by Lord B. The family were annoyed by several unpleasant occurrences, and by the sound of footsteps, which were often audible, especially in Lady B's bedroom, who, though she could not see the form, was occasionally conscious of its immediate proximity. Some time since, a gentleman, having established himself in a lodging in London, felt, the first night he slept there, that the clothes were being dragged off his bed. He fancied he had done it himself in his sleep, and pulled them on again. But it happens repeatedly. He gets out of bed each time, can find nobody, no string, no possible explanation, nor can obtain any from the people of the house, who only seem distressed and annoyed. On mentioning it to someone in the neighborhood, he is informed that the same thing has occurred to several preceding occupants of the lodging, which of course he left. The circumstances that happened at Newhouse in Hampshire, as detailed by Mr. Barham in the 3rd volume of the Ingoldsby Legends, are known to be perfectly authentic, as are the following, the account of which I have received from a highly respectable servant, residing in a family with whom I am well acquainted. She informs me that she was, not very long since, living with a Colonel and Mrs. W., who, being at Carlisle, engaged a furnished house, which they obtained at an exceedingly cheap rate, because nobody liked to live in it. This family, however, met with no annoyance, and attached no importance to the rumor which had kept the house empty. There were, however, 2 rooms in it wholly unfurnished, and as the house was large, they were dispensed with till the recurrence of the race week, when, expecting company, these 2 rooms were temporarily fitted up for the use of the nurses and children. There were heavy Venetian blinds to the windows, and in the middle of the night, the person who related the circumstance to me was awakened by the distinct sound of these blinds being pulled up and down with violence, perhaps as many as 20 times. The fire had fallen low, and she could not see whether they were actually moved or not, but lay trembling in indescribable terror. Presently feet were heard in the room, and a stamping, as if several men were moving about without stockings. While lying in this state of agony, she was comforted by hearing the voice of a nurse who slept in another bed in the same chamber, exclaiming, "The Lord have mercy on us!" This second woman then asked the first if she had courage to get out of bed and stir up the fire so that they might be able to see, which by a great effort she did, the chimney being near her bed. There was, however, nothing to be discovered, everything being precisely as when they went to bed. On another occasion, when they were sitting in the evening at work, they distinctly heard someone counting money, and the chink of the pieces as they were laid down. The sound proceeded from the inner room of the 2, but there was nobody there. This family left the house, and though a large and commodious one, she understood it remained unoccupied, as before. A respectable citizen of Edinburgh, not long ago, went to America to visit his son who had married and settled there. The morning after his arrival, he declared his determination to return immediately to Philadelphia, from which the house was at a considerable distance. And on being interrogated as to the cause of this sudden departure, he said that in the previous night he had heard a man walking about his room who had approached the bed, drawn back the curtains, and bent over him. Thinking it was somebody who had concealed himself there with ill intentions, he had struck out violently at the figure, when to his horror his arm passed unimpeded through it. Other extraordinary things happened in that house, which had the reputation of being haunted, although the son had not believed it, and had therefore not mentioned the report to the father. One day the children said they had been running after such a queer thing in the cellar. It was like a goat, and not like a goat, but it seemed to be like a shadow. A few years ago, some friends of mine were taking a house in this city, when the servants of the people who were leaving advised them not to have anything to do with it, for that there was a ghost in it that screamed dreadfully, and that they never could keep a stitch of clothes on them at night. The bed coverings were always pulled off. My friends laughed heartily and took the house, but the cries and groans all over it were so frequent that they at length got quite used to them. It is to be observed that the house was a flat, or floor, shut in, so that there could be no draughts of air nor access for tricks. Besides, it was a woman's voice, sometimes close to their ears, sometimes in a closet, sometimes behind their beds, in short, in all directions. Everybody heard it that went to the house. The tenant that succeeded them, however, has never been troubled with it. The story of the brown lady at the Marquis of T.'s in Norfolk is known to many. The Honorable H.W. told me that a friend of his, while staying there, had often seen her, and had one day inquired of his host, "Who was that lady in brown that he had met frequently on the stairs?" 2 gentlemen, whose names were mentioned to me, resolved to watch for her and intercept her. They at length saw her, but she eluded them by turning down a staircase, and when they looked over, she had disappeared. Many persons have seen her. There is a Scotch family of distinction who, I am told, are accompanied by an unseen attendant, whom they call Spinning Jenny. She is heard spinning in their house in the country, and when they come into town she spins here. Servants and all hear the sound of her wheel. I believe she accompanies them no further than to their own residences, not to those of other people. Jenny is supposed to be a former housemaid of the family, who was a great spinner, and they are so accustomed to her presence as to feel it no annoyance. The following very singular circumstance was related to me by the daughter of the celebrated Mrs. S. Mrs. S. and her husband were traveling into Wales, and had occasion to stop on their way some days at Oswestry. There they established themselves in a lodging, to reach the door of which they had to go down a sort of close or passage. The only inhabitants of the house were the mistress, a very handsome woman, and two maids. Mr. and Mrs. S., however, very soon had occasion to complain of the neglected state of the rooms, which were apparently never cleaned or dusted, though, strange to say, to judge by their own ears, the servants were doing nothing else all night, their sleep being constantly disturbed by the noise of rubbing, sweeping, and the moving of furniture. When they complained to these servants of the noise in the night, and the dirt of the rooms, they answered that the noise was not made by them, and that it was impossible for them to do their work, exhausted as they were by sitting up all night with their mistress, who could not bear to be alone when she was in bed. Mr. and Mrs. S. afterward discovered that she had her room lighted up every night, and one day, as they were returning from a walk, and she happened to be going down the close before them, they heard her saying, as she turned her head sharply from side to side, "Are you there again? What the devil? Go away, I tell you," etc., etc. On applying to the neighbors for an explanation of these mysteries, the good people only shook their heads and gave mysterious answers. Mr. and Mrs. S. afterward learned that she was believed to have murdered a girl who formerly lived in her service. There is nothing in the conduct of this unhappy woman which may not be perfectly well accounted for by the supposition of a guilty conscience, but the noises heard by Mr. and Mrs. S. at night are curiously in accordance with a variety of similar stories, wherein the strange visionary repetition of the trivial actions of daily life or of some particular incident has been observed. The affair of Lord St. Vincent's was of this nature, and there is somewhere extant an account of the ghost of Peter the Great of Russia having appeared to Dr. Doppelio, complaining to him of the sufferings he endured from having to act over again his former cruelties. a circumstance which exhibits a remarkable coincidence with the Glasgow dream mentioned in a preceding chapter. We must, of course, attach a symbolical meaning to these phenomena and conclude that these reactings are somewhat of the nature of our dreams. Certainly, there would need no stronger motive to induce us to spend the period allotted to us on earth in those pure and innocent pleasures and occupations which never weary or sicken the soul, than the belief that such a future awaits us. A family in one of the English counties was a few years ago terribly troubled by an unseen inmate who chiefly seemed to inhabit a large cellar into which there was no entrance except the door, which was kept locked. Here there would be a loud knocking, sometimes a voice crying, heavy feet walking, etc., etc. At first the old trustworthy butler would summon his acolytes and descend, armed with a sword and blunderbuss, but no one was to be seen. They could often hear the feet following them upstairs from this cellar, and once, when the family had determined to watch, they found themselves accompanied upstairs not only by the sound of the feet, but by a visible, shadowy companion. They rushed up, flew to their chamber and shut the door, when instantly they felt and saw the handle turned in their hand by a hand outside. Windows and doors were opened in spite of locks and keys, but notwithstanding the most persevering investigations, the only clue to the mystery was the appearance of that spectral figure. The knockings and sounds of people at work, asserted to be heard in mines, is a fact maintained by many very sensible men, overseers, and superintendents, etc., as well as by the workmen themselves, and there is a strong persuasion, I know, among the miners of Cornwall and those of Mendip, that these visionary workmen are sometimes heard among them, on which occasions the horses evince their apprehensions by trembling and sweating. But, as I have no means of verifying these reports, I do not dwell upon them further. When the mother of George Canning, then Mrs. Hunn, was an actress in the provinces, she went, among other places, to Plymouth, having previously requested her friend, Mr. Bernard of the theatre, to procure her a lodging. On her arrival, Mr. B. told her that if she was not afraid of a ghost, she might have a comfortable residence at a very low rate. "For there is," said he, "a house belonging to our carpenter that is reported to be haunted, and nobody will live in it. If you like to have it, you may, and for nothing, I believe, for he is so anxious to get a tenant. Only you must not let it be known that you do not pay rent for it." Mrs. Hunn, alluding to the theatrical apparitions, said it would not be the first time she had had to do with a ghost, and that she was very willing to encounter this one. So she had her luggage taken to the house in question, and the bed prepared. At her usual hour she sent her maid and her children to bed, and, curious to see if there was any foundation for the rumor she had heard, she seated herself with a couple of candles and a book to watch the event. Beneath the room she occupied was the carpenter's workshop, which had 2 doors. The one which opened into the street was barred and bolted within. The other, a smaller one, opening into the passage, was only on the latch. And the house was, of course, closed for the night. She had read something more than half an hour when she perceived a noise issuing from this lower apartment, which sounded very much like the sawing of wood. Presently, other such noises as usually proceed from a carpenter's workshop were added, till by and by there was a regular concert of knocking and hammering, and sawing and planing, etc., the whole sounding like 6 busy men in full employment. Being a woman of considerable courage, Mrs. Hunn resolved, if possible, to penetrate the mystery. So taking off her shoes, that her approach might not be heard, with her candle in her hand, she very softly opened her door and descended the stairs. The noise continuing as loud as ever, and evidently proceeding from the workshop, till she opened the door, when instantly all was silent. All was still, not a mouse was stirring. And the tools and the wood and everything else lay as they had been left by the workmen when they went away. Having examined every part of the place, and satisfied herself that there was nobody there, and that nobody could get into it, Mrs. Hunn ascended to her room again, beginning almost to doubt her own senses, and question with herself whether she had really heard the noise or not, when it recommenced and continued, without intermission, for about half an hour. She, however, went to bed, and the next day told nobody what had occurred, having determined to watch another night before mentioning the affair to anyone. As, however, the strange scene was acted over again, without her being able to discover the cause of it, she now mentioned the circumstance to the owner of the house and to her friend Bernard, and the former, who would not believe it, agreed to watch with her, which he did. The noise began as before, and he was so horror-struck that, instead of entering the workshop as she wished him to do, he rushed into the street. Mrs. Hunn continued to inhabit the house the whole summer, and when referring afterward to the adventure, she observed that use was second nature, and that she was sure if any night these ghostly carpenters had not pursued their visionary labors, she should have been quite frightened, lest they should pay her a visit upstairs. From many recorded cases, I find the vulgar belief that buried money is frequently the cause of these disturbances is strongly borne out by facts. This certainly does seem to us very strange, and can only be explained by the hypothesis suggested that the soul awakes in the other world in exactly the same state in which it quitted this. In the above-mentioned instances of what are called haunted houses, there is generally nothing seen, but those are equally abundant where the ghostly visitor is visible. 2 young ladies were passing the night in a house in the north, when the youngest, then a child, awoke and saw an old man in a Kilmarnock nightcap walking about their bedroom. She said, when telling the story in afterlife, that she was not the least frightened, she was only surprised. But she found that her sister, who was several years older than herself, was in a state of great terror. He continued some time moving about, and at last went to a chest of drawers, where there lay a parcel of buttons belonging to a traveling tailor who had been at work in the house. Whether the old man threw them down or not, she could not say, but just then they all fell rattling off the drawers to the floor, whereupon he disappeared. The next morning, when they mentioned the circumstance, she observed that the family looked at each other in a significant manner, but it was not till she was older she learned that the house was said to be haunted by this old man. "It never occurred to me," she said, "that it was a ghost. Who would have thought of a ghost in a Kilmarnock nightcap?" At the Leipzig fair, lodgings are often very scarce, and on one occasion a stranger who had arrived late in the evening had some difficulty in finding a bed. At length he found a vacant chamber in the house of a citizen. It was one they made no use of, but they said he was welcome to it, and, weary and sleepy, he gladly accepted the offer. Fatigued as he was, however, he was disturbed by some unaccountable noises, of which he complained to his hosts in the morning. They pacified him by some excuses, but the next night, not long after he had gone to bed, he came downstairs in great haste, with his portmanteau on his shoulder, declaring he would not stay there another hour for the world, for that a lady, in a strange old-fashioned dress, had come into the room with a dagger in her hand, and made threatening gestures at him. He accordingly went away, and the room was shut up again, but some time afterward a servant girl in the family of this citizen, being taken ill, they were obliged to put her into that room, in order to separate her from the rest of the family. Here she recovered her health rapidly, and as she had never complained of any annoyance, she was asked, when she was quite well, whether anything particular had happened while she inhabited that chamber. "Oh, yes," she answered. "Every night there came a strange lady into the room, who sat herself on the bed and stroked me with her hand, and I believe it is to her I owe my speedy recovery, but I could never get her to speak to me. She only sighs and weeps." Not very long since, a gentleman set out one fine midsummer's evening, when it is light all night in Scotland, to walk from Montrose to Brechin. As he approached a place called Dun, he observed a lady walking on before, which, from the lateness of the hour, somewhat surprised him. Some time afterward, he was found by the early labourers lying on the ground, near the churchyard, in a state of insensibility. All he could tell them was that he had followed this lady till she had turned her head and looked round at him, when, seized with horror, he had fainted. "Oh," said they, "you have seen the Lady of Dun." What is the legend attached to this Lady of Dun? I do not know. Monsieur de S. had been violently in love with Hippolyte Clairon, the celebrated French actress, but she rejected his suit in so peremptory a manner that even when he was at the point of death, she refused his earnest entreaties that she would visit him. Indignant at her cruelty, he declared that he would haunt her, and he certainly kept his word. I believe she never saw his ghost, but he appears to have been always near her. At least, on several occasions when other people doubted the fact, he signalized his presence at her bidding by various sounds, and this wherever she happened to be at the moment. Sometimes it was a cry, at others a shot, and at others a clapping of hands or music. She seems to have been slow to believe in the extra-natural character of these noises, and even when she was ultimately convinced, to have been divided between horror on the one hand and diversion at the oddness of the circumstance on the other. The sounds were heard by everybody in her vicinity, and I am informed by Mr. Charles Kirkpatrick Sharp that the Margrave of Anspach, who was subsequently her lover, and Mr. Capel Craven were perfectly well acquainted with the circumstances of this haunting, and entertained no doubt of the facts above alluded to. The ghost known by the designation of the White Lady, which is frequently seen in different castles or palaces belonging to the royal family of Prussia, has been mentioned in another publication, I think. She was long supposed to be a Countess Agnes of Orlamund, but a picture of a princess called Bertha, or Perchta von Rosenberg, discovered some time since, was thought so exceedingly to resemble the apparition that it is now a disputed point which of the two ladies it is, or whether it is or is not the same apparition that is seen at different places. Neither of these ladies appears to have been very happy in their lives, but the opinion of its being the Princess Bertha, who lived in the 15th century, was somewhat countenanced by the circumstance that at a period when, in consequence of the war, an annual benefit which she had bequeathed to the poor was neglected, the apparition seemed to be unusually disturbed, and was seen more frequently. She is often observed before a death, and one of the Fredericks said shortly before his decease that he should not live long, for he had met the White Lady. She wears a widow's band and veil, but it is sufficiently transparent to show her features, which do not express happiness, but placidity. She has only been twice heard to speak. In December 1628, she appeared in the palace at Berlin, and was heard to say, "Veni judica vivos et mortuos, judicium mihi ad hoc superest." Come, judge the quick and the dead. I wait for judgment. On the other occasion, which is more recent, one of the princesses at the castle of Neuhaus in Bohemia was standing before a mirror, trying on a new headdress, when, On asking her waiting maid what the hour was, the white lady suddenly stepped from behind a screen and said, "10 Uhr ist et ihr Liebden." It is 10 o'clock, your love, which is the mode in which the sovereign princes address each other instead of your highness. The princess was much alarmed, soon fell sick, and died in a few weeks. She has frequently evinced displeasure at the exhibition of impiety or vice, and there are many records of her different appearances to be found in the works of Balbinus and Erasmus Francisci, and in a publication called The Iris, published in Frankfurt in 1819, the editor, George Doring, who is said to have been a man of great integrity, gives the following account of one of her later appearances, which he declares he received just as he gives it from the lips of his own mother, on whose word and judgment he could perfectly rely. And shortly before his death, an inquiry being addressed to him with regard to the correctness of the narration, he vouched for its authenticity. It seems that the elder sister of his mother was companion to one of the ladies of the court, and that the younger ones were in the habit of visiting her frequently. 2 of these, Doring's mother and another, aged 14 and 15, were once spending a week with her, when she being out, and they alone with their needlework, chattering about the court diversions, they suddenly heard the sound of a stringed instrument like a harp, which seemed to proceed from behind a large stove that occupied one corner of the room. Half in fear and half in fun, one of the girls took a yard measure that lay beside them and struck the spot, whereupon the music ceased, but the stick was wrested from her hand. She became alarmed, but the other, named Christina, laughed and said she must have fancied it, adding that the music doubtless proceeded from the street, though they could not descry any musicians. To get over her fright, of which she was half ashamed, the former now ran out of the room to visit a neighbor for a few minutes. But when she returned, she found Christina lying on the floor in a swoon, who, on being revived with the aid of the attendants who had heard a scream, related that no sooner had her sister left her than the sound was repeated close to the stove, and a white figure had appeared and advanced toward her, whereupon she had screamed and fainted. The lady who owned the apartments flattered herself that this apparition betokened that a treasure was hidden under the stove, and, imposing silence on the girls, she sent for a carpenter and had the planks lifted. The floor was found to be double, and below was a vault, from which issued a very unwholesome vapor, but no treasure was found, nor anything but a quantity of quicklime. The circumstance being now made known to the king, he expressed no surprise. He said that the apparition was doubtless that of the Countess of Orlamund, who had been buried alive in that vault. She was the mistress of a Margrave of Brandenburg, by whom she had 2 sons. When the prince became a widower, she expected he would marry her, but he urged as an objection that he feared, in that case, her sons might hereafter dispute the succession with the lawful heirs. In order to remove this obstacle out of her way, she poisoned the children, and the Margrave, disgusted and alarmed, had her walled up in that vault for her pains. He added that she was usually seen every 7 years, and was preceded by the sound of a harp, on which instrument she had been a proficient, and also that she more frequently appeared to children than to adults, as if the love she had denied her own offspring in life was now her torment, and that she sought a reconciliation with childhood in general. I know from the best authority that the fact of these appearances is not doubted by those who have the fullest opportunities of inquiry and investigation, and I remember seeing in the English papers a few years since a paragraph copied from the foreign journals to the effect that the White Lady had been seen again, I think at Berlin. End of Chapter 13, Section 1. Recording by S. E. Ross, Boerne, Texas. Chapter 13, Section 2 of The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.E. Ross, Boerne, Texas. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers by CROWE. Chapter 13, Section 2, Haunted Houses. The following very curious relation I have received from the gentleman to whom the circumstance occurred, who is a professional man residing in London. I was brought up by a grandfather and 4 aunts, all ghost-seers and believers in supernatural appearances. The former had been a sailor, and was one of the crew that sailed round the world with Lord Anson. I remember when I was about 8 years old that I was awakened by the screams of one of these ladies with whom I was sleeping, which summoned all the family about her to inquire the cause of the disturbance. She said that she had seen Nancy by the side of the bed, and that she was slipping into it. We had scarcely got downstairs in the morning before intelligence arrived that that lady had died precisely at the moment my aunt said she saw her. Nancy was her brother's wife. Another of my aunts, who was married and had a large family, foretold my grandfather's death at a time that we had no reason to apprehend it. He also had appeared at her bedside. He was then alive and well, but he died a fortnight afterward. But it would be tedious were I to enumerate half the instances I could recall of a similar description, and I will therefore proceed to the relation of what happened to myself. I was, some few years since, invited to pass a day and night at a house of a friend in Hertfordshire, with whom I was intimately acquainted. His name was B., and he had formerly been in business as a saddler in Oxford Street, where he realized a handsome fortune, and had now retired to enjoy his otium cum dignitate in the rural and beautiful village of Surat. It was a gloomy Sunday in the month of November when I mounted my horse for the journey, and there was so much appearance of rain that I should certainly have selected some other mode of conveyance had I not been desirous of leaving the animal in Mr. E.'s straw yard for the winter. Before I got as far as St. John's Wood, the threatening clouds broke, and by the time I reached Watford, I was completely soaked. However, I proceeded and arrived at Surat before my friend and his wife had returned from church. The moment they did so, they furnished me with dry clothes, and I was informed that we were to dine at the house of Mr. D., a very agreeable neighbor. I felt some little hesitation about presenting myself in such a costume, for I was decked out in a full suit of Mr. B.'s, who was a stout man of 6 feet in height, while I am rather of the diminutive order. But my objections were overruled. We went, and my appearance added not a little to the hilarity of the party. At 10 o'clock we separated, and I returned with Mr. and Mrs. B. to their house, where I was shortly afterward conducted to a very comfortable bedroom. Fatigued with my day's ride, I was soon in bed and soon asleep, but I do not think I could have slept long before I was awakened by the violent barking of dogs. I found that the noise had disturbed others as well as myself, for I heard Mr. B., who was lodged in the adjoining room, open his window and called to them to be quiet. They were obedient to his voice, and as soon as quietness ensued, I dropped asleep again. But I was again awakened by an extraordinary pressure upon my feet. That I was perfectly awake, I declare. The light that stood in the chimney corner shone strongly across the foot of the bed, and I saw the figure of a well-dressed man in the act of stooping, and supporting himself in so doing by the bedclothes. He He had on a blue coat with bright gilt buttons, but I saw no head. The curtains at the foot of the bed, which were partly looped back, just hung so as to conceal that part of his person. At first I thought it was my host, and as I had dropped my clothes, as is my habit, on the floor at the foot of the bed, I supposed he was come to look after them, which rather surprised me. But, just as I had raised myself upright in bed, and was about to inquire into the occasion of his visit, the figure passed on. I then recollected that I had locked the door, and becoming somewhat puzzled, I jumped out of bed, but I could see nobody. And on examining the room, I found no means of ingress but the door through which I had entered, and one other, both of which were locked on the inside. Amazed and puzzled, I got into bed again, and sat some time ruminating on the extraordinary circumstance, when it occurred to me that I had not looked under the bed, so I got out again, fully expecting to find my visitor, whoever he was, there. But I was disappointed. So after looking at my watch, and ascertaining that it was 10 minutes past 2, I stepped into bed again, hoping now to get some rest. But alas, sleep was banished for that night, and after turning from side to side and making vain endeavors at forgetfulness, I gave up the point and lay till the clock struck 7, perplexing my brain with the question of who my midnight visitor could be, and also how he had got in, and how he had got out of my room. About 8 o'clock I met my host and his wife at the breakfast table, when in answer to their hospitable inquiries of how I had passed the night, I mentioned first that I had been awakened by the barking of some dogs, and that I had heard Mr. B open his window and call to them. He answered that 2 strange dogs had got into the yard and had disturbed the others. I then mentioned my midnight visitor, expecting that they would either explain the circumstance or else laugh at me and declare I must have dreamed it. But to my surprise, my story was listened to with grave attention, and they related to me the tradition with which this spectre, for such I found they deemed it to be, was supposed to be connected. This was to the effect that many years ago a gentleman so attired had been murdered there, under some frightful circumstances, and that his head had been cut off. On perceiving that I was very unwilling to accept this explanation of the mystery, for, in spite of my family peculiarity, I had always been an entire disbeliever in supernatural appearances, they begged me to prolong my visit for a day or 2, when they would introduce me to the rector of the parish, who could furnish me with such evidence with regard to circumstances of a similar nature as would leave no doubt on my mind as to the possibility of their occurrence. But I had made an engagement to dine at Watford on my way back, and I confess, moreover, that after what I had heard, I did not feel disposed to encounter the chance of another visit from the mysterious stranger. So I declined the proffered hospitality and took my leave. Some time after this I happened to be dining at C Street, in company with some ladies resident in the same county, when, chancing to allude to my visit to Surat, I added that I had met with a very extraordinary adventure there, which I had never been able to account for, when one of these ladies immediately said that she hoped I had not had a visit from the headless gentleman in a blue coat and gilt buttons, who was said to have been seen by many people in that house. Such is the conclusion of this marvelous tale as regards myself, and I can only assure you that I have related facts as they occurred, and that I had never heard a word about this apparition in my life till Mr. B related to me the tradition above alluded to. Still, as I am no believer in supernatural appearances, I am constrained to suppose that the whole affair was the product of my imagination. I must add that Mr. B. mentioned some strange circumstances connected with another house in the county, inhabited by a Mr. M., which were corroborated by the ladies above alluded to. Both parties agreed that, from the unaccountable noises, etc., etc., which were heard there, that gentleman had the greatest difficulty in persuading any servants to remain with him. A. W. M. C. Street, 5th September, 1846. This is one of those curious instances of determined skepticism that fully justify the patriarch's prediction. The following interesting letter, written by a member of a very distinguished English family, will furnish its own explanation. As you express a wish to know what degree of credit is to be attached to a garbled tale which has been sent forth after a lapse of between 30 and 40 years, as an accredited ghost story, I will state the facts as they were recalled to my mind last year by a daughter of Sir William A. C., who sent the book to me, requesting me to tell her if there was any foundation for the story, which she could scarcely believe, since she had never heard my mother allude to it. I read the narrative with surprise, it being evidently not furnished by any of the family, nor indeed by anyone who was with us at the time. Yet, though full of mistakes in names, etc., etc., some particulars come so near the truth as to puzzle me. The facts are as follows. Sir James, my mother, with myself and my brother Charles, went abroad toward the end of the year 1786. After trying several different places, we determined to settle at Lille, where we found the masters particularly good, and where we had also letters of introduction to several of the best French families. There Sir James left us, and after passing a few days in an uncomfortable lodging, we engaged a nice, large family house, which we liked very much, and which we obtained at a very low rent, even for that part of the world. About 3 weeks after we were established in our new residence, I walked one day with my mother to the banker's for the purpose of delivering our letter of credit from Sir Robert Herries, and drawing some money, which, being paid in heavy 5-franc pieces, we found we could not carry, and therefore requested the banker to send, saying, "We live in the Place du Lion d'Or," whereupon he looked surprised, and observed that he knew of no house there fit for us, "except indeed," he added, "the one that has been long uninhabited, on account of the revenant that walks about it." He said this quite seriously, and in a natural tone of voice, in spite of which we laughed, and were quite entertained at the idea of a ghost. But at the same time we begged him not to mention the thing to our servants, lest they should take any fancies into their heads, and my mother and I resolved to say nothing about the matter to anyone. "I suppose it is the ghost," said my mother, laughing, "that wakes us so often by walking over our heads." We had, in fact, been awakened several nights by a heavy foot, which we supposed to be that of one of the men servants, of whom we had 3 English and 4 French. Of women servants, we had 5 English, and all the rest were French. The English ones, men and women, every one of them, returned ultimately to England with us. A night or 2 afterward, being again awakened by the step, my mother asked Creswell, "Who slept in the room above us?" "No one, my lady," she replied. "It is a large, empty garret." About a week or 10 days after this, Creswell came to my mother one morning and told her that all the French servants talked of going away, because there was a revenant in the house, adding that there seemed to be a strange story attached to the place, which was said, together with some other property, to have belonged to a young man whose guardian, who was also his uncle, had treated him cruelly and confined him in an iron cage. And as he had subsequently disappeared, it was conjectured he had been murdered. This uncle, after inheriting the property, had suddenly quitted the house and sold it to the father of the man of whom we had hired it. Since that period, though it had been several times let, nobody had ever stayed in it above a week or two, and for a considerable time past, it had had no tenant at all. "And do you really believe all this nonsense, Creswell?" said my mother. "Well, I don't know, my lady," answered she, "but there's the iron cage in the garret over your bedroom, where you may see it, if you please." Of course we rose to go, and as just at that moment an old officer with his Croix de Saint Louis called on us, we invited him to accompany us, and we ascended together. We found, as Creswell had said, a large empty garret with bare brick walls, and in the further corner of it stood an iron cage, such as wild beasts are kept in, only higher. It was about 4 feet square and 8 in height, and there was an iron ring in the wall at the back, to which was attached an old rusty chain with a collar fixed to the end of it. I confess it made my blood creep when I thought of the possibility of any human being having inhabited it, and our old friend expressed as much horror as ourselves, assuring us that it must certainly have been constructed for some such dreadful purpose. As, however, we were no believers in ghosts, we all agreed that the noises must proceed from somebody who had an interest in keeping the house empty. And since it was very disagreeable to imagine that there were secret means of entering it at night, we resolved as soon as possible to look out for another residence, and in the meantime to say nothing about the matter to anybody. About 10 days after this determination, my mother, observing one morning that Creswell, when she came to dress her, looked exceedingly pale and ill, inquired if anything was the matter with her. "Indeed, my lady," she answered, "we have been frightened to death, and neither I nor Mrs. Marsh can sleep again in the room we are now in." "Well," returned my mother, "you shall both come and sleep in the little spare room next to us. But what has alarmed you?" "Someone, my lady, went through our room in the night. We both saw the figure, but we covered our heads with the bedclothes and lay in a dreadful fright till morning." On hearing this, I could not help laughing, upon which Creswell burst into tears, and seeing how nervous she was, we comforted her by saying we had heard of a good house, and that we should very soon abandon our present habitation. A few nights afterward, my mother requested me and Charles to go to her bedroom and fetch her frame, that she might prepare her work for the next day. It was after supper, and we were ascending the stairs by the light of a lamp, which was always kept burning, when we saw going up before us a tall, thin figure with hair flowing down his back, and wearing a loose powdering gown. We both at once concluded it was my sister Hannah, and called out, "It won't do, Hannah, you cannot frighten us." Upon which the figure turned into a recess in the wall. But as there was nobody there when we passed, we concluded that Hannah had contrived, somehow or other, to slip away and make her escape by the back stairs. On telling this to my mother, she said, "It is very odd, for Hannah went to bed with a headache before you came in from your walk." And sure enough, on going to her room, there we found her fast asleep, and Alice, who was at work there, assured us that she had been so for more than an hour. On mentioning this circumstance to Creswell, she turned quite pale and exclaimed that that was precisely the figure she and Marsh had seen in their bedroom. About this time, my brother Harry came to spend a few days with us, and we gave him a room up another pair of stairs at the opposite end of the house. A morning or two after his arrival, when he came down to breakfast, he asked my mother angrily whether she thought he went to bed drunk and could not put out his own candle, that she sent those French rascals to watch him. My mother assured him that she never thought of doing such a thing, but he persisted in the accusation, adding, "Last night I jumped up and opened the door, and by the light of the moon through the skylight, I saw the fellow in his loose gown at the bottom of the stairs. If I had not been in my shirt, I would have gone after him and made him remember coming to watch me." We were now preparing to quit the house, having secured another belonging to a gentleman who was going to spend some time in Italy. But a few days before our removal, it happened that Mr. and Mrs. Atkins, some English friends of ours, called, to whom we had mentioned these circumstances, observing how extremely unpleasant it was to live in a house that somebody found means of getting into. Though how they contrived it, we could not discover, nor what their motive could be, except it was to frighten us, adding that nobody could sleep in the room Marsh and Creswell had been obliged to give up. Upon this, Mrs. Atkins laughed heartily, and said she should like, of all things, to sleep there, if my mother would allow her, adding that with her little terrier she should not be afraid of any ghost that ever appeared. As my mother had, of course, no objection to this fancy of hers, she requested Mrs. Atkins to ride home with the groom, in order that the latter might bring her night things before the gates of the town would be shut, as they were then residing a little way in the country. Mr. Atkins smiled and said she was very bold, but he made no difficulties and sent the things, and his wife retired with her dog to her room when we retired to ours, apparently without the least apprehension. When she came down in the morning, we were immediately struck at seeing her look very ill, and on inquiring if she too had been frightened, she said she had been awakened in the night by something moving in her room, and that, by the light of the night lamp, she saw most distinctly a figure, and that the dog, which was spirited and flew at everything, never stirred, although she had endeavored to make him. We saw clearly that she had been very much alarmed, and when Mr. Atkins came and endeavored to dissipate the feeling by persuading her that she might have dreamed it, she got quite angry. We could not help thinking that she had actually seen something, and my mother said, after she was gone, that though she could not bring herself to believe it was really a ghost, still she earnestly hoped that she might get out of the house without seeing this figure, which frightened people so much. We were now within 3 days of the one fixed for our removal. I had been taking a long ride, and, being tired, had fallen asleep the moment I lay down. But in the middle of the night, I was suddenly awakened. I cannot tell by what, for the steps over our heads we had become so used to that it no longer disturbed us. Well, I awoke. I had been lying with my face toward my mother, who was asleep beside me, and as one usually does on awaking, I turned to the other side, where, the weather being warm, the curtain of the bed was undrawn, as it was also at the foot. And I saw standing by a chest of drawers, which were betwixt me and the window, a thin, tall figure, in a loose powdering gown, one arm resting on the drawers, and the face turned toward me. I saw it quite distinctly by the night light, which burned clearly. It was a long, thin, pale young face, with, oh, such a melancholy expression as can never be effaced from my memory. I was, certainly, very much frightened, but my great horror was lest my mother should awake and see the figure. I turned my head gently toward her, and heard her breathing high in a sound sleep. Just then, the clock on the stairs struck 4. I dare say it was nearly an hour before I ventured to look again, and when I did take courage to turn my eyes toward the drawers, there was nothing. Yet I had not heard the slightest sound, though I had been listening with the greatest intensity. As you may suppose, I never closed my eyes again, and glad I was when Creswell knocked at the door, as she did every morning, for we always locked it, and it was my business to get out of bed and let her in. But on this occasion, instead of doing so, I called out, "Come in, the door is not fastened," upon which she answered that it was, and I was obliged to get out of bed and admit her as usual. When I told my mother what had happened, she was very grateful to me for not waking her, and commended me much for my resolution. But as she was always my first object, that was not to be wondered at. She, however, resolved not to risk another night in the house, and we got out of it that very day, after instituting, with the aid of the servants, a thorough search, with a view to ascertain if there was any possible means of getting into the rooms except by the usual modes of ingress. But our search was vain. None could be discovered. I think from the errors in the names, etc., that the publisher of the accredited ghost stories must have obtained his account from the inhabitants of Lille. Considering the number of people that were in the house, the fearlessness of the family, and their disinclination to believe in what is called the supernatural, together with the great interest the owner of this large and handsome residence must have had in discovering the trick, if there had been one, I think it is difficult to find any other explanation of this strange story than that the sad and disappointed spirit of this poor, injured, and probably murdered boy had never been disengaged from its earthly relations, to which regret for its frustrated hopes and violated rights still held it attached. There is a story told by Pliny the Younger of a house at Athens in which nobody could live from its being haunted. At length the philosopher Athenodorus took it, and the first night he was there, he seems to have comported himself very much as the courageous Mrs. Canning did on a similar occasion at Plymouth. He sent his servants to bed and set himself seriously to work with his writing materials, determined that fancy should not be left free to play him false. For some time all was still, and his mind was wholly engaged in his labors, when he heard a sound like the rattling of chains, which was the sound that had frightened everybody out of the house. But Athenodorus closed his ears, kept his thoughts collected, and wrote on without lifting up his eyes. The noise, however, increased. It approached the door. It entered the room. Then he looked round and beheld the figure of an old man, lean, haggard, and dirty, with disheveled hair and a long beard, who held up his finger and beckoned him. Athenodorus made a gesture with his own hand in return, signifying that he should wait, and went on with his writing. Then the figure advanced and shook his chains over the philosopher's head, who, on looking up, saw him beckoning as before, whereupon he arose and followed him. The apparition walked slowly, as if obstructed by his chains, and having conducted him to a certain spot in the court, which separated the two divisions of an ancient Greek house, he suddenly disappeared. Athenodorus gathered together some grass and leaves in order to mark the place, and the next day he recommended the authorities to dig there, which they did, and found the skeleton of a human being encircled with chains. It being taken up and the rites of sepulture duly performed, the house was no longer disturbed. This was probably some poor prisoner also, and in his desire to direct notice to his body, we see the prejudices of his age and country surviving dissolution. Gross, the antiquary, who is, as I have before observed, very facetious on the subject of ghosts, remarks that dragging chains is not the custom of English ghosts, chains and black vestments being chiefly the accoutrements of foreign spectres seen in arbitrary governments. Now, this is a very striking observation. Gross's studies had doubtless introduced him to many histories of this description, and the different characteristics of these apparitions under different governments is a circumstance in remarkable conformity with the views of those who have been led to take a more serious view of the subject. They appear as they lived, and as they conceive of themselves, and when rapport or receptivity enable them to see and to render themselves visible to those yet living in the flesh, it is by so appearing that they tell their story and ask for sympathy and assistance. I say enable them to see, because there seem many reasons for concluding that they do not, under ordinary circumstances, see us any more than we see them, whether it be rapport with certain inhabitants, or whether the phenomenon be dependent on certain periods or any other condition, we cannot tell. But I have met with several accounts of houses in which an annoyance of this sort has recurred more than once, at different intervals, sometimes at a distance of 7 or 10 years, the intermediate time being quite free from it. End of Chapter 13, Section 2. Recording by S.E. Ross, Boerne, Texas. Chapter 13, Section 3 of The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.E. Ross, Boerne, Texas. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers by CROWE, Chapter 13, Section 3, Haunted Houses. One of the most melancholy and impressive circumstances of this sort I have met with occurred to Mrs. L., a lady with whose family I am acquainted. Mrs. L. herself having been kind enough to furnish me with the particulars. A few years since, she took a furnished house in Stevenson Street, North Shields, and she had been in it but a very few hours before she was perplexed by hearing feet in the passage, though whenever she opened the door, she could see nobody. She went to the kitchen and asked the servant if she had not heard the same sound. She said she had not, but that there seemed to be strange noises in the house. When Mrs. L. went to bed, she could not go to sleep for the noise of a child's rattle, which seemed to be inside her curtains. It rattled round her head, first on one side, then on the other. Then there were sounds of feet, and of a child crying, and a woman sobbing, and in short, so many strange noises that the servant became frightened and went away. The next girl Mrs. L. engaged came from Leite, and was a stranger to the place, but she had only passed a night in the house when she said to her mistress, "This is a troubled house you've got into, ma'am." And she described, among the rest, that she had repeatedly heard her own name called by a voice near her, though she could see nobody. One night, Mrs. L. heard a voice, like nothing human, close to her cry, "Weep, weep, weep." Then there was a sound like someone struggling for breath, and again, "Weep, weep, weep." Then the gasping, and a third time, "Weep, weep, weep." She stood still and looked steadfastly on the spot whence the voice proceeded, but could see nothing. and her little boy, who held her hand, kept saying, "What is that, Mama? What is that?" She describes the sound as most frightful. All the noises seemed to suggest the idea of childhood and of a woman in trouble. One night, when it was crying round her bed, Mrs. L. took courage and adjured it, upon which the noise ceased for that time, but there was no answer. Mr. L. was at sea when she took the house, and when he came home he laughed at the story at first, but soon became so convinced the account she gave was correct that he wanted to have the boards taken up, because, from the noises seeming to hover much about one spot, he thought perhaps some explanation of the mystery might be found. But Mrs. L. objected that if anything of a painful nature were discovered, she should not be able to continue in the house, and as she must pay the year's rent, she wished, if possible, to make out the time. She never saw anything but twice. Once, the appearance of a child seemed to fall from the ceiling close to her and then disappear. And another time she saw a child run into a closet in a room at the top of the house. And it was most remarkable that a small door in that room, which was used for going out onto the roof, always stood open. However often they shut it, it was opened again immediately by an unseen hand, even before they got out of the room. And this continued the whole time they were in the house, while night and day someone in creaking shoes was heard pacing backward and forward in the room over Mr. and Mrs. L.'s heads. At length the year expired, and to their great relief they quitted the house. But 5 or 6 years afterward, a person who had bought it, having taken up the floor of that upper room to repair it, there was found, close to the small door above alluded to, the skeleton of a child. It was then remembered that some years before, a gentleman of somewhat dissolute habits had resided there, and that he was supposed to have been on very intimate terms with a young woman-servant who lived with him, but there had been no suspicion of anything more criminal. About 6 years ago, Mr. C., a gentleman engaged in business in London, heard of a good country house in the neighborhood of the metropolis, which was to be had at a low rent. It was rather an old-fashioned place, and was surrounded by a garden and pleasure ground, and having taken a lease of it for 7 years, furnished as it was, his family removed thither, and he joined them once or twice a week, as his business permitted. They had been some considerable time in the house without the occurrence of anything remarkable, when one evening, toward dusk, Mrs. C., on going into what was called the oak bedroom, saw a female figure near one of the windows. It was apparently a young woman with dark hair hanging over her shoulders, a silk petticoat, and a short white robe, and she appeared to be looking eagerly through the window as if expecting somebody. Mrs. C. clapped her hand upon her eyes, as thinking she had seen something she ought not to have seen, and when she looked again, the figure had disappeared. Shortly after this, a young girl who filled the situation of under-nursery maid came to her in great agitation, saying she had had a terrible fright from seeing a very ugly old woman looking in upon her as she passed the window in the lobby. The girl was trembling violently and almost crying, so that Mrs. C. entertained no doubts of the reality of her alarm. She, however, thought it advisable to laugh her out of her fear, and went with her to the window, which looked into a closed court. But there was no one there, neither had any of the other servants seen such a person. Soon after this, the family began to find themselves disturbed with strange and frequently very loud noises during the night. Among the rest, there was something like the beating of a crowbar upon the pump in the above-mentioned court, but search as they would, they could discover no cause for the sound. One day, when Mr. C. had brought a friend from London to stay the night with him, Mrs. C. thought proper to go up to the oak bedroom where the stranger was to sleep for the purpose of inspecting the arrangements for his comfort, when to her great surprise, someone seemed to follow her up to the fireplace, though on turning round there was nobody to be seen. She said nothing about it, however, and returned below, where her husband and the stranger were sitting. Presently, one of the servants, not the one mentioned above, tapped at the door and requested to speak with her. And Mrs. C. going out, she told her in great agitation that in going upstairs to the visitor's room, a footstep had followed her all the way to the fireplace, although she could see nobody. Mrs. C. said something soothing, and that matter passed, she herself being a good deal puzzled, but still unwilling to admit the idea that there was anything extra-natural in these occurrences. Repeatedly after this, these footsteps were heard in different parts of the house when nobody was to be seen, and often, while she was lying in bed, she heard them distinctly approach her door, when, being a very courageous woman, she would start out with a loaded pistol in her hand, but there was never anyone to be seen. At length, it was impossible to conceal from herself and her servants that these occurrences were of an extraordinary nature, and the latter, as may be supposed, felt very uncomfortable. Among other unpleasant things, while sitting all together in the kitchen, they used to see the latch lifted and the door open, though no one came in that they could see. And when Mr. C. himself watched for these events, although they took place, and he was quite on the alert, he altogether failed in detecting any visible agent. One night, the same servant who had heard the footsteps following her to the bedroom fireplace, happening to be asleep in Mrs. C.'s chamber, she became much disturbed, and was heard to murmur, wake me, as if in great mental anguish. Being aroused, she told her mistress a dream she had had, which seemed to throw some light upon these mysteries. She thought she was in the oak bedroom, and at one end of it she saw a young female in an old-fashioned dress, with long dark hair, while in another part of the room was a very ugly old woman, also in old-fashioned attire. The latter, addressing the former, said, "What have you done with the child, Emily? What have you done with the child?" To which the younger figure answered, "Oh, I did not kill it. He was preserved and grew up and joined the regiment and went to India." Then addressing the sleeper, the young lady continued, "I have never spoken to mortal before, but I will tell you all. My name is Miss Black, and this old woman is Nurse Black. Black is not her name, but we call her so because she has been so long in the family." Here the old woman interrupted the speaker by coming up and laying her hand on the dreaming girl's shoulder while she said something, but she could not remember what, for, feeling excruciating pain from the touch, she had been so far aroused as to be sensible she was asleep, and to beg to be wholly awakened. As the old woman seemed to resemble the figure that one of the other servants had seen looking into the window, and the young one resembled that she had herself seen in the oak chamber, Mrs. C. naturally concluded that there was something extraordinary about this dream, and she consequently took an early opportunity of inquiring in the neighborhood what was known as to the names or circumstances of the former inhabitants of this house. And after much investigation, she learned that, About 70 or 80 years before, it had been in the possession of a Mrs. Ravenhall, who had a niece named Miss Black living with her. This niece, Mrs. C. supposed, might be the younger of the two persons who was seen. Subsequently, she saw her again in the same room, wringing her hands, and looking with a mournful significance to one corner. They had the boards taken up on that spot, but nothing was found. One of the most curious incidents connected with the story remains to be told. After occupying the house 3 years, they were preparing to quit it, not on account of its being haunted, but for other reasons, when on awaking one morning, a short time before their departure, Mrs. C. saw, standing at the foot of her bed, a dark-complexioned man in a working dress, a fustian jacket, and red comforter round his neck, who, however, suddenly disappeared. Mr. C. was lying beside her at the time, but asleep. This was the last apparition seen. But the strange thing is that a few days after this, it being necessary to order a small quantity of coals to serve till their removal, Mr. C. undertook to perform the commission on his way to London. Accordingly, the very next day, she mentioned to him that the coals had arrived, which he said was very fortunate, since he had entirely forgotten to order them. Wondering whence they had come, Mrs. C. hereupon inquired of the servants, who none of them knew anything about the matter. But on interrogating a person in the village, by whom they had frequently been provided with this article, he answered that they had been ordered by a dark man in a fustian jacket and red comfort, who had called for the purpose. After this last event, Mr. and Mrs. C. quitted the house, but I have heard that its subsequent tenants encountered some similar annoyances, although I have no means of ascertaining the particulars. But perhaps one of the most remarkable cases of haunting in modern times is that of Willington, near Newcastle, in my account of which, however, I find myself anticipated by Mr. Howitt, and as he has had the advantage of visiting the place which I have not, I shall take the liberty of borrowing his description of it, prefacing the account with the following letter from Mr. Proctor, the owner of the house, who, it will be seen, vouches for the general authenticity of the narrative. The letter was written in answer to one from me requesting some more precise information than I had been able to obtain. Josh, Proctor hopes C. CROWE will excuse her note having remained 2 weeks unanswered, during which time J.P. has been from home or particularly engaged. Feeling adverse to add to the publicity the circumstances occurring in his house at Willington have already obtained, J.P. would rather not furnish additional particulars. But if C.C. is not in possession of the number of Howitt's Journal, which contains a variety of details on the subject, he will be glad to forward her one. He would, at the same time, assure C. CROWE of the strict accuracy of that portion of W. Howitt's narrative, which is extracted from Richardson's Table Book. W. Howitt's statements, derived from his recollection of verbal communications with branches of J. Proctor's family, are likewise essentially correct, though, as might be expected in some degree, erroneous circumstantially. J.P. takes leave to express his conviction that the unbelief of the educated classes in apparitions of the deceased and kindred phenomena is not grounded on a fair philosophic examination of the facts, which have induced the popular belief of all ages and countries, and that it will be found by succeeding ages to have been nothing better than unreasoning and unreasonable prejudice. Willington, near Newcastle on Tyne, 7th month, 22, 1847. End of Chapter 13, Section 3. Recording by S. E. Ross, Bernie, Texas.
Section 20, or Chapter 14, Part 1 of The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit www.librivox.org. Recording by William McKnight. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers by CROWE. Chapter 14. Spectral lights and apparitions attached to certain families. In commencing another chapter, I take the opportunity of repeating what I have said before, that in the treating of these phenomena, I find it most convenient to assume what I myself believe, that they are to be explained by the existence and appearance of what are called ghosts. But in so doing, I am not presuming to settle the question. If anyone will examine into the facts and furnish a better explanation of them, I shall be ready to receive it. In the meantime, assuming this hypothesis, there is one phenomena frequently attending their appearance which has given rise to a great deal of thoughtless ridicule, but which, in the present state of science, merits very particular attention. Gross, whom Dr. Hibbert quotes with a particular satisfaction, says, "I cannot learn that ghosts carry tapers in their hands, as they are sometimes depicted, though the room in which they appear, even without fire or candle, is frequently said to be as light as day." Most persons will have heard of this peculiarity attending the appearance of ghosts. In the case of Professor Dorian's apparition, mentioned in a former chapter, Professor Oder saw it when there was no light in the room, by a flame which proceeded from itself. When he had the room lighted, he saw it no longer, the light of the lamp rendering invisible the more delicate phosphorescent light of the spectre, just as the bright glare of the sun veils the feebler lustre of the stars, and obscures, to our senses, many chemical lights, which are very perceptible in darkness. Hence the notion, so available to those who satisfy themselves with scoffing without inquiring, that broad daylight banishes apparitions, and that the belief in them is merely the offspring of physical as well as moral darkness. I met with innumerable cases in which this phosphorescent light is one of the accompaniments, the flame sometimes proceeding visibly from the figure, while in others the room appeared pervaded with light, without it seeming to issue from any particular object. I remember a case of the servants in a country house in Aberdeenshire, hearing the doorbell ring after their mistress was gone to bed. On coming up to open it, they saw through a window that looked into a hall that it was quite light, and that their master, Mr. F., who was at the time absent from home, was there in his traveling dress. They ran to tell their mistress what they had seen, but when they returned all was dark, and there was nothing unusual to be discovered. That night Mr. F. died at sea on his voyage to London. A gentleman some time ago awoke in the middle of a dark winter's night, and perceived that his room was as light as if it were day. He awoke his wife and mentioned his circumstance, saying he could not help apprehending that some misfortune had occurred to his fishing boats, which had been put to sea. The boats were lost that night. Only last year there was a very curious circumstance happened in the south of England in which these lights were seen. I give the account literally, as I extracted it from the newspaper, and also the answer of the editor to my further inquiries. I know nothing more of this story, but it is singularly in keeping with others proceeding from different quarters. A ghost at Bristol. We have this week a ghost story to relate. Yes, a ghost story, a real ghost story, and a ghost story without, as yet, any clue to its elucidation. After the dissolution of the Calendars, their ancient residence adjoining and almost forming a part of the All Saints' Church, Bristol, was converted into a vicarage house, and it is still called by that name, though the incumbents have for many years ceased to reside there. The present occupants are Mr. and Mrs. Jones, the sexton and sextoness of the church, and one or two lodgers. And it is to the former and their servant maid that the strange visitor has made his appearance, causing such terror by his nightly calls that all three have determined on quitting the premises, if indeed they have not already carried their resolution into effect. Mr. and Mrs. Jones' description of the disturbance, as given to the landlord, on whom they called in great consternation, is as distinct as any ghost story could be. The nocturnal visitor is heard walking about the house when the inhabitants are in bed, and Mr. Jones, who is a man of by no means nervous constitution, declares he has several times seen a light flickering on one of the walls. Mrs. Jones is equally certain that she has heard a man with creaking shoes walking in the bedroom above her own when no man was on the premises, or at least ought to be, and was nearly killed with the fright. To the servant maid, however, was vouched the unenvied horror of seeing this restless night visitor. She declares she has repeatedly had her bedroom door unbolted at night between the hours of 12 and 2 o'clock, the period when such beings usually make their promenades, by something in human semblance. She cannot particularize his dress, but describes it as something antique, and of a fashion long since gone, and to some extent corresponding to that of the ancient calendars, the former inhabitants of the house. She further says he is a whiskered gentleman, we give her own words, which whiskered gentleman has gone the length of shaking her bed, and she believes would have shaken herself also, but that she invariably puts her head under the clothes when she sees him approach. Mrs. Jones declares she believes in the appearance of the whiskered gentleman, and she had made up her mind the night before she called on her landlord to leap out of the window, and it is not a trifle that will make people leap out of the windows, as soon as he entered the room. The effect of the flickering light on Mr. Jones was quite terrific, causing excessive trembling and the complete doubling up of his whole body into a round ball like. And that's from the Bristol Times. The Bristol Times office on June 3rd, 1846. Madame, in reply to your inquiries respecting the ghost story, I have to assure you that the whole affair remains wrapped in the same mystery as when chronicled in the pages of the Bristol Times. I am, madam, yours obediently, the editor. I subsequently wrote to Mrs. Jones, who I found was not a dexterous scribe, but she confirmed the above account, adding, however, that the Reverend, the clergyman of the parish, said I had better write to him about it, and that he does not believe in such things. Of course he does not, and would have been useless to have asked his opinion. There never was, perhaps, a more fearless human being than Madame Gottfried, the empoisonneuse of Bremen. At least, she felt no remorse. She feared nothing but discovery, and yet, when after years of successful crime she was at length arrested, she related that soon after the death of her first husband, Miltenberg, whom she had poisoned, as she was standing in the dusk of the evening in her drawing-room, she suddenly saw a bright light hovering at no great distance above her floor, which advanced toward her bedroom door and then disappeared. This phenomenon occurred on 3 successive evenings. On another occasion, she saw a shadowy appearance hovering near her, ach den ich, das ich Miltenberg, sein Eschkuning. Alas, I thought, that is the ghost of Miltenberg. Yet, did not this withhold her murderous hand? The lady who met with the curious adventure in Petersburg, mentioned in a former chapter, had no light in her room, yet she saw the watch distinctly by the old woman's light, though of what nature it was, she does not know. Of the lights seen over graves, familiarly called corpse candles, I have spoken elsewhere, as also of the luminous form perceived by Rilling in the garden at Colmar, as mentioned by Baron von Reichenbach. Most people have heard the story of the radiant boy seen by Lord Castlereagh, an apparition which the owner of the castle admitted to have been visible to many others. Dr. Kerner mentions a similar fact, wherein an advocate and his wife were awakened by a noise and a light, and saw a beautiful child enveloped by the sort of glory that is seen surrounding the heads of saints. It disappeared, and they never had a repetition of the phenomena, which they afterward heard was believed to recur every 7 years in that house, and to be connected with the cruel murder of a child by its mother. To these instances I will add an account of the ghost seen in C. Castle, copied from the handwriting of C.M.H., in a book of manuscript extracts, dated C. Castle, December 22nd, 1824, and furnished to me by a friend of the family. In order to introduce my readers to the haunted room, I will mention that it forms part of the old house, with windows looking into the court, which in early times was deemed a necessary security against an enemy. It adjoins a tower built by the Romans for defense. For C was properly more a border tower than a castle of any consideration. There is a winding staircase in this tower, and the walls are from 8 to 10 feet thick. When the times became more peaceable, our ancestors enlarged the arrow-slit windows, and added to that part of the building which looks toward the river Eden, the view of which is beautiful banks, we now enjoy. But many additions and alterations have been made since that. To return to the room in question, I must observe that it is by no means remote or solitary, being surrounded on all sides by chambers that are constantly inhabited. It is accessible by a passage cut through a wall 8 feet in thickness, and its dimensions are 21 by 18. One side of the wainscoting is covered with tapestry. The remainder is decorated with old family pictures and some ancient pieces of embroidery, probably the handiwork of nuns. Over a press which has doors of Venetian glass is an ancient oaken figure with a battle axe in his hand, which was one of those formerly placed on the walls of the city of Carlisle to represent guards. There used to be also an old-fashioned bed and some dark furniture in this room, but so many were the complaints of those who slept there that I was induced to replace some of these articles of furniture by more modern ones, in the hope of removing a certain air of gloom which I thought might have given rise to the unaccountable reports of apparitions and extraordinary noises which were constantly reaching us. But I regret to say I did not succeed in banishing the nocturnal visitor, which still continues to disturb our friends. I shall pass over numerous instances, and select one as being especially remarkable, from the circumstance of the apparition having been seen by a clergyman well known and highly respected in this country, who, not 6 weeks ago, repeated the circumstances to a company of 20 persons, among whom were some who had previously been entire disbelievers in such appearances. The best way of giving you these particulars will be by subjoining an extract from my journal, entered at the time the event occurred. September 8th, 1803. Among other guests invited to C Castle came the Reverend Henry A. of Redburg, and rector of Greystoke, with Mrs. A., his wife, who is a Miss S. of Ulverstone. According to previous arrangements, they were to have remained with us for some days, but their visit was cut short in a very unexpected manner. On the morning after their arrival, we were all assembled at breakfast when a chaise and four dashed up to the door in such haste that it knocked down part of the fence of my flower garden. Our curiosity was, of course, awakened to know who could be arriving at so early an hour, when, happening to turn my eyes toward Mr. A., I observed that he appeared extremely agitated. "It is our carriage," said he. "I am very sorry, but we must absolutely leave you this morning." We naturally felt and expressed considerable surprise, as well as regret, at this unexpected departure, representing that we had invited Colonel and Mrs. S., some friends whom Mr. A. particularly desired to meet, to dine with us on that day. Our expostulations, however, were in vain. The breakfast was no sooner over than they had departed, leaving us in consternation to conjecture what could possibly have occasioned so sudden an alteration in their arrangements. I really felt quite uneasy lest anything should have given them offense, and we reviewed all of the occurrences of the preceding evening in order to discover, if offense was there, whence it had arisen. But our pains were vain, and after talking a great deal about it for some days, other circumstances banished it from our minds. It was not till we some time afterward visited the part of the country in which Mr. A. resides that we learned the real cause of his sudden departure from C. The relation of the fact, as it here follows, is in his own words. Soon after we went to bed, we fell asleep. It might have been between 1 and 2 in the morning when I awoke. I observed that the fire was totally extinguished, but although that was the case and we had no light, I saw a glimmer in the center of the room, which suddenly increased to a bright flame. I looked out, apprehending that something had caught fire, when, to my amazement, I beheld a beautiful boy clothed in white, with bright locks resembling gold, standing by my bedside, in which position he remained some minutes, fixing his eyes upon me with a mild and benevolent expression. He then glided gently toward the side of the chimney, where it is obvious there is no possible egress, and entirely disappeared. I found myself again in total darkness, and all remained quiet till the usual hour of rising. I declare this to be a true account of what I saw at C Castle, upon my word as a clergyman. I am acquainted with some of the family and with several of the friends of Mr. A., who is still alive, though now an old man, and I can most positively assert that his own conviction with regard to the nature of this appearance has remained ever unshaken. The circumstance made a lasting impression upon his mind, and he never willingly speaks of it, but when he does, it is always with the greatest seriousness, and he never shrinks from avowing his belief that what he saw admits of no other interpretation than the one that he put upon it. Now, let's see whether in this department of the phenomena of ghost-seeing, namely the lights that frequently accompany the apparitions, there is anything so worthy of ridicule as Gross and other commentators seem to think. Of God, the uncreated, we know nothing, but the created spirit, man, we cannot conceive of independent of some organism or organ, however different that organ may be to those which form our means of apprehension and communication at present. This organ we may suppose to be that pervading ether which is now the germ of what St. Paul calls the spiritual body, the astral spirit of the mystics, the nerve spirit of the clear seers, the fundamental body of which the external fleshy body is but the copy and husk, an organ comprehending all those distinct ones which we now possess in the one universal, or some of the German psychologists call it the central sense, of which we occasionally obtain some glimpses into somnambulism, and in other peculiar states of nervous derangement, especially when the ordinary senses of sight, hearing, feeling, etc., are in abeyance, an effect which Dr. Ensmoser considers to be produced by a charge of polarity, the external periphery of the nerves taking on a negative state, and which Dr. Passavant describes as the retreating of the ether from the external to the internal, so that the nerves no longer receive impressions or convey information to the brain, a condition which may be produced by various causes as excessive excitement, great elevation of the spirit, as we see in ecstatics and martyrs, over-irritation producing consequent exhaustion, and also artificially by certain manipulations, narcotics, and other influences, all somnambules of the highest order. And when I make use of this expression, I repeat that I do not allude to the subject's mesmeric experiments, but to those extraordinary cases of disease, the particulars of which have been recorded by various continental physicians of eminence. All persons in that condition describe themselves as hearing and seeing, not by their ordinary organs, but by some means the idea of which they cannot convey further than they are pervaded by light, and that this is not the ordinary physical light is evidence, inasmuch as they generally see best in dark, a remarkable instance of which I myself witnessed. I never had the slightest idea of this internal light till, in the way of experiment, I inhaled the sulphuric ether, but I am now very well able to conceive it, for, after first feeling an agreeable warmth pervading my limbs, my next sensation was to find myself. I cannot say in this heavenly light, for the light was in me. I was pervaded by it. It was not perceived by my eyes, which were closed, but perceived internally. I cannot tell how, of what nature this heavenly light was, and I cannot forbear calling it heavenly, for it was like nothing on earth. I know not, nor how far it may be related to those luminous emanations occasionally seen around ecstatics, saints, martyrs, and dying persons, or to the flames seen by somnambules issuing from various objects, or to those observed by von Reichenbach's patients, proceeding from the ends of the fingers. But at all events, since the process which manifests life is of the nature of combustion, we have no reason to be amazed at the presence of luminous emanations, and as we are the subjects of various electrical phenomena, nobody is surprised when, on combing their hair or pulling off their silk stockings, they hear a crackling noise or even see sparks. Light, in short, is a phenomenon which seems connected with all forms of life, and I need not here refer to that emitted by glowworms, fireflies, and those marine animals which illuminate the sea. The eyes also of many animals shine with a light which is not merely a reflected one, as has been ascertained by Renger, a German naturalist, who found himself able to distinguish objects in the most profound darkness by the flaming eyes of a South American monkey. The seeing of a clear seer, says Dr. Passavant, may be called a solar seeing, for he lights and interpenetrates his object with his own organic light, his nervous ether, which becomes the organ of the spirit, and under certain circumstances, this organic light becomes visible, as in those above alluded to. Persons recovering from deep swoons and trances frequently describe themselves as having been in this region of light, this light of the spirit, if I may so call it, this palace of light in which it dwells, which will hereafter be its proper light, For the physical or solar light which serves us while in the flesh will no longer be needed when out of it, nor probably be perceived by the spirit, which will then, I repeat, be a light to itself. And as this organic light, this germ of our future spiritual body, occasionally becomes partially visible now, there cannot, I think, be any great difficulty in conceiving that it may, under given circumstances, be so hereafter. The use of the word light in the Scriptures must not be received in a purely symbolic sense. We shall dwell in light, or we shall dwell in darkness, in proportion as we have shaken off the bonds that chain us to the earth, according, in short, to our moral state. We shall be pure and bright, or impure and dark. Monsignor Arago mentions in his treatise on lightning and the electrical fluid that all men are not equally susceptible of it, and that there are different degrees of receptivity, verging from total insensibility to the extreme opposite. And he also remarks that animals are more susceptible to it than men. He says the fluid will pass through a chain of persons, of whom perhaps one, though forming only the second link, will be wholly insensible of the shock. Such persons would be rarely struck by lightning, while another would be in great danger from a flash, as if he were made of metal. Thus it is not only the situation of a man during a storm, but also his physical constitution that regulates the amount of his peril. The horse and the dog are particularly susceptible. Now, this varying susceptibility is analogous to, if not the very same, that causes the varying susceptibility to such phenomena as I am treating of. And accordingly, we know that in all times horses and dogs have been reputed to have the faculty of seeing spirits. And when persons who have the second sight see a vision, these animals, if in contact with them, perceive it also, and frequently evince symptoms of great terror. We also here find the explanation of another mystery, namely what the Germans call Erständigkeit, and the English skeptics, when alluding to these phenomena, contagion, meaning simply contagious fear. But, as when several persons form a chain, the shock from an electrical machine will pass through the whole of them. So, if one person is in such a state as to become sensible of an apparition or some similar phenomena, he may be able to communicate that power to another, and thus has arisen the conviction among the Highlanders that a seer, by touching a person near him, enables him frequently to participate in his vision. A little girl in humble life, called Mary Delves, of a highly nervous temperament, has been frequently punished for saying that the cat was on fire, and that she saw flames issuing from various persons and objects. With regard to the perplexing subject of corpse lights, there will be little difficulty attending it if they always remain stationary over the graves. But it seems very well established that that is not the case. There are numerous stories, proceeding from very respectable quarters, proving the contrary. And I have heard from a dignitary of the church born in Wales, which I will relate. A female relation of his had occasion to go to Aberystwyth, which was about 20 miles from her home, on horseback, and she started at a very early hour for that purpose, with her father's servant. When they had nearly reached the halfway, fearing the man might be wanted at home, she bade him return, as she was approaching the spot where the servant of the lady she was going to visit was to meet her, in order to escort her the other half. The man had not long left her, when she saw a light coming toward her, the nature of which she suspected. It moved, according to her description, steadily on, about 3 feet from the ground. Somewhat awestruck, she turned her horse out of the bridle road, along which it was coming, intended to wait until it had passed. But to her dismay, just as it came opposite to her, it stopped, and there remained perfectly fixed for nearly half an hour, at the end of which period it moved on as before. The servant presently came up, and she proceeded to the house of her friend, where she related what she had seen. A few days afterward, the very servant who came to meet her was taken ill and died. His body was carried along that road, and at the very spot where the light had paused, an accident occurred, which caused a delay of a half an hour. The other story was as follows. A servant in the family of Lady Davis, my informant's aunt, had occasion to start early for market. Being in the kitchen about 3 o'clock in the morning, taking his breakfast alone when everybody else was in bed, he was surprised at hearing a sound of heavy feet on the stairs above, and opening the door to see who it could be, he was struck with alarm at perceiving a great light, much brighter than could have been shed by a candle, At the same time, he heard a violent thump, as if some very heavy body had hit the clock, which stood on the landing. Aware of the nature of the light, the man did not await its further descent, but rushed out of the house, whence he presently saw it issue from the front door and proceed on its way to the churchyard. As his mistress, Lady Davis, was at that period in her bed ill, he made no doubt that her death impended, and when he returned from the market at night, his first question was whether she was yet alive. And though he was informed she was better, he declared his conviction that she would die, alleging as his reason what he had seen in the morning, a narration which led everybody else to the same conclusion. The lady, however, recovered, but within a fortnight another member of the family died, and as his coffin was brought down the stairs, the bearers ran it violently against the clock, upon which the man instantly exclaimed, "That is the very noise I heard." End of section 20, recorded by William McKnight, Plano, Texas. Section 21, or Chapter 14, Part 2, of The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William McKnight. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers by Catherine CROWE, Chapter 14. I can relate numerous stories wherein the appearance of a ghost was accompanied by a light, but as there is nothing that distinguishes them from the above forementioned, I will not dilate further on this branch of the subject, on which perhaps I have said enough to suggest to the minds of my readers that, although we know little how such things are, we do know enough of analogous phenomena to enable us to believe, at least, their possibility. I confess I find much less difficulty in conceiving the existence of such facts as those described above than those of another class of which we meet with occasional instances. For example, a gentleman of fortune and station in Ireland was one day walking along the road when he met a very old man, apparently a peasant, though well dressed and looking as if he had on his Sunday habiliments. His great age attracted the gentleman's attention the more, that he could not help wondering at the alertness of his movements and the ease with which he was ascending the hill. He consequently accosted him, inquiring his name and residence, and it was answered that his name was Kirkpatrick, and that he lived at a cottage, which he pointed out, whereupon the gentleman expressed his surprise that he should be unknown to him, since he fancied he had been acquainted with every man on his estate. "It is odd you have never seen me before," returned the old man, "for I walk here every day." "How old are you?" asked the gentleman. "I am 105, answered the other, "and have been here all my life." After a few more words, they parted, and the gentleman, proceeding towards some laborers in a neighboring field, inquired if they knew an old man of the name of Kirkpatrick. They did not, but on addressing the question to some older tenants, they said, oh yes, they had known him and had been at his funeral. He had lived at the cottage on the hill, but had been dead 20 years. "How old was he when he died?" inquired the gentleman, much amazed. "He was 85, said they, so that the old man gave the age that he would have reached had he survived to the period of this rencontre. This curious incident is furnished by the gentleman himself, and all he can say is that it certainly occurred, and that he is quite unable to explain it. He was in perfect health at the time, and had never heard of this man in his life, who had been dead several years before the estate came into his possession. The following is another curious story. The original will be found in the register of the church named, from which it has been copied for my use. Extract from the register in Brisley Church, Norfolk. December 12th, 1706, I, Robert Withers, M.A., Vicar of Gately, do insert here a story which I had from undoubted hands, for I have all the moral certainty of the truth of it possible. Mr. Gross went to see Mr. Shaw on the 2nd of August last. As they sat talking in the evening, says Mr. Shaw, on the 21st of the last month, as I was smoking a pipe and reading in my study, between 11 and 12 at night, in comes Mr. Naylor, formerly fellow of St. John's College, but had been dead full 4 years. When I saw him, I was much affrighted, and I asked him to sit down, which accordingly he did for about 2 hours, and we talked together. I asked him how it fared with him. He said, very well. Were any of our old acquaintances with him? No, at which I was much alarmed. But Mr. Orchard will be with me soon, and yourself not long after. And as he was going away, I asked him if he would not stay a little longer, but he refused. I asked him if he would call again. No, he had but 3 days' leave of absence and had other business. N.B. Mr. Orchard died soon after. Mr. Shaw is now dead. He was formerly Fellow of St. John's College, an ingenious, good man. I knew him there, but at his death he had a college living in Oxfordshire, and here he saw the apparition. An extraordinary circumstance occurred some years ago in which a very pious and very eminent Scotch minister, Ebenezer Brown of Inverkeithing, was concerned. A person of ill character in the neighborhood having died, the family very shortly afterward came to him to complain of some exceedingly unpleasant circumstances connected with the room in which the dissolution had taken place, which rendered it uninhabitable, and requesting his assistance. All that is known by his family of what followed is that he went and entered the room alone, came out again in a state of considerable excitement and in a great perspiration, took off his coat, and re-entered the room. A great noise, and I believe voices, were then heard by the family, who remained the whole time at the door. When he came out finally, it was evident that something very extraordinary had taken place. What it was, he said, he could never disclose, but that perhaps after his death some paper might be found upon the subject. None, however, as far as I can learn, have been discovered. A circumstance of a very singular nature is asserted to have occurred not very many years back in regard to a professor in the College of A, who had seduced a girl and married another woman. The girl became troublesome to him, and being found murdered after having been last seen in his company, he was suspected of being some way concerned in the crime. But the strange thing is that, from that period, he retired every evening to a particular hour to a certain room, where he stayed a great part of the night, and where it was declared that her voice was distinctly heard in conversation with him. A strange, wild story, which I give as I have it, without pretending to any explanation of the belief that seems to have prevailed that he was obliged to keep this fearful tryst. Visitations of this description, which seem to indicate that the deceased person is still, in some way incomprehensible to us, an inhabitant of the earth, are more perplexing than any of the stories I meet with. In the time of Frederick II of Prussia, the cook of a Catholic priest residing at a village named CROWE died, and he took another in her place. But the poor woman had no peace or rest from the interference of her predecessor, insomuch that she resigned her situation, and the minister might almost have done without any servant at all. The fires were lighted, and the rooms swept and arranged, and all the needed services performed by unseen hands. Numbers of people went to witness the phenomena, till at length the story reached the ears of the king, who sent a captain and a lieutenant of his guard to investigate the affair. As they approached the house, they found themselves preceded by a march, though they could see no musicians. And when they entered the parlor and witnessed what was going on, the captain exclaimed, "If that doesn't beat the devil," upon which he received a smart slap on the face from the invisible hand that was arranging the furniture. In consequence of this affair, the house was pulled down by the king's orders, and another residence built for the minister at some distance from the spot. Now, to impose on Frederick II would have been no slight matter, as regarded the probable consequences, and the officers of his guard would certainly not have been disposed to make the experiment. And it is not likely that the king would have ordered the house to be pulled down without being thoroughly satisfied of the truth of the story. One of the most remarkable stories of this class I know, excepting indeed the famous one, the Grecian Bride, is that which is said to have happened at Crossen, in Silesia, in the year 1659, in the reign of the Princess Elizabeth Charlotte. In the spring of that year, an apothecary's man called Christopher Monig, a native of Serbest in Anhalt, died, and was buried with the usual ceremonies of the Lutheran Church. But to the amazement of everybody, a few days afterwards, he, at least what seemed to be himself, appeared in the shop, where he would sit down and sometimes walk and take from the shelves boxes, pots, and glasses, and set them again in other places, sometimes try and examine the goodness of the medicines, weigh them with the scales, pound the drugs with a mighty noise, nay, serve the people that came with bills to the shop, take their money, and lay it upon the counter, In a word, do all things that a journeyman in such cases used to do. He looked very ghostly upon his former companions, who were afraid to say anything to him, and his master being sick at that time, he was very troublesome to him. At last he took a cloak that hung in the shop, put it on, and walked abroad. But minding nobody in the streets, he entered into some of the citizens' houses, especially such as he had formerly known, yet spoke to no one but to a maidservant, whom he met with hard by the churchyard, whom he desired to go home and dig in a lower chamber of her master's house, where she would find an inestimable treasure. But the girl, amazed at the sight of him, swooned away, whereupon he lifted her up, but left a mark upon her, in so doing that was long visible. She fell sick in consequence of the fright, and having told what Monig had said to her, they dug up the place indicated, but found nothing but a decayed pot, with a hermerites or bloodstone in it. The affair making a great noise, the reigning princess caused the man's body to be taken up, which being done, it was found in a state of putrefaction, and was reinterred. The apothecary was then recommended to remove everything belonging to Monig, his linen, clothes, and books, after which the apparition left the house and was seen no more. The fact of the man's reappearance in this matter was considered to be so perfectly established at that time that there was actually a public disputation of the subject in the Academy of Leipzig. With regard to the importance of the apparition attached to the bloodstone, we do not know, but there may be truth in the persuasion that this gem is possessed of some occult properties of much more value than its beauty. The story of the Grecian bride is still more wonderful, and yet it comes to us so surprisingly well authenticated, inasmuch as the details were forwarded by the prefect of the city in which the thing occurred to the proconsul of his province, and by the latter were laid before the Emperor Hadrian. And as it was not the custom to mystify Roman emperors, we are constrained to believe that what the prefect and proconsul communicated to him, they had good reason for believing themselves. It appears that a gentleman called Demostrates and Charito, his wife, had a daughter called Philinion, who died, and that about 6 months afterwards, a youth named Machates, who had come to visit them, was surprised on retiring to the apartments destined to strangers by receiving the visits of a young maiden, who eats and drinks and exchanges gifts with him. Some accident having taken the nurse that way, she, amazed by the sight, summons her master and mistress to behold their daughter, who is sitting there with the guests. Of course they do not believe her, but at length, worried by her importunities, the mother followed her to the guest chambers. But the young people are now asleep, and the door closed. But looking through the keyhole, she perceives what she believes to be her daughter. Still unable to credit her senses, she resolves to wait until morning before disturbing them. But when she comes again, the young lady had departed, while Machates, on being interrogated, confesses that Philinion had been with him, but that she had admitted to him that it was unknown to her parents. Upon this, the amazement and agitation of the mother were naturally very great, especially when Machates showed her a ring which the girl had given him, and a bodice which he had left behind, and his amazement was no less when he heard the story they had to tell. He, however, promised that if she returned the next night, he would let them see her, for he found it impossible to believe that his bride was their dead daughter. He suspected, on the contrary, that some thieves had stripped her body of the clothes and ornaments in which she had been buried, and that the girl who came to his room had bought them. When, therefore, she arrived, his servant, having orders to summon the father and mother, they came, and perceiving that it was really their daughter, they fell to embracing her with tears. But she reproached them for the intrusion, declaring that she had been permitted to spend 3 days with this stranger in the house of her birth, but that now she must go to the appointed place, and immediately fell down dead, and the dead body lay there visible to all. The news of this strange event soon spread abroad. The house was surrounded by crowds of people, and the prefect was obliged to take measures to avoid a tumult. On the following morning, at an early hour, the inhabitants assembled in the theater, and thence they proceeded to the vault, in order to ascertain if the body of Philinion was there, where it had been deposited 6 months before. It was not, but on the bier there lay the ring and cap which Machates had presented to her the first night she visited him, showing that she had returned there in the interim. They then proceeded to the house of Democritus, where they saw the body, which it was decreed must now be buried without the bounds of the city. Numerous religious ceremonies and sacrifices followed, and the unfortunate Machates, seized with horror, put an end to his own life. The following very singular circumstance occurred in this country toward the latter end of last century, and excited at the time considerable attention. The more so as it was asserted by everyone acquainted with the people and the locality that the removal of the body was impossible by any recognized means, besides that no one would have the hardihood to attempt such a feat. Mr. William Craighead, author of A Popular System of Arithmetic, was parish schoolmaster of Montefife, situate upon the estuary of the Tay, about 6 miles east from Dundee. It would appear that Mr. Craighead was then a young man, fond of a frolic without being very scrupulous about the means or calculating the consequences, there being a like wake in the neighborhood according to the custom of the times. Attended by a number of his acquaintance, Craighead procured a confederate, with whom he concerted a plan to draw the watchers from the house, or at least from the room where the corpse lay. Having succeeded in this, he dexterously removed the dead body to an outer house, while his companion occupied the place of the corpse in the bed where it had lain. It was agreed upon between the confederates that when the company were reassembled, Craighead was to join them, and at a concerted signal, the impostor was to rise, shrouded like the dead man, while the two were to enjoy the terror and alarm of their companions. Mr. Craighead came in, and after being some time seated, the signal was made, but met no attention. He was rather surprised. It was repeated, and still neglected. Mr. Craighead, in turn, now became alarmed, for he conceived it impossible that his companion could have fallen asleep in that situation. His uneasiness became insupportable. He went to the bed, and found his friend lifeless. Mr. Craighead's feelings, as may well be imagined, now entirely overpowered him, and the dreadful act was disclosed. Their agitation was extreme, and it was far from being alleviated when every attempt to restore animation to the thoughtless young man proved abortive. As soon as their confusion would permit, an inquiry was made after the original corpse, and Mr. Craighead and another went to fetch it in, but it was not to be found. The alarm and consternation of the company were now redoubled. For some time a few suspected that some hardy fellow among them had been attempting a Roland for an Oliver, but when every knowledge of it was most solemnly denied by all present, the situation can more easily be imagined than described. That of Mr. Craighead was little short of distraction. Daylight came without relieving their agitation. No trace of the corpse could be discovered, and Mr. Craighead was accused as the primum mobile of all that had happened. He was incapable of sleeping, and wandered several days and nights in search of the body, which was at last discovered in the parish of Teeling, deposited in a field about 6 miles distant from the place where it was removed. It is related that this extraordinary affair had a strong and lasting effect upon Mr. Craighead's mind and conduct, that he immediately became serious and thoughtful, and ever after conducted himself with great prudence and sobriety. Among what are called superstitions, there are a great many curious ones attached to certain families, and from some members of these families I have been assured that experience has rendered it impossible for them to forbear attaching importance to these persuasions. A very remarkable circumstance occurred lately in this part of the world, the facts of which I had an opportunity of being well acquainted with. One evening, somewhere around Christmas of the year 1844, a letter was sent for my perusal which had been just received from a member of a distinguished family in Perthshire. The friend who sent it to me, an eminent library man, said, "Read the enclosed, and we shall now have an opportunity of observing if any event follows the prognostics." The information contained in the letter was to the following effect. Miss D, a relative of the present Lady C, who had been staying some time with the Earl and Countess at their seat near Dundee, was invited to spend a few days at C Castle with the Earl and Countess of A. She went, and while she was dressing for dinner, the first evening of her arrival, she heard a strain of music under her window, which finally resolved itself into a well-defined sound of a drum. When her maid came up the stairs, she made some inquiries about the drummer that was playing near the house, but the maid knew nothing upon the subject. For the moment, the circumstance passed from Miss D's mind, but recurring to her again during the dinner, she said, addressing Lord A, "My lord, who was your drummer?" Upon which his lordship turned pale. Lady A looked distressed, and several of the company, who all heard the question, embarrassed, while the lady, perceiving that she had made some unpleasant allusion, although she knew not to what their feelings referred, forbore further inquiry till she reached the drawing-room, when, having mentioned the circumstance again to a member of the family, she was answered, "What? Have you never heard of the drummer boy?" "No," replied Miss D. "Who in the world is he?" "Why," replied the other, "he is a person who goes about the house playing his drum whenever there is a death impending in the family. The last time he was heard was shortly before the death of the last countess, the Earl's former wife, and that is why Lord A became so pale when you mentioned it. This drummer is a very unpleasant subject in this family, I assure you." Miss D was naturally much concerned, and indeed not a little frightened at this explanation, and her alarm being augmented by hearing the sounds on the following day, she took her departure from C Castle to return to Lord C's, stopping on her way to call on some friends, where she related this strange circumstance to the family, through whom the information reached me. This affair was very generally known in the north, and we awaited the event with interest. The melancholy death of the Countess about 5 or 6 months afterwards at Brighton sadly verified the prognostic. I have heard that a paper was found in her desk, after her death, declaring her conviction that the drum was for her, and has been suggested that probably the thing preyed upon her mind and caused the catastrophe. But in the first place, from the mode of her death, that does not appear to be the case. In the second, even if it were, the fact of the verification of the prognostic remains unaffected, besides which, those who insist upon taking refuge in this hypothesis must admit that, before people living in the world like Lord and Lady A could attach so much importance to the prognostic as to entail such fatal effects, they must have had very good reason for believing in it. The legend connected with the drummer is that either himself or some other officer whose emissary he was had become an object of jealousy to a former Lord A, and that he was put to death by being thrust into his own drum and flung from the window of the tower in which Miss D's room was situated. It is said that he threatened to haunt them if they took his life, and he seems to have been as good as his word, having been heard several times in the memory of persons yet living. There is a curious legend attached to the family of G, of R, to the effect that when a lady is confined in that house, a little old woman enters the room when the nurse is absent and strokes down the bedclothes, after which the patient, according to the technical phrase, never does any good and dies. Whether the old lady has paid her visits or not, I do not know, but it is remarkable that the results attending several late confinements there have been fatal. There was a legend in a certain family that a single swan was seen on a particular lake before a death. A member of this family told me that on one occasion the father, being a widower, was about to enter into a second marriage. On the wedding day, his son appeared so exceedingly distressed that the bridegroom was offended, and, expostulating with him, was told by the young man that his low spirits were caused by his having seen the swan. He, the son, died that night, quite unexpectedly. Besides Lord Lyttelton's dove, there are a great many very curious stories recorded in which birds have been seen in a room when a death was impending, but the most extraordinary prognostic I know of is that of the black dog, which seems to be attached to some families. A young lady of the name of P, not long since, was sitting at work well and cheerful, when she saw, to her great surprise, a large black dog close to her. As both door and window were closed, she could not understand how he'd gotten in. But when she started to put him out, she could no longer see him. Quite puzzled, and thinking it must be some strange illusion, she sat down again and went on with her work, when presently he was there again. Much alarmed, she now ran out and told her mother, who said she must have fancied it or be ill. She declared neither was the case, and to oblige her, mother agreed to wait outside the door. If she saw it again, she was to call her. Miss P re-entered the room, and presently there was the dog again. But when she called her mother, he disappeared. Immediately afterward, the mother was taken ill and died. Before she expired, she said to her daughter, "Remember the black dog. I confess, I should have been much disposed to think this is a spectral illusion, were it not for the number of corroborative instances. And I have only this morning read in the review of a work called The Unseen World, just published, that there is a family in Cornwall who are also warned of an approaching death by the apparition of a black dog. And a very curious example is quoted, in which a lady newly married into the family and knowing nothing of the tradition came down from the nursery to request her husband would go up and drive away a black dog that was lying on the child's bed. He went up and found the child dead. I wonder if this phenomenon is the origin of the French phrase bête noire, to express an annoyance or an augury of evil. Most persons will remember the story of Lady Fanshawe as related by herself, namely, that while paying a visit to Lady Honor O'Brien, she was awakened the first night she slept there by a voice. And on drawing back the curtain, she saw a female figure standing in the recess of the window, attired in white, with red hair and a pale and ghastly aspect. She looked out of the window, says Lady Fanshawe, and cried in a loud voice, such as I had never heard before, "A horse, a horse, a horse!" And then, with a sigh, which rather resembled the wind than the voice of a human being, she disappeared. Her body appeared to me rather like a thick cloud than a real solid substance. I was so frightened. She continues, that my hair stood on end and my nightcap fell off. I pushed and shook my husband, who had slept all the time, and who was very much surprised to find me in such a fright, and still more so when I told him the cause of it, and showed him the open window. Neither of us slept any more that night, but he talked to me about it and told me how much more frequent such apparitions were in that country than in England. This was, however, what is called a banshee, for in the morning Lady Honor came to them to say that one of the family had died in the night, expressing a hope that they had not been disturbed. For, said she, whenever any of the O'Briens is on his deathbed, it is usual for a woman to appear at one of the windows every night till he expires. But when I put you into his room, I did not think of it. This apparition was connected with some sad tale of seduction and murder. I could relate many more instances of this kind, but I wish as much as possible to avoid repeating cases already in print. So I will conclude this chapter with the following account of Pearlin Jean, whose persevering annoyances at Allenback was so thoroughly believed and established as to have formed at various times a considerable impediment to letting the place. I am indebted to Mr. Charles Kirkpatrick Sharp for the account of Jean and the anecdote that follows. A housekeeper called Bet Noor that lived many years at Allenback declared she and various other people had frequently seen Jean, adding that they were so used to her as to no longer be alarmed at her noises. In my youth, says Mr. Sharp, Pearlin Jean was the most remarkable ghost in Scotland, and my terror when a child. Our old nurse, Jenny Blackladder, had been a servant at Allenback, and often heard her rustling in silks up and down stairs and along the passage. She never saw her, but her husband did. She was a Frenchwoman whom the first baronet of Allenback, then Mr. Stewart, met with at Paris during his first tour to finish his education as a gentleman. Some people said she was a nun, in which case she must have been a sister of charity, as she appears not to have been confined to a cloister. After some time, young Stewart became either faithless to the lady or suddenly recalled to Scotland by his parents and had got into his carriage at the door of the hotel when his Dido unexpectedly made her appearance, and stepping on the forewheel of the coach to address her lover, he ordered the postilion to drive on, the consequence of which was that the lady fell and one of the wheels, going over her forehead, killed her. In a dusky autumn evening, when Mr. Stewart drove under the arched gateway of Allenback, he perceived Pearlin Jean sitting on the top, her head and shoulders covered with blood. After this, for many years, the house was haunted. Doors shut and opened with great noise at midnight, and the rustling of silks and pattering of high-heeled shoes were heard in bedrooms and passages. Nurse Jenny said there were 7 ministers called together at one time to lay the spirit, but they did no mickle good, my dear. This picture of the ghost was hung between those of her lover and his lady, and kept her comparatively quiet, but when taken away, she became worse-natured than ever. This portrait was in the present Sir J.G.'s possession. I am unwilling to record its fate. The ghost was designated Pearlin, from always wearing a great quantity of that sort of lace. Nurse Jenny told me that when Thomas Blackladder was her lover, I remember Thomas very well, they made an assignation to meet one moonlight night in the orchard at Allenback. True Thomas, of course, was the first comer, and seeing a female figure in a light-colored dress at some distance, he ran forward with open arms to embrace his Jenny. Lo and behold, as he neared the spot where the figure stood, it vanished, and presently he saw it again, at the very end of the orchard, a considerable way off. Thomas went home in fright, but Jenny, who came last and saw nothing, forgave him, and they were married. Many years after this, about the year 1790, two ladies paid a visit to Allenbeck. I think the house was then let, and passed a night there. They had never heard a word about the ghost, but they were disturbed the whole night with something walking backward and forward in their bedchamber. This I heard from the best authority. Sir Robert Stewart was created a baronet in the year 1687. Lady Stapleton, grandmother of the late Lord de Despencer, told me that the night lady, Susan Fane, Lord Westmoreland's daughter, died in London. She appeared to her father, then at Maryworth in Kent. He was in bed, but had not fallen asleep. There was a light in the room. She came in and sat down on a chair at the foot of the bed. He said to her, Good, Susan, how came you here? What has brought you from town? She made no answer, but rose directly and went to the door and looked back toward him very earnestly. Then she retired, shutting the door behind her. The next morning, he had notice of her death. This Lord Westmoreland himself told to Lady Stapleton, who was by birth a Fane and his near relation. End of section 21 and end of chapter 14. Recorded by William McKnight, Plano, Texas.
The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers by CROWE, Chapter 15. Chapter 15, Part 1 of The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers by CROWE, Chapter 15, Apparitions Seeking the Prayers of the Living. Part 1. With regard to the appearance of ghosts, the frequency of haunted houses, presentiments, prognostics, and dreams, if we come to inquire closely, it appears to me that all parts of the world are much on an equality, only that where people are most engaged in business or pleasure, these things are, in the first place, less thought of and less believed in, consequently less observed, and when they are observed, they are readily explained away, and in the second place, where the external life, the life of the brain, wholly prevails, either they do not happen, or they are not perceived, the rapport not existing, or the receptive faculty being obscured. But although the above phenomena seem to be equally well known in all countries, there is one peculiar class of apparitions of which I meet with no records but in Germany. I allude to ghosts, who, like those described in the Seeress of Prevorst, seek the prayers of the living. In spite of the positive assertions of Kerner, Eschenmayer, and others, that after neglecting no means to investigate the affair, they had been forced into the conviction that the spectres that frequented Friederike Hauff were not subjective illusions, but real outstanding forms. Still, as she was in the somnambulic state, many persons remained persuaded that the whole thing was delusion. It is true that as those parties were not there, and as all those who did go to the spot came to a different conclusion, this opinion being only the result of preconceived notions or prejudices, and not of calm investigation, is of no value whatever. Nevertheless, it is not to be denied that these narrations are very extraordinary, but perplexing as they are, they by no means stand alone. I find many similar ones noticed in various works, where there has been no somnambule in question. In all cases, these unfortunate spirits appear to have been waiting for someone with whom they could establish a rapport, so as to be able to communicate with them, and this waiting has sometimes endured a century or more. Sometimes they are seen by only one person, at other times by several, with varying degrees of distinctness, appearing to one as a light, to another as a shadowy figure, and to a third as a defined human form. Other testimonies of their presence, as sounds, footsteps, lights, visible removing of solid articles without a visible agent, odors, etc., are generally perceived by many. In short, the sounds seem audible to all who come to the spot, with the exception of the voice, which in most instances is only heard by the person with whom the rapport is chiefly established. Some cases are related where a mark like burning is left on the articles seen to be lifted. This is an old persuasion, and has given rise to many a joke, but upon the hypothesis I have offered, the thing is simple enough. The mark will probably be of the same nature as that left by the electrical fluid, and it is this particular, and the lights that often accompany spirits, that have caused the notion of material flames, sulphur, brimstone, etc., to be connected with the idea of a future state. According to our views, there can be no difficulty in conceiving that a happy and blessed spirit would emit a mild radiance, while anger or malignity would necessarily alter the character of the effulgence. As whoever wishes to see a number of these cases may have recourse to my translation of the Seeress of Prevorst, I will here only relate one, of a very remarkable nature, that occurred in the prison of Weinsberg in the year 1835. Dr. Kerner, who has published a little volume containing a report of the circumstances, describes the place where the thing happened to be such a one as negatives at once all possibility of trick or imposture. It was in a sort of blockhouse or fortress, a prison within a prison, with no windows but what looked into a narrow passage closed with several doors. It was on the second floor. The windows were high up, heavily barred with iron, and immovable without considerable mechanical force. The external prison is surrounded by a high wall, and the gates are kept closed day and night. The prisoners in different apartments are of course never allowed to communicate with each other, and the deputy governor of the prison and his family, consisting of a wife, niece, and one maidservant, are described as people of unimpeachable respectability and veracity. As depositions regarding this affair were laid before the magistrates, it is on them that I found my narration. On the 12th of September, 1835, the deputy governor or keeper of the jail, named Mayah, sent in a report to the magistrates that a woman called Elizabeth Esslinger was every night visited by a ghost, which generally came about 11 o'clock, and which left her no rest, as it said she was destined to release it, and it always invited her to follow it, and as she would not, it pressed heavily on her neck and side till it gave her pain. The persons confined with her pretended also to have seen this apparition. Signed, Mayah. A woman named Rosina Schall, condemned to 8 days' confinement for abusive language, deposed that about 11 o'clock, Esslinger began to breathe hard, as if she was suffocating. She said a ghost was with her, seeking his salvation. I did not trouble myself about it, but told her to wake me when it came again. Last night I saw a shadowy form between 4 and 5 feet high standing near the bed. I did not see it move. Esslinger breathed very hard and complained of a pressure on the side. For several days she has neither ate nor drank anything. Signed, Schall. Court resolves that Esslinger is to be visited by the prison physician, and a report made as to her mental and bodily health. Signed by the magistrates, Eckhart, Thurer, Knorr. Report. Having examined the prisoner, Elizabeth Esslinger, confined here since the beginning of September, I found her of sound mind, but possessed with one fixed idea, namely, that she is and has been for a considerable time troubled by an apparition, which leaves her no rest, coming chiefly by night, and requiring her prayers to release it. It visited her before she came to the prison, and was the cause of the offense that brought her here. Having now, in compliance with the orders of the Supreme Court, observed this woman for 11 weeks, I am led to the conclusion that there is no deception in this case, and also that the persecution is not a mere monomaniacal idea of her own, and the testimony not only of her fellow prisoners, but that of the deputy governor's family, and even of persons in distant houses, confirms me in this persuasion. Esslinger is a widow, aged 38 years, and declares that she never had any sickness whatever. Neither is she aware of any at present, but she has always been a ghost-seer, though never till lately had any communication with them. That now, for 11 weeks that she has been in the prison, she is nightly disturbed by an apparition that previously visited her in her own house, and which had once been seen also by a girl of 14, a statement which this girl confirms. When at home, the apparition did not appear in a defined human form, but as a pillar of cloud, out of which proceeded a hollow voice, signifying to her that she was to release it, by her prayers, from the cellar of a woman in Wimmenthal, named Sinkhasin, whither it was banished, or whence it could not free itself. She, Esslinger, says that she did not then venture to speak to it, not knowing whether to address it as Sie, Ich, or Du, that is, whether she should address it in the second or third person, which custom among the Germans has rendered a very important point of etiquette. It is to be remembered that this woman was a peasant, without education, who had been brought into trouble by treasure-seeking, a pursuit which she hoped to be assisted by this spirit. This digging for buried treasure is a strong passion in Germany. The ghost now comes in a perfect human shape, and is dressed in a loose robe with a girdle, and has on its head a four-cornered cap. It has a projecting chin and forehead, fiery, deep-set eyes, a long beard, and high cheekbones, which look as if they were covered with parchment. A light radiates about and above his head, and in the midst of this light she sees the outlines of the spectre. Both she and her fellow prisoners declare that this apparition comes several times in a night, but always between the evening and morning bell. He often comes through the closed door or window, but they can see neither door nor window, nor iron bars. They often hear the closing of the door, and can see into the passage when he comes in or out that way, so that if a piece of wood lies there, they see it. They hear a shuffling in the passage as he comes and goes. He most frequently enters by a window, and they then hear a peculiar sound there. He comes in quite erect. Although their cell is entirely closed, they feel a cool wind when he is near them. All sorts of noises are heard, particularly a crackling. When he is angry or in great trouble, they perceive a strange mouldering, earthy smell. He often pulls away the coverlet and sits on the edge of the bed. At first the touch of his hand was icy cold. Since he became brighter, it is warmer. She first saw the brightness of his finger ends. It afterwards spread further. If she stretches out her hand, she cannot feel him, but when he touches her, she feels it. He sometimes takes her hands and lays them together to make her pray. His sighs and groans are like a person in despair. They are heard by others as well as Esslinger. While he is making these sounds, she is often praying aloud or talking to her companions, so they are sure it is not she who makes them. She does not see his mouth move when he speaks. The voice is hollow and gasping. He comes to her for prayers, and he seems to her like one in a mortal sickness, who seeks comfort in the prayers of others. He says he was a Catholic priest in Wimmenthal, and lived in the year 1414. Wimmenthal is still Catholic. The woman Esslinger herself is a Lutheran, and belongs to McKnight. He says that among other crimes, a fraud committed conjointly with his father on his brothers presses sorely on him. He cannot get quit of it. It obstructs him. He always entreated her to go with him to Wimmenthal, whither he was banished or consigned, and pray there for him. She says she cannot tell whether what he says is true, and does not deny that she thought to find treasures by his aid. She has often told him that the prayers of a sinner like herself cannot help him, and that he should seek the Redeemer, but he will not forbear his entreaties. When she says these things, he is sad, and presses nearer to her, and lays his hand so close that she is obliged to pray into his mouth. He seems hungry for prayers. She has often felt his tears on her cheek and neck. They feel icy cold, but the spot soon after burns, and they have a bluish-red mark. These marks are visible on her skin. One night this apparition brought with him a large dog, which leaped on the beds, and was seen by her fellow prisoners also, who were much terrified, and screamed. The ghost, however, spoke and said, "Fear not, this is my father." He has since brought the dog with him again, which alarmed them dreadfully and made them quite ill. Both Mayah and the prisoners asserted that Esslinger was scarcely seen to sleep, either by night or day, for 10 weeks. She ate very little, prayed continually, and appeared very much wasted and exhausted. She said she saw the spectre alike, whether her eyes were opened or closed, which showed that it was a magnetic perception, and not seeing by her bodily organs. It is remarkable that a cat belonging to the jail, being shut up in this room, was so frightened when the apparition came that it tried to make its escape by flying against the walls, and finding this impossible, it crept under the coverlet of the bed in extreme terror. The experiment was made again, with the same result, and after this second time the animal refused all nourishment, wasted away, and died. In order to satisfy myself, says Dr. Kerner, of the truth of these depositions, I went to the prison on the night of the 15th of October and shut myself up without light in Esslinger's cell. About 11:30 I heard a sound as of some hard body being flung down. but not on the side where the woman was, but the opposite. She immediately began to breathe hard, and told me the spectre was there. I laid my hand on her heart, and adjured it as an evil spirit to depart. I had scarcely spoken the words when there was a strange rattling, crackling noise, all round the walls, which finally seemed to go out through the window, and the woman said that the spectre had departed. On the following night it told her that it was grieved at being addressed as an evil spirit, which it was not, but one that deserved pity, and that what it wanted was prayers and redemption. On the 18th of October I went to the cell again, between 10 and 11, taking with me my wife and the wife of the keeper, Madame Mayah. When the woman's breathing showed me that the spectre was there, I laid my hand on her and adjured it, in gentle terms, not to trouble her further. The same sort of sound as before commenced, but it was softer, and this time continued all along the passage, where there was certainly nobody. We all heard it. On the night of the 20th I went again, with Justice Haid. We both heard sounds when the spectre came, and the woman could not conceive why we did not see it. We could not, but we distinctly felt a cool wind blowing upon us when, according to her account, it was near, although there was no aperture by which air could enter. On each of these occasions Dr. Kerner seemed to have remained about a couple of hours. Madame Mayah now resolved to pass a night in the cell for the purpose of observation, and she took her niece, a girl aged 19, with her. Her report is as follows. It was a rainy night, and in the prison pitch dark. My niece slept sometimes. I remained awake all night, mostly sitting up in bed. About midnight, I saw a light come in at the window. It was a yellowish light, and moved slowly, and though we were closely shut in, I felt a cool wind blowing on me. I said to the woman, "The ghost is here, is he not?" She said, "Yes," and continued to pray, as she had been doing before. The cool wind and the light now approached me. My coverlet was quite light, and I could see my hands and arms, and at the same time I perceived an indescribable odor of putrefaction. My face felt as if ants were running over it. Most of the prisoners described themselves as feeling the same sensation when the spectre was there. Then the light moved about, and went up and down the room, and on the door of the cell I saw a number of little glimmering stars, such as I had never before seen. Presently, I and my niece heard a voice which I can compare to nothing I ever heard before. It was not like a human voice. The words and sighs sounded as if they were drawn up out of a deep hollow, and appeared to ascend from the floor to the roof in a column. While this voice spoke, the woman was praying aloud, so I was sure it did not proceed from her. No one could produce such a sound. They were strange superhuman sighs and entreaties for prayers and redemption. It is very extraordinary that whenever the ghost spoke I always felt it beforehand. Proving that the spirit had been able to establish a rapport with this person, she was in a magnetic relation to him. We heard a crackling in the room also. I was perfectly awake and in possession of my senses, and we are ready to make oath to having seen and heard these things. On the 9th of December, Madame Mayah spent the night again in the cell, with her niece and her maidservant, and her report is as follows. It was moonlight, and I sat up in bed all night watching Esslinger. Suddenly I saw a white shadowy form like a small animal cross the room. I asked her what it was, and she answered, "Don't you see it's a lamb? It often comes with the apparition." We then saw a stool that was near us, lifted and set down again on its legs. She was in bed and praying the whole time. Presently there was such a noise at the window that I thought all the panes were broken. She told us it was the ghost, and that he was sitting on the stool. We then heard a walking and shuffling up and down, although I could not see him, but presently I felt a cool wind blowing on me, and out of this wind the same hollow voice I had heard before said, "In the name of Jesus, look on me." Before this the moon was gone, and it was quite dark, but when the voice spoke to me I saw a light around us, though still no form. Then there was a sound of walking toward the opposite window, and I heard the voice say, "Do you see me now?" And then, for the first time, I saw a shadowy form stretching up as if to make itself visible to us, but could distinguish no features. During the rest of the night, I saw it repeatedly, sometimes sitting on the stool, and at others moving about, and I am perfectly certain that there was no moonlight now, nor any other light from without. How I saw it I cannot tell. It is a thing not to be described. Eslinger prayed the whole time, and the more earnestly she did so, the closer the spectre went to her. It sometimes sat upon her bed. About 5 o'clock, when he came near to me and I felt the cool air, I said, "Go to my husband in his chamber, and leave a sign that you have been there." He answered distinctly, "Yes." Then we heard the door, which was fast locked, open and shut, and we saw the shadow float out, for he floated rather than walked, and we heard the shuffling along the passage. In a quarter of an hour we saw him return, entering by the window, and I asked him if he had been with my husband and what he had done. He answered by a sound like a short, low, hollow laugh. Then he hovered about without any noise, and we heard him speaking to Eslinger, while she still prayed aloud. Still, as before, I always knew when he was going to speak. After 6 o'clock we saw him no more. In the morning my husband mentioned with great surprise that his chamber door, which he was sure he had fast bolted and locked, even taking out the key when he went to bed, he had found wide open. On the 24th Madame Mayah passed the night there again, but on this occasion she only saw a white shadow coming and going, and standing by the woman who prayed unceasingly. She also heard the shuffling. Between prisoners and the persons in authority who went to observe, the number of those who testify to this phenomenon is considerable, and although the amount of what was perceived varied according to the receptivity of the subject in each case, the evidence of all is perfectly coincident as to the character of the phenomena. Some saw only the light, others distinguished the form in the midst of it all heard the sound, and perceived the mouldering earthy smell. That the receptivity of the women was greater than that of the men, after what I have elsewhere said, should excite no surprise, the preponderance of the sympathetic system in them being sufficient to account for the difference. Frederica Fallen, from Lowenstein, who was 8 weeks in the same cell with Eslinger, was witness to all the phenomena, though she only once arrived at seeing the spectre in its perfect human form, as the latter saw it, but it frequently spoke to her, bidding her amend her life, and remember that it was one who had tasted of death that gave her this counsel. This circumstance had a great effect upon her. When any of them swore, the apparition always evinced much displeasure, grasped them by the throat, and forced them to pray. Frequently, when he came or went, they said it sounded like a flight of pigeons. Catherine Sinn, from Mayenfels, was confined in an adjoining room for a fortnight. After her release she was interrogated by the minister of her parish, and deposed that she had known nothing of Eslinger or the spectre, but every night, being quite alone, I heard a rustling and a noise at the window, which looked only into the passage. I felt and heard, though I could not see anybody, that someone was moving about the room. These sounds were accompanied by a cool wind, though the place was closely shut up. I also heard a crackling and a shuffling, and a sound as if gravel were thrown, but could find none in the morning. Once it seemed to me that a hand was laid softly on my forehead. I did not like staying alone on account of these things, and begged to be put in a room with others, so I was placed with Eslinger and Fallen. The same things continued here, and they told me about the ghost, but not being alone I was not so frightened. I often heard him speak. It was hollow and slow, not like a human voice, but I could seldom catch the words. When he left the prison, which was generally about 5 in the morning, he used to say, "Pray," and when he did so, he would add, "God reward you." I never saw him distinctly till the last morning I was there. Then I saw a white shadow standing by Eslinger's bed. Signed, Catherine Sinn. Minister Binder, Mayenfels. It would be tedious were I to copy the depositions of all the prisoners, the experience of most of them being similar to the above. I will therefore content myself with giving an abstract of the most remarkable particulars. Besides the crackling, rustling as of paper, walking, shuffling, concussions of the window and of their beds, etc., etc., they heard sometimes a fearful cry, and not unfrequently the bed-coverings were pulled from them, it appearing to be the object of the spirit to manifest himself thus to those whom he could not make himself visible. And as I find this pulling off of the bedclothes, and heaving up of the bed as if someone were under it, repeated in a variety of cases, foreign and English, I conclude the motive to be the same. Several of the women heard him speak. All these depositions are contained in Dr. Kerner's report to the magistrates, and he concludes by saying that there can be no doubt of the fact of the woman Elizabeth Esslinger suffering these annoyances, by whatever name people may choose to call them. Among the most remarkable phenomena is the real or apparent opening of the door, so that they could see what was in the passage. Esslinger said that the spirit was often surrounded by a light, and his eyes looked fiery, and there sometimes came with him 2 lambs, which occasionally appeared as stars. He often took hold of Esslinger, and made her sit up, put her hands together, that she might pray, and once he appeared to take a pen and paper from under his gown and wrote, laying it on the coverlet. It is extremely curious that on 2 occasions Esslinger saw Dr. Kerner and Justice Hyde enter with the ghost when they were not there in the body, and both times Hyde was enveloped in a black cloud. The ghost, on being asked, told Esslinger that the cloud indicated that trouble was impending. A few days afterward his child died very unexpectedly, and Dr. Kerner now remembered that the first time Esslinger said she had seen Hyde in this way, his father had died directly afterward. Kerner attended both patients, and was thus associated in the symbol. Fallon also saw these 2 images, and spoke, believing the one to be Dr. Kerner himself. On other occasions she saw strangers come in with the ghost, whom afterward, when they really came in the body, she recognized. This seems to have been a sort of second sight. Dr. K. says, "I think justly enough, that if Esslinger had been feigning, she would never have ventured on what seemed so improbable. Some of the women, after the spectre had visibly leaned over them, or had spoken into their ears, were so affected by the odor he diffused that they vomited, and could not eat till they had taken an emetic, and those parts of their persons that he touched became painful and swollen, an effect I find produced in numerous other instances." End of Chapter 15, Part 1. Chapter 15 of The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Barkley. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers, by CROWE. Chapter 15, Part 2. Apparitions Seeking the Prayers of the Living. The following particulars are worth observing, in the evidence of a girl 16 years of age called Margaret Labisberg, who was confined for 10 days for plucking some grapes in a vineyard. She says she knew nothing about the spectre, but that she was greatly alarmed the first night at hearing the door burst open and something come shuffling in. Esslinger bade her not fear, and said it would not injure her. The girl, however, being greatly terrified every night, and hiding her head under the bedclothes, on the 4th, Esslinger got out of her own bed, and coming to her said, "Do in the name of God look at him. He will do you no harm, I assure you." "Then," says the girl, "I looked out from under the clothes and saw 2 white forms like 2 lambs, so beautiful that I could have looked at them forever. Between them stood a white shadowy form as tall as a man, but I was not able to look longer, for my eyes failed me." The terrors of this girl were so great that Esslinger had repeatedly occasion to get out of bed and fetch her to lie with herself. When she could be induced to look, she always saw the figure, and he bade her also pray for him. Whenever he touched her, which he did on the forehead and eyes, she felt pain, but says nothing of any subsequent swelling. Both this girl and another called Neidhart, who was brought in on the last day of Margaret L.'s imprisonment, testified that on the previous night they had heard Esslinger ask the ghost why he looked so angry, and that they had heard him answer that it was because she had, on the preceding night, neglected to pray for him as much as usual, which neglect arose from 2 gentlemen having passed the night in the cell. When on the 10th day the girl Margaret L. was released, she said there was something so awful to her in this apparition that she had firmly resolved and vowed to be pious and lead henceforth a virtuous life. Some of them seemed to have felt little alarm. Maria Barr, aged 41, said, "I was not afraid, for I have a good conscience." The offences for which these women were confined appear to have been very slight ones, such as quarrelling, etc. In a room that opened into the same passage, men were shut up for disputing with the police, neglect of regulations, and similar misdemeanors. These persons not only heard the noises as above described, such as the walking, shuffling, opening and shutting the door, etc., etc., but some of them saw the ghost. Christian Bauer deposed that he had never heard anything about the ghost, but that being disturbed by a knocking and rustling toward 3 o'clock on the second morning of his incarceration, he looked up and saw a white figure bending over him, and heard a strange hollow voice say, "You must needs have patience." He said he thought it must be his grandfather, at which Stricker, his companion, laughed. Stricker deposed that he heard a hollow voice say, "You must needs have patience," and that Bauer told him that there was a white apparition near him, and that he supposed it was his grandfather. Bauer said he was frightened the first night, but got used to it and did not mind. It is my worthy observation that when they heard the door of the women's room open, they also heard the voice of Eslinger praying, which seems as if the door not only appeared to open, but actually did so. We have already seen that this spirit could open doors. In the CRS of Prevorst, the doors were constantly audibly and visibly opened, as by an unseen hand, and when she saw a spectre enter, and I know to an absolute certainty that the same phenomenon takes place in a house not far from where I am writing, and this sometimes when there are 2 people sleeping in the room, a lady and a gentleman, the door having been fast locked when they went to bed, the room thoroughly examined and every precaution taken, for they are unwilling to believe in the spiritual character of the disturbances that annoy them. They are aroused by a consciousness that it is opening, and they do find it open on rising to investigate the fact. One of the remarkable proofs, either of the force of volition or of the electrical powers of the apparition that haunted Eslinger, or else of his power to imitate sounds, was the real or apparent violent shaking of the heavy iron-barred window, which it is asserted the united efforts of 6 men could not shake at all when they made the experiment. The Supreme Court having satisfied itself that there was no imposture in this case, it was proposed that some men of science should be invited to investigate the strange phenomenon, and endeavor, if possible, to explain it. Accordingly, not only Dr. Kerner himself and his son, but many others passed nights in the prison for this purpose. Among these, besides some ministers of the Lutheran Church, there was an engraver called Dutenhofer, Wagner, an artist, Kapf, a professor of mathematics at Heilbrunn, Frass, a barrister, Doctors Safer and Sitcherer, physicians, Hyde, a magistrate, Baron von Hugel, etc., etc. But their perquisitions elicited no more than has been already narrated. All heard the noises, most of them saw the lights, and some saw the figure. Dutenhofer and Kapf saw it without a defined outline. It was itself bright, but it did not illuminate the room. Some of the sounds appeared to them like the discharging of a Leighton jar. There was also a throwing of gravel and a heavy dropping of water, but neither to be found. Professor Kapf says he was quite cool and self-possessed, till there was such a violent concussion of the heavy barred window that he thought it must have come in. Then both he and Dutenhofer felt horror-struck. As they could not see the light emitted by the spectre when the room was otherwise lighted, they were in the dark. But they took every care to ascertain that Eslinger was in her bed while these things were going on. She prayed aloud the whole time, unless when speaking to them. By the morning, she used to be dreadfully exhausted from this continual exertion. It is also mentioned that the straw on which she lay was frequently changed and examined, and every means taken to ascertain that there was nothing whatever in her possession that could enable her to perform any sort of jugglery. Her fellow prisoners were also invited to tell all they knew or could discover, and a remission of their sentences promised to those who would make known the imposition, if there was one. Dr. Sitcherer, who was accompanied by Mr. Frass, says that having heard of these phenomena, which he thought the more unaccountable from the circumstances of the woman's age and condition, etc., she being a healthy, hard-working person aged 38, who had never known sickness, he was very desirous of inquiring personally into the affair. While they were in the court of the prison, waiting for admittance, they heard extraordinary noises which could not be accounted for, and during the night there was a repetition of those above described, especially the apparent throwing of gravel, or peas, which seemed to fall so near him that he involuntarily covered his face. Then followed the feeling of a cool wind, and then the oppressive odor, for which, he says, he can find no comparison, and which almost took his breath away. He was perfectly satisfied that it was no smell originating in the locality or the state of the prison. Simultaneously with the perception of this odor, he saw a thick grey cloud of no defined shape near Eslinger's bed. When this cloud disappeared, the odor was no longer perceptible. It was a fine moonlight night, and there was light enough in the room to distinguish the beds, etc. The same phenomena recurred several times during the night. Eslinger was heard each time the ghost was there, praying and reciting hymns. They also heard her say, "Don't press my hands so hard together! Don't touch me!" etc. The voice of the spirit they did not hear. Towards 3 or 4 o'clock they heard heavy blows, footsteps, opening and shutting of the door, and a concussion of the whole house that made them think it was going to fall on their heads. About 6 o'clock they saw the phantom again, and altogether these phenomena recurred at least 10 times in the course of the night. Dr. Sitcherer concludes by saying that he had undertaken the investigation with a mind entirely unprepossessed, and that in the report he made, at the desire of the Supreme Court, he had recorded his observations as conscientiously as if he had been upon a jury. He adds that he had examined everything, and that neither in the person of the woman nor in any of the other inmates of the prison could he find the smallest grounds for suspicion, nor any clue to the mystery, which in a scientific point of view appeared to him utterly inexplicable. Dr. Sitcherer's report is dated Heilbronn, January 8, 1836. Mr. Frass, who accompanied him, confirms the above statement in every particular, with the addition that he several times saw a light of a varying circumference moving about the room, and that it was while he saw this that the woman told him the ghost was there. He also felt an oppression of the breath and a pressure on his forehead each time before the apparition came, especially once, when although he had carefully abstained from mentioning his sensations, she told him it was standing close at his head. He stretched out his hand but perceived nothing, except a cool wind and an overpowering smell. Dr. Safer being there one night, with Dr. Kerner, in order to exclude the possibility of light entering through the window, they stopped it up. They, however, saw the phosphorescent light of the spectre as before. It moved quietly about and remained a quarter of an hour. The room was otherwise perfectly dark. The sounds accompanying it were like the dropping of water and the discharge of a Leyden jar. They fully ascertained that these phenomena did not proceed from the woman. I have already given the depositions of Madame Mayah, the wife of the deputy governor or keeper of the prison, who is spoken of as a highly respectable person. Mayah himself, however, though quite unable to account for all these extraordinary proceedings, found great difficulty in believing that there was anything supernatural in the affair, and he told Eslinger that if she wished him to be convinced, she must send the ghost to do it. He says, "The night after I had said this, I went to bed and to sleep, little expecting such a visitor, but toward midnight I was awakened by something touching my left elbow. This was followed by a pain, and in the morning, when I looked at the place, I saw several blue spots. I told Eslinger that this was not enough, and that she must tell the ghost to touch my other elbow. This was done on the following night, and at the same time I perceived a smell like putrefaction. The blue spots followed. It will be remembered that Eslinger had blue spots also." Mayah continues to say that the spectre made known its presence in his chamber by various sounds, such as were heard in the other parts of the house. He never saw the figure distinctly, but his wife did. She always prayed when it was there. He, however, felt the cool wind that they all described. The ghost told Eslinger that he should continue his visits to the prison after she had quitted it, and he did so. The second night after her release they felt his approach, especially from the cool wind, and Madame Mayah desired him to testify his presence to her husband. Immediately there were sounds like a wind instrument, and these were repeated at her desire. The prisoners also heard and felt the apparition after Eslinger's departure, and Mayah says he is perfectly assured that in this jail, where the inmates were frequently changed, everybody was locked up, and every place thoroughly examined. It was utterly impossible for any trick to be played. Besides which, all parties agreed that the sounds were often of a description that could not have been produced by any known means. But it was not to the prison alone that this apparition confined his visits. To whomsoever Eslinger sent him, he went, testifying his presence by the same signs as above described. He visited the chambers of several of the magistrates, of a teacher named Neufer, of the Referendary Burger, of a citizen named Rummel, and many others. Of these, only some perceived his presence by the noises, the cool air, the smell, or the touch. Others saw the light also, and others perceived the figure with more or less distinctness. A Mr. Dorr of Heilbronn seems to have scoffed very much at these rumors, and Dr. Kerner bade Eslinger ask the ghost to convince him, which she did. Mr. Dorr says, "When I heard these things talked of, I always laughed at them, and was thought very sensible for so doing. Now I shall be laughed at in my turn, no doubt." He then relates that on the morning of the 30th of December, 1835, he awoke, as usual, about 5 o'clock, and was thinking of some business he had in hand, when he became conscious that there was something near him, and he felt as if it blew cold upon him. He started up, thinking some animal had got into his room, but could find nothing. Next he heard a noise like sparks from an electrical machine, and then a report close to his right ear. Had there been anything visible, it was light enough to see it. This report was frequently heard in the prison. Wherever the apparition once made a visit, he generally continued to go for several successive nights. He also visited Professor Kapff at Heilbronn and Baron von Hugel at Eschenau, without being desired to do so by Esslinger, and Neufer, whom he also went to, she knew nothing of. When he visited Dr. Kerner's chamber, his wife, who had prided herself on her incredulity and boasted of being born on St. Thomas's Day, was entirely converted, for she not only heard him but saw him distinctly. He visited them for several nights, accompanied by the noises and the light. One night, while lying awake observing these phenomena, they fancied they heard their horse come out of his stable, which was under their room. In the morning he was found standing outside with his halter on. It was not broken, and it was evident that the horse had not got loose by any violence. Moreover, the door of the stable was closed behind him, as it had been at night when he was shut up. Dr. Kerner's sister, who came from a distance to visit them, had heard very little about this affair, yet she was awakened by a sound that seemed like someone trying to speak in her ear, and looking up, she saw 2 stars, like those described by Margaret Liebesberg. She observed that they emitted no rays. She also felt the cool air and perceived the corpse-like odor. This odor accompanied the ghost even when it appeared at Heilbronn. It is remarkable that some of these persons, both men and women, felt themselves unable to move or call out while the spectre was there, and that they were relieved the moment he went away. They appeared to be magnetized, but this feeling was by no means universal. Many were perfectly composed and self-possessed the whole time, and made their observations to each other. All agreed that the speaking of the apparition seemed like that of a person making efforts to speak. Now, as we are to presume that he did not speak by means of organs as we do, but that he had imitated the sounds of words as he imitated other sounds, by some means with which we are unacquainted, for since the noises were heard by everybody within hearing, we must suppose that they actually existed. We, who know the extreme difficulty of imitating human speech, may conceive how this imitation should be very defective. Duethenhofer and others remarked that there was no echo from the sounds, as well as that the phosphorescence shed no light around, and though the spectre could touch them, or produce the sensation that he did, they could not feel him, but as in all similar cases could thrust their hands through what appeared to be his body. The sensation of his falling tears and the marks they left seem most unaccountable, and yet in the records of a ghost that haunted the Countess of Eberstein, in 1685, we find the same thing asserted. This account was made public by the authority of the consistorial court, and with the consent of the family. At length, on the 11th of February, the ghost took his departure from Esslinger. At least, after that day he was no more seen or heard by her or anybody else. He had always entreated her to go to Wimmenthal, where he had formerly lived, to pray for him, and after she was released from the jail, by the advice of her friends, she did it. Some of them accompanied her, and they saw the apparition near her while she was kneeling in the open air, though not all with equal distinctness. A very respectable woman called Werner, a stranger to Esslinger, whom she says she never saw or spoke to till that day, offered to make oath that she had accompanied her to Wimmenthal, and that, with the other friends, she had stood about 30 paces off, quite silent and still, while the woman knelt and prayed, and that she had seen the apparition of a man, accompanied by 2 smaller spectres hovering near her. When the prayer was ended, he went close to her, and there was a light like a falling star. Then I saw something like a white cloud that seemed to float away, and after that, we saw no more. Esslinger had been very unwilling to undertake this expedition. She took leave of her children before she started, and evidently expected mischief would befall her, and now, on approaching her, they found her lying cold and insensible. When they had revived her, she told them that, on bidding her farewell, before he ascended, which he did, accompanied by 2 bright infantine forms, the ghost had asked her to give him her hand, and that after wrapping it in her handkerchief she had complied. A small flame had arisen from the handkerchief when he touched it, and we found the marks of his fingers like burns, but without any smell. This, however, was not the cause of her fainting, but she had been terrified by a troop of frightful animals that she saw rush past her when the spirit floated away. From this time nobody, either in the prison or out of it, was troubled by this apparition. This is certainly a very extraordinary story, and what is more extraordinary, such cases do not seem to be very uncommon in Germany. I meet with many recorded, and an eminent German scholar of my acquaintance tells me that he has also heard of several, and was surprised that we have no similar instances here. If these things occurred merely among Roman Catholics, we might be inclined to suppose that they had some connection to the notion of purgatory, but on the contrary, it appears to be among the Lutheran population they chiefly occur, insomuch that it has even been suggested that the omission of prayers for the dead in the Lutheran Church is the cause of the phenomenon. But on the other hand, as in the present case and in several others, the person that revisits the earth was of the Catholic persuasion when alive. We are bound to suppose that he had the benefit of his own church's prayers. I am here assuming that all the above strange phenomena were really produced by the agency of an apparition. If they were not, what were they? The 3 physicians who were among the visitors must have been perfectly aware of the contagious nature of some forms of nervous disorder, and from the previous incredulity of 2 of them, they must have been quite prepared to regard these phenomena from that point of view. Yet they seem unable to bring themselves under the category of sensuous illusions. The apparently electrical nature of the lights, and of several of the sounds, is very remarkable, as are also the swellings produced on some of the persons by the touch of the ghost, which remind us of Professor Hofer's case mentioned in a former chapter. The apparition of the dog and the lambs also, strange as they are by no means isolated cases. These appearances seem to be symbolical. The father had been evil, and had led his son to do evil, and he appeared in the degraded form of a dog, and the innocence of the children, who had been probably in some way wronged, was symbolized by their appearing as lambs. If I had lived as a beast, said an apparition to the seeress of Prevorst, I should appear as a beast. These symbolical transfigurations cannot appear very extravagant to those who accept the belief of many theologians that the serpent in the Garden of Eden was an evil spirit incarnated in that degraded form. How far the removal of the horse out of the stable was connected with the rest of the phenomena it is impossible to say, but a similar circumstance has very lately occurred with regard to a dog that was locked up in the house in this neighborhood, which I have several times alluded to, where footsteps and rustlings are heard, doors are opened, and a feeling that someone is blowing or breathing upon them is felt by the inhabitants. The holes burnt in the handkerchief are also quite in accordance with many other relations of the kind, especially that of the Maid of Orlach, and also that of the Hammerschen family, mentioned in Stilling's Pneumatology, when a ghost who had been, as he said, waiting 120 years for someone to release him by their prayers, was seen to take a handkerchief, on which he left the marks of his 5 fingers appearing like burnt spots. A Bible that he touched was marked in the same manner, and these 2 mementos of the apparition were carefully retained in the family. This particularity also reminds us of Lord Tyrone's leaving the marks of his hand on Lady Beresford's wrist, on which she ever afterward wore a black riband. In several instances I find it reported that when an apparition is requested to render himself visible to, or to enter into communication with, other persons besides those to whom he addresses himself, he answers that it is impossible, and in other cases that he could do it, but that the consequences to those persons would be pernicious. This, together with the circumstances of their waiting so long for the right person, tends strongly to support the hypothesis that an intense magnetic rapport is necessary to any facility of intercourse. It also appears that the power of establishing this rapport with one or more persons varies exceedingly among these denizens of the spiritual world, some being only able to render themselves audible, others to render themselves visible to one person, while a few seem to possess considerably greater powers or privileges. Another particular to be observed is that in many instances, if not in all, these spirits are what the Germans call gebannt, that is, banned or prescribed, or as it were, tethered to a certain spot, which they can occasionally leave, as Anton did the cellar at Wimmenthal, to which he was gebannt, but from which they cannot free themselves. To this spot they seem to be attached, as by an invisible chain, whether by the memory of a crime committed there, or by a buried treasure, or even by its being the receptacle of their own bodies. In short, it seems perfectly clear, admitting them to be apparitions of the dead, that whatever the bond may be that keeps them down, they cannot quit the earth. They are, as St. Martin says, remainers, not returners. And this seems to be the explanation of haunted houses. In the year 1827, Christian Eisengrun, a respectable citizen of Neckarsteinach, was visited by a ghost of the above kind, and the particulars were judicially recorded. He was at Eherbach, in Baden, working as a potter, which was his trade, in the manufactory of Mr. Gehrig, when he was one night awakened by a noise in his chamber, and on looking up he saw a faint light, which presently assumed a human form, attired in a loose gown. He could see no head. He had his own head under the clothes, but he presently spoke, and told him that he was destined to release it, and for that purpose he must go to the Catholic churchyard of Neckarsteinach, and there, for 21 successive days, repeat the following verse from the New Testament before the stone sepulchre there. For what man knoweth the things of a man, save the spirit of man which is in him? So the things of God knoweth no man, but the Spirit of God. 1 Corinthians 2:11. The ghost having repeated his visits and his request, the man consulted his master what he should do, and he advised him not to trifle with the apparition, but to do what he required, adding that he had known many similar instances. Upon this Eisengrun went to Neckarsteinach, and addressed himself to the Catholic priest there named Seitz, who gave him the same counsel, together with his blessing and also a hymn of Luther's, which he bade him learn and repeat, as well as the verse when he visited the sepulchre. As there was only one stone sepulchre in the churchyard, Eisengrun had no difficulty in finding it, and while he performed the service imposed on him by the ghost, the latter stood on the grave with his hands folded in prayer, but when he repeated the hymn, he moved rapidly backward and forward, still not overstepping the limits of the stone. The man, though very frightened, persevered in the thing for the time imposed, 21 days, and during this period he saw the perfect form of the apparition, which had no covering on its head except very white hair. It always kept its hands folded, and had large eyes, in which he never perceived any motion. This filled him with horror. Many persons went to witness the ceremony. The surviving nephews and nieces of the apparition brought an action against Eisengrun, and they contrived to have him seized and carried to the magistrate's house. One day, at the time he should have gone to the churchyard, but the ghost came and beckoned, and made signs to him to follow him, till the man was so much affected and terrified that he burst into tears. The two magistrates could not see the spectre, but feeling themselves affected with a cold shudder, they consented to his going. He was then publicly examined in court, together with the offended family and a number of witnesses, and the result was that he was permitted to continue the service for the 21 days, after which he never saw or heard more of the ghost, which had been formerly a rich timber merchant. The terror and anxiety attendant on these daily visits to the churchyard affected Eisengrun so much that it was some time before he recovered his usual health. He had all his life been a ghost-seer, but had never had communication with any before this event. The Catholic priest in this instance appears to have been more liberal than the deceased timber merchant, for the latter did not seem to like the Lutheran hymn which the former prescribed. His dissatisfaction, however, may have arisen from their making any addition to the formula he had himself indicated. Footnote 5. It is to be observed that this is the sensation asserted to be felt by Reichenbach's patients on the approach of the magnet. End of Chapter 15, Part 2.